It's really the people in Nigeria. There is this can-do spirit in Nigeria. There's this spirit to thrive. There's this spirit to overcome the impossible in Nigeria.
Thanks for joining us on Plus News Updates. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa. Barely 6 months after the October NSAS protest took place, a book on NSAS, police brutality, protest and shrinking civil space in Nigeria has been presented by the Action Group on Free Civic Space. Plus TV Africa's correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
The 9th of October 20 would always go down in memory as a night full of trepidation and pandemonium as NSAS protesters had a face-off with men of the Nigerian army. This book, titled NSAS, Police Brutality, Protest and Shrinking Civic Space in Nigeria, captures the moment during and after 2020 NSAS protests. With special focus on Akuzu SARS, Spaces for Change attempts to x-ray the deadliest units of the now disbanded Special Anti-Robbery Squad, SARS, at Anambra, southeastern Nigeria. The group members bared their minds.
Impunity remains the most serious obstacle to police reform. And unless government understands this and addresses it with the urgency it calls for, we are likely going to have another NSAS.
So what our coalition has done is to look beyond the symptoms, to look at the undercurrents, look at the philosophical foundations of violence, and to see what lessons we can draw from past experiences.
Issue of how politicians and government institutions actually use police officers, to repress and subjugate some of those individuals and organizations they perceive, as vocal in criticizing some of their actions.
On the alleged poor handling of human rights, the group is clamoring for response to public allegations of unlawful buying of NSAS dead bodies from police by University of Nigeria teaching hospitals in Enugu to be used by student doctors for their research work. With the February ban on cryptocurrency, Victoria Ibazim says the NSAS crisis linked to the CBN's action.
We're talking about findings relating to the crackdowns on NSAS protectors. Bank accounts have been frozen, cryptocurrency has been banned, communities that gave eyewitness accounts of the Lekki shootings have been demolished.
The consensus here is that all citizens are entitled to live freely without fear of persecution or intimidation from states and non-state actors. As such, this group is unequivocal in asking the government to take necessary steps to curb the menace of police brutality in Nigeria. From Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Plus TV Africa.
A Lagos practitioner, Ebunolu Adeborua, has raised the alarm concerning the worsening health of an American national in police custody, Carrie-Ann Rogue. According to him, expectations were high that the citizen of the United States would be released from custody on Friday, March 19, 2021, having fulfilled all her bail conditions and the acceptance of her surety. Adeborua, in a statement, said that he was scared that something devastating may happen to Carrie-Ann if she's not released forthwith. He recalled that Carrie-Ann was arrested by the Lagos State Police Command in respect to the death of her friend that she met online and whom she left in good health at the time of her departure to the airport. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has expressed concern over the activities of supposed whistleblowers who mislead the agency through false information. The executive chairman of the commission, Abdul-Rashid Bawa, said despite due diligence by the EFCC, scarce investigative resources have been wasted by the agency in following up false leads that frequently come to a dead end. He said the activities of false whistleblowers detract from the noble intention of the policy of the federal government, which seeks to incentivize information leading to the recovery of stolen wealth, noting that the whistleblower policy was not designed as a tool for unscrupulous citizens to send law enforcement agencies on wild goose chase or set them against their perceived enemies. He vowed that the EFCC will not hesitate to prosecute any whistleblower, who willfully provides the agency with false information. He, however, reiterated the Commission's preparedness to work with genuine whistleblowers and acknowledged the breakthroughs which the EFCC recorded in its assets recovery drive using information supplied by whistleblowers. And again, there were no fatalities recorded from COVID-19 in Nigeria on Friday, just as it was a day earlier, with the total death tally in the country still 2,027. This is according to an update published by the Nigeria Center for Disease Control on Friday night. Friday is the third day this week that nobody died from the virus within a 24-hour cycle. Also, there has been a steady run of low infection figures in the country. And now to stories in other parts of Africa. United Nations officials have warned that Mozambicans uprooted by a jihadist insurgency have the potential to become radicalized themselves if they lack basic essentials and the causes of the conflict are not addressed. Islamic State militants have in the past year escalated attacks in Mozambique's northernmost province of Cabo Delgado, murdering villagers, fighting the army, and seizing towns. Beheadings have been a hallmark of attacks. The number of people fleeing their homes swelled from 70,000 to about 700,000 over the last year.
This is a true humanitarian tragedy, a disaster that brings all sorts of protection needs for these women, for the men, and for the children. They have fled a conflict of the worst imaginable kind, and they've come on dangerous journeys, some in boats, some by land, to find some kind of safety. I've been speaking to the women here who've agreed to speak to me, and they are caring for other people's children. I spoke to a grandmother whose daughter was killed during the conflict, and the father of the child was beheaded, and the grandmother is now caring for that child. Another woman I met is caring for a stranger's child who's now orphaned. So this is common in this community now, where the women are caring for each other's children, where the parents have been lost.
We as UNHCR are working with the government, with the other international organizations to provide support, to provide help, but resources are needed. A lot of resources are needed. We do not expect, looking at the situation, we do not expect the amount of people, the number of people being displaced to the flow to stop, unfortunately, for the time being, and therefore more assistance is needed.
And now to stories in other, or rather outside Africa now. The United States would like to elevate and strengthen security ties with India, especially in information sharing and logistics. This was the submission of U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin when he addressed his Indian counterpart. Austin is making the first visit by a top member of U.S. President Joe Biden's administration to India as part of efforts to forge an alliance of countries seeking to push back against China's assertiveness in the region. The leaders of the United States, India, Australia, and Japan, countries together known as the Quad, held a first summit last week, pledging to work together.
We discussed opportunities to elevate the U.S.-India major defense partnership, which is a priority of the Biden-Harris administration. And we'll do that through regional security cooperation and military-to-military interactions and defense trade.
Illegal, underreported, or unregulated.
And at the top of my agenda, I wanted to convey the Biden-Harris administration's message of our strong commitment to our allies and partners. India, in particular, is an increasingly important partner among today's rapidly shifting international dynamics. And I reaffirmed our commitment to a comprehensive and forward-looking defense partnership with India as a central pillar of our approach to the region.
Our discussions today focused on our wide-ranging defense cooperation and expanding military-to-military engagement across services, information sharing, cooperation in emerging sectors of defense, and mutual logistics support. We reviewed the wide gamut of bilateral and multilateral exercises and agreed to pursue enhanced cooperation with the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, Central Command, and Africa Command.
despite the challenges from COVID-19. I'm pleased to report that Minister Singh and I have...
Also, Turkey has pulled out of the world's first binding treaty to prevent and combat violence against women by presidential decree in the latest victory for conservatives in President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's ruling party. The 2011 Istanbul Convention, signed by 45 countries and the European Union, requires governments to adopt legislation prosecuting domestic violence and similar abuse, as well as marital rape, female genital mutilation also. Conservatives had claimed the charter damages family unity, encourages divorce, and that it references to equality were being used by the LGBT community to gain broader acceptance in society. The publication of the decree in the official Gazette early Saturday sparked anger amongst rights groups and, of course, a cause for protest in Istanbul. In business now, Fitch Ratings has affirmed Nigeria's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating, IDR, at a B, with a stable outlook. Nigeria's B rating is supported by the large size of the economy, a low general government debt to GDP ratio, small foreign currency, and of course indebtedness to the sovereign, indebtedness of the sovereign, and of course a comparatively developed financial system with a deep domestic debt market. The rating is constrained by particularly weak fiscal revenue, comparatively low governance and developmental indicators, high dependence on hydrocarbons, and continued weak growth and high inflation. Nigeria continues to contend with external liquidity pressures that were magnified by the 2020 pandemic-related shock, and resilience to adverse external developments is also weak. Despite gradual and moderate exchange rates depreciation over the last year, the Naira remains overvalued. For some entertainment now, American rapper Quavo has replied his former girlfriend Saweetie on Twitter following her tweets about their breakup. In a series of tweets shared via his Twitter page, the rapper and member of the group Migos called out his former girlfriend. He tweeted, in quote, I had love for you and disappointed you did all that. You are not the woman I thought you were. I wish you nothing but the best, end of quote. And an Nollywood filmmaker, Emmanuel Manulu, has served the National Film and Video Censors Board, NFVCB, a pre-action notice following the board's refusal to censor his films. According to legal documents acquired, Manulu claims the board denied his two films, Devious Fate and Don't Leave Me, a preview, and censorship because he did not belong to an association. The document revealed that the filmmaker is demanding justification for the board's demand for an additional 5,000 naira for censorship fee, as opposed to the statutory 25,200 naira charge. In sports, organizers say no international fans will be permitted at the delayed 2020 Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics this summer because of concerns over the coronavirus pandemic. Japanese authorities told the Olympic and Paralympic Committee it was highly unlikely that entry to the country could be guaranteed. Organizers said the move would help ensure a safe and secure games for all participants and the Japanese public. The games are due to begin on the 23rd of July. And that's the news. For more, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa. Thank you for watching.
It is a great source of pride to Nigeria whenever a Nigerian in a foreign country rises to the top of their field and is recognized for good. Here are a few of such Nigerians. Oye Obolewa is the first Nigerian-born Democrat that has been elected as a shadow United States representative out of the District of Columbia. Based on the result, Oye had 82.65% of the votes, which represents 135,234 votes against Joyce Robinson Paul. Oye was congratulated by many, including the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. His father is from Kwara State and mother is from Oyo. He holds a PhD in pharmacy from the Northeastern University, Boston. He will be representing the District of Columbia under the Democratic Party. Esther Agbaje. Born to immigrant parents, Esther has been elected into the Minnesota House of Representatives in the recently completed United States general election. In the election, Agbaje won by a total of 17,396 votes, which represents 74.7% of the total ballots cast. She will represent District 59B in the 134-member House on the platform of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, an affiliate of the Democratic Party. She has a degree in political science from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Oyema Ogbuagwu. Oyema is a Nigerian-born researcher and medical doctor who is one of the brains behind the research at Pfizer for the potential world's first effective coronavirus vaccine. The vaccine has been tested on over 43,000 people in 6 countries and no safety concerns have been raised. Oyema is the son of a former vice chancellor of Abia State University and a professor of sociology. He was born in New Haven in Connecticut but went to the University of Calabar in Cross River State to complete his university education in medicine. He then returned to the Yale School of Medicine to work as the director of the institution's HIV clinical trials program. After becoming a fellow of infectious diseases, he rose to the height of an associate professor of medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine, New Haven. He has worked there for 5 years, focusing on finding a cure for HIV/AIDS. Robert Shola Okoje, the Nigerian doctor who is a native of Uromi, Eson Northeast local government area of Edo State, has been inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Dr. Okoje is recognized globally as the leading expert on silicon carbide-based microelectromechanical systems, MEMS, for use in extreme environments. He has worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, for 20 years and has 21 patents. Isaac Okoro. In the world of sports, Nigerians are also taking center stage. Isaac was the first of the 8 Nigerian players drafted into the National Basketball Association, NBA, in its 2020 draft. He was the 5th overall pick and was chosen by Cleveland Cavaliers in 2020. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia, to Nigerian parents and was a small forward, part of the USA's winning team at the 2018 Under-17 Basketball World Cup in Argentina. His parents originate and immigrated from Nigeria. Isaac played basketball for his high school in Georgia for 4 years, helping his team win the state championship and achieved national success in his senior season. He was considered a 5-star recruit by Rivals and a 4-star recruit by 24/7 Sports and ESPN, respectively. To these Nigerians and other Nigerians breaking the proverbial glass ceiling, we say, keep it up. The motherland is proud of you.
Traffic signs are important indicators that direct and inform commuters and motorists of dangers ahead. The National Bureau of Statistics has shown that there are about 11.8 million licensed cars on Nigeria's roads as at fourth quarter of 2018, compared to 11.6 million in the preceding year 2017. With an estimated population of 198 million, Nigeria's vehicle per population ratio is 0.06. Road traffic signs serve several purposes. Some are placed on the roads to point out directions to motorists. Some are placed to ensure the safety of motorists and pedestrians. How much of these signs are known to Nigerians?
That shows that the road is free for somebody to walk. That the traffic light is indicating red and it's time for you to walk across the traffic, issued in case need be.
Majorly, it's meant for why children are meant to cross the road. So there's need for every vehicle that was passing by at that particular moment to stop by for them.
Facing me is don't turn left. Because if it was like this, I would say don't turn right. So it's if you see the sign showing like this, it's don't turn left.
It's a sign putting it on restricted areas where it is not necessary for such a vehicle to enter, especially a vehicle that has lower height. It's not to enter in such a place.
Road signs are typically represented as symbols or annotations. Every motorist and in some cases pedestrians are expected to have an understanding of what these signs represent. It is crucial for authorities in charge to produce road signs with symbols together with their meanings spelled out.
We need signs. Every country, every city needs traffic signs, otherwise there will be chaos on the roads. Drivers would not be informed. Nobody would know who has a right or who does not have a right. What can you do? What can you not do? Are you going to warn me about an impediment in front of me or not? So signs are critical. It's not about anyone taking advantage. It's about us utilizing it for our own safety benefit. In a city like Lagos or any large city, there are more pedestrians on the road, more than vehicles. And pedestrians are more vulnerable than vehicular movement because a vehicle is a matter that is enclosed, and so the occupant of a vehicle feels safer. Whereas a pedestrian is vulnerable because it's only their body structure, so on impact of anything, there will be serious injury. Any new road being constructed in Lagos must have a requisite walkway. Zebra crossing, typically in Nigeria, some drivers, when you tell them like, oh, why have you not allowed the pedestrian to cross at the zebra crossing? And the driver will turn back and say, well, I can't see no zebra. You must, as a motorist, you must stop and give priority to the pedestrian to cross. That's the purpose of zebra crossings.
Inappropriate parking on the road is another disturbing habit. Where can drivers park on the road in case of necessity?
Typically speaking, when you go and apply for a driver's license, you are foremost trained to set parking at this spot. If you're able to answer all those questions in the affirmative, then you're good to go. And it's not just that. You have to also ask, can where I have chosen to park, can it be perceived by enforcement agency to be obstructive or just not an appropriate place to park? I.e., it is not appropriate to park on an express road that even has 3 lanes, even for 1 second. Because why? From a safety point of view, for obstruction to other traffic flow to occur. So your 1 minute to you may be small, but for the country, for the state, for agency like ours, 1 minute at an inappropriate place is obstructive. And then that vehicle, if we have a tow vehicle, we will tow it.
What are the transportation agencies in Nigeria doing to educate citizens and motorists?
With a program like yours, it's all part of the education links that we have, that we use. Federal Road Safety Corps, LAMATA, LASMA, Any agency that has anything to do with safety on the roads, with transportation, would always look for an avenue to educate the citizenry. There's a purpose for the road. Your purpose is to move from point A to B, not to abuse other road users. Don't take advantage of vulnerable road users like children and the elderly and pedestrians. Don't say because you're inside your car that you just have rights to do whatever you want.
Obey the road signs and remember not to drive under any influence.
Hello and welcome to Tea Time Roundup on Plus TV Africa, where the big stories live. Here I break down for you the fun-packed entertainment and celebrity gist that made it to Tea Time this week. So if this is your first time, don't worry, I've got you covered. It's going to be a lot of fun. Stay tuned and stick around. My name is Ife Omai. So we had Brian in the building. Brian is a talented upcoming artist, a Babcock alumni as well. He has a banger that is going around on TV and on radio, and that is his single Longe, and he has a music video that comes with it just to, you know, put the whole package together. Please look out for that because it was an amazing conversation that my co-anchors and I had with him. We also had Majek Fajek's manager in the building, Uzo, and it wasn't planned, but Uzo basically gave us some exclusive tea on the life of Majek Fajek and their journey together in the music industry. So trust me when I say you want to look out for that. We also had DT in the building with his sensual voice. I mean, this man's voice takes me to another mood. And he has a new banger called Closer, and he obviously premiered that on Plus TV Africa's Tea Time. So don't go anywhere because you want to see that.
Longe.
Longe.
Yeah, longe.
Okay, that's what I said.
Yeah, lounge.
It could be lounge as well, or lounge.
VIP status, you know, come out there, lost lounge and all those things. You never lie to you. Just be on some longer level.
Longer level. I've seen that video. Very interesting. Very like some hot stuff. But I want to know about your journey, who you are. Obviously, you're still like making a name in your space and stuff. So tell us about you.
Who's Brian? Brian is like an artist. I started making music officially 2018, 2019. I put this, actually, Longe is actually my first official single.
Okay.
Yeah, I was making music, but you know, I was experimenting with a lot of things, a lot of genres. Longe, I recorded Longe in 2019, but we just put it out.
Yeah,
now.
Very recently.
Yeah.
All right, so I went to your comment section, you know, when you're promoting Longe. And, I saw a lot of people say, man, the banger has finally arrived. Your mainstream music has finally arrived. I started working out for you, knowing that the video dropped just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
You know, what's the acceptance? What's it been like for you?
Wonderful, man. It's been wonderful. I see random people reaching out to me concerning the song, you know. I was super surprised. I went to Redraw Money some days ago, or like a week ago. I think 2 days after the song dropped, and somebody came to me. I was like, "We're so happy that you know you're putting out music officially." Oh, wow. Yeah, I was super stoked. I was super surprised. Oh. Like, please keep on dropping music. Don't take breaks.
And that video, you know, sorry, go on.
No, I kind of noticed that your fans are quite intentional. Like, there's a lot of people that you see their comment sections on YouTube or even Instagram, and it's just like ha ha ha, emojis. Yeah. Yours seem to be really personal. Like they followed your journey. I remember seeing comments like, "Oh, you've gotten really better." Like somebody was saying that your involvement has gone. So people are following you in this journey as well. Why do you think that is? Like, where do you think they're coming from? Is it school? Do you used to perform somewhere? Like, you know, where do you gather all these fans from?
I think it's my social media. I think it's the way I go about my social media. So like, I would post like things or like snippets of videos or songs I'm working on, and then get the people I'm following to engage.
Right.
Yeah. So all my followers feel like my friends.
Oh.
You know,
I like the fact you brought up social media, because that's like a powerful tool in promoting whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
And your social media is a very interesting one. You have over 5,000, you're not even up to 6,000 followers, which is not a problem. It's not about the numbers, it's about the content you put in. And you're verified. Do you understand? And a lot of people will see that and be like, but I know the verification is based on content. So I like the fact that you're very intentional about what you put out. What do you think is different about what you're doing? And how would you advise, other artists to really use their social media as a tool, for success?
He doesn't want to share his cheat code. He just wants to be doing
I don't think it's necessarily a cheat code. I think people need to start looking at, like, when you're doing music or when you're entering entertainment, I think people need to start looking at it like, okay, you make good music, but what do you do outside that music?
Exactly.
Like, what are you bringing on the table outside that music? Because if you think about it, there's so many talented people. Like, if you look at, like, artists like Black Bones, like, he has this thing going on outside his music.
Absolutely.
So there's a reason
There's a whole
people,
personality.
there's a reason people want to follow you outside that. Because if you're just giving them music, then.
So what do you have going on? Spill it.
I feel like my music is based on my sensuality.
Your sexuality.
Sensuality.
Just messing with you, bro. Go on.
My sensuality, I'm a very laid back guy, as you can tell from the vibes. I'm a very, very laid back guy.
You know the vibes.
I'm a very laid back guy, and I love to dress up, fashion-wise and whatnot. So.
Okay, so tell me about, like, your family. Do they support your music? Is it a music home? Because I know 2018 is still pretty recent now. You're not like 2 years old, so you've had a long life before that. Did you do school? What did you study? Where did you study? And what did your parents feel about that? Like, I want to know who you were kind of like before you became Brian Verified on Instagram.
I went to school in Babcock.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
oh my man!
You're one of them.
I knew there was a vibe, Babcock
boy.
Have you finished?
Yeah, I'm done with school.
Okay.
I'm a Babcock boy. It was a journey, like, getting my people to accept that I do music. Because even when I was in school, my best friend, nobody knew I made music.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was a personal thing for me.
Right.
Until one day I saw, like, people, like, I saw the way they were dapping up one guy that was making music, and I was like, shit, I can get this.
I said, like, you can do that.
Yeah, I should be getting this too, So that's what made me to start putting out music.
All right, so what's your longevity plan? Because consistency is key, and then we saw what happened with Burna Boy with the Grammys. Big shout out to Burna Boy.
Big shout out to Burna Boy.
Yeah, so we saw what happened. Okay, yeah, we have the audience in the house, yes. Yeah, so we're talking about Burna Boy, the Grammys, and how you're intentional about your future plans. What are those things you think you're going to be doing differently that in the next 5 years you'll be like, man, if Brian no win Grammy, no problem. The way we were going to protest this time if Burna Boy didn't win.
Okay, so we dropped Longer, After that, I plan to put out a body of work.
Okay.
Yeah,
like an EP?
Yeah, an EP. And then after that, an
when
album.
is that coming out? Not after that. Let's start on the EP.
The EP, let's see some months from now.
Do you have any people you're trying to feature? Do you know how many songs you're looking at putting?
Yeah. Okay, so I can say for a given that Black Bones is on.
Okay.
Of course.
Black Bones is on. As I actually got that. The way I got the feature was very surprising. It was actually through Oxlade.
Oh.
Yeah, it was through Oxlade. And when Oxlade helped me get the feature, I never met him in person. Yeah. He heard my music from somewhere, and then someone sent my music to Black Bones, and he was there while that happened, and he was like, nah, I know this guy, or I've heard his music, it's fire, jump on it. And that co-signed, that's how it happened.
Oh, that's awesome. I really like that. Okay, so, but are you planning on working with any women? Because I used to ask that question.
Yeah, I love, I actually love seeing.
You love women.
No.
It's okay, you can't love women.
I love women, but then, that's not what I meant.
If you have opportunity with a friend, with a close friend, cherish that person because nobody knows tomorrow. Dedicated to my Jefferson. Nobody knows tomorrow. Nobody knows tomorrow. Nobody knows tomorrow. Nobody only Jah know tomorrow. Sing with me now. Nobody knows tomorrow. Nobody knows tomorrow. Nobody knows tomorrow. Nobody knows. Only Jah knows tomorrow.
righty. At least we know today, and with yes,
At this moment.
today Uzo is with us. You know, that was a beautiful rendition, and of course, I think that's a very good word of encouragement to everybody. Nobody knows tomorrow. Live your best life, YOLO. You only live once. Yes, let me say it like the young ones will say. It's you. You sing nobody knows tomorrow. Now I'll sing YOLO. YOLO. Hey, yo. All right, so welcome to the show. Tell us about your relationship with Majek Fashek before we even get to talk about
How
your
did
life.
you guys even meet?
Funny enough, back in the days, years back, I never knew I was going to manage him someday. He was one of my biggest fans. I loved his song Righteousness. Then we were living on the same street at Maryland. I was staying at number 9. He was staying at maybe number 12 or something. I can't remember. But most time he drives out with Volvo. Anytime he drives out, we follow him. Because then me and my friend would drive. We used to drive Volvo 247. That's our plate number, 247. So, and after some time, we met in the United States. At least Majek picked me. He had interest in me. Yes, because I never had it in mind. I used to manage a lot of artists, promote a lot of artists. The day when we won Cora Award. That was 2010 with P Square and all that with my artist, King Wadada then, you know. So I've been managing a lot of artists, doing my music, singing and doing all that. So it just happened that when he was having ups and downs, first of all, we were together in 2012. He was having ups and downs. I took him to Ghana because I noticed that he has to be out of space. Because, you know, he's a superstar. If a dog bites a man, it's not a news. But when a man bites a dog, it's international news. So to avoid a lot of it, I took him to Ghana. So spent some time, was able to recover, then came back to Nigeria. But I had my future and I had my ambition. I left back to the United States. So someday when I got back, one of my friends saw him and said, Uzo is in town. He now gave the person my number, his number that I should call. When I spoke to him, he came to my house straight. But when he came, I didn't really like what I saw. And it was my birthday. Majek refused. He said he has to come upstairs to sing for me. You know, my house is full of equipment. And Majek saw it that, because you have to know music to manage Majek. Because before he comes on stage, I have to tune all the equipment. I'll make sure everything is in place, even in studio and everything. So we're living together, and he told me, Uzo, don't you want to make money? You are capable. You are David. You are a young boy, and I know you can do. I've studied you. Because Majek himself knows music very well. He knows what it takes. No music promotion. He said, if I can. He didn't say it at first, but he pushed it in. He said, Uzo, take charge. That's how we started. And
Sorry, before you even come in, you mentioned some of the, you know, when he had ups and downs and some of the challenges it was facing at the time before you started managing, and you did not like what you saw. So what were some of those things that, you know, the media would not tell us about that Majek Fashek was going through before he passed away?
you see, the truth is that on Told Story, a lot of things people don't understand about Majek. I have the privilege that he lived with me. It's different from living with somebody, it's different from managing somebody. But a lot of news out there is not the news.
What have you heard that is not true?
You see, the fact and the truth is that the drug thing, since Majek has been with me, there was no day about drug. There was no one single day. Maybe he had spiritual problem back in the days. But my own time, we always have morning devotion. It's everywhere online. You can check. We have morning devotion. We pray. Majek leads the prayer. I play the music. I sing the worship. He preach, and we go out for road walk. We fight too. We fight, we argue, because the problem he had was drinking. That drinking, now war. If Majek not drink, he will tell me I'm not going on stage. Then we argue, but he says, also, you know, you have the best for me, you know. And anybody can have problems, you know. So let's leave Majek now. Because the more I start talking about him, the more I feel that that's why I did that.
So let her lead the way with your life now.
Because, I mean, that's why I even asked how you guys met. And it's interesting that you have managed a lot of people, but you yourself love music as well. I mean,
I'm a professional musician.
Exactly. So, how's that been for you? And I want to now go back to even before Majek. Like, when did you know in your life that this is what I want to do? I want to make music professionally.
Right from secondary school, I did fail well.
You can't shame the shameless.
Money. My papa go, anything I ask my dad, may he so rest in peace, he will surely, even funny enough in my school, I told my dad I need my own table and my own chair. The guy, he make sure I have it. In that school that they provided, they gave me mine to show the love of it. But anytime results come out, it's always my comment is, Uzo is too playful. Uzo, math, everything fail. But I loved music. My school, I used to represent them for lead, all those things, go there. His music part, I sing, I rap and all that, play music. I know I'm a musician, but there was nobody to manage me. Do you understand? And I know the pain, I know what it is to manage a musician, because managing an artist, you have to be in that artist's life. Because every artist has ups and downs. Like most of the things that happen with him, to Majek, I feel the heat. There are times maybe something go wrong, I will receive a call. Hey, Uzo, can't you control him? They don't. They don't talk to him, but it's me. But I can't say what is behind, but I keep it. That's how management.
So who managed you when you were starting off?
Yeah, I have people that are trained working around me, but I don't have real manager of my own now. Because the thing is that because I know the music I was managing before, so I'm putting it through. You understand? So that's
so are you based now in Nigeria, or are you is your music being pushed abroad in the UK? Like, because you mentioned that you were going back quite a bit. So where's your fan base? Where are you grounded right now?
Yeah, you know, a single man can travel anywhere at any time. So right now, I'm in Nigeria to see me. Tomorrow, I might be in England. Next month, I might be in America. I have a place in America.
Are you shooting your shot with the ladies to let them know you're single?
Exactly.
So, you know?
Yeah, tell them they know the year word. I'm a handsome boy. You look at my
Tell us about this beard. Tell us about this beard.
Look at my beard.
What is that your trademark? Is that something?
Actually, this beard came because I had my girl in the U.S., Maya, we were dating. She wanted me on BS. You know, American girls, they don't think about your pocket and all that. This is what she wants. She wants to see me on BS. Do you understand? So because of that, I started growing.
But do you have any American girl that does not like beards?
For you? Yeah, then plenty. You'll be fine.
Anyways, we're actually running out of time. So let's talk about your music and especially the body of work you are promoting at the moment. So the one, my favorite personally, is Celebrate. And yes, I spoke a little bit about it in your bio. So tell us about that music, what inspired it, and of course, tell your fans where they can find you.
Okay. The truth is that I did 3 singles. One is God Bless Lagos, because I was born in Lagos. This is where I grew up. This is every man, every woman that has made it in life, most of them success stories start from Lagos. The city of aquatic, you understand, everywhere in the world. When you say Lagos, they know you're a Nigerian. So that's why I dedicated that song, God Bless Lagos. Then the other one is Walk Without You. That is walking, not walking, because I and my Jack, after morning devotion, we take walk together. But now, I'm walking without my jet. This morning I did it, you know, that's walk without you.
Sound like lovers.
Yeah, me and him, we have that bond. But now Celebrate. You can see that now you have opportunity and you are alive today. You need to celebrate yourself every day. Because what
no one will blow your trumpet for you.
Yeah, what happened during last year, 2020, was it shake the whole world. People are having worries. A lot of people died. You never plan it. You never know when God is going to call you. Look at the discussion, the artists that died in Ghana, the producer or whatever. You never know what tomorrow brings. So celebrate yourself. Don't allow worries. Your landlord, the money you are owing banks, things that are happening, your boyfriend worries you. Because being worried, you can't help yourself. So the thing is, you know, you can receive a call at times. I feel bad. But I feel very happy. So the music is all over the internet. Celebrate by Uzo, or you can Google Miracle Day Music. Is on my website. Then YouTube Miracle Day Music. You can see.
Amazing.
You know, follow me, download the music, and I can't wait to.
Where can they follow you, real quick? That's your final.
What's your Instagram?
Instagram, Miracle Day Music. Just write it together. You see my Jack Fashet's picture there.
Alrighty. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us, Uzo. And yes. Thank you for being with us.
Absolutely.
And yes, Celebrate is going to be playing right after now. Stay with us.
Wonder. Thank you, Lord, for we are alive today. Celebration of life. Papa K Production. Miracle the music. Ijo. Besa. Ijo. Oya dance. Egu. Egu. Umune. Kaitegu. Enjoy yourself. Live your life today. Make you celebrate. Hey, live your life today. Make you jubilate. Enjoy yourself. Make we jubilate. Life not danger. No worry yourself. My brother, my sister. Make we jubilate.
I can fake it. I can tell you I'm in love when I am not.
Do you not enter a relationship and then intentionally break up with the person?
No,
Okay.
I let things flow the way it should flow.
Right.
So when you're supposed to beg, you don't beg. Because you want to feel the pain.
No, the amazing part is there are parts where I had to beg, and it still ended up to be the same way it happened. The occurrence was still the same thing. There's places where I did not beg, and it was still the same answer. So it's not about what you say; it's about how I think it goes with the flow.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're going with an experience, let me say, for example, you're in love with someone, and then something happens along the way. It's not intentional for it to happen; it just happens. Sometimes we grow out of love. You get the person you used to see today, and you're happy.
You know
about
what? I want to give you the opportunity to do the first verse of Closer, so we can actually feel some of the pain you felt
you
while
already
you were making
talk
it.
like you sing.
Closer is not a sad song or an
Yes,
emotional
whatever
song.
it is, we just want to feel that
Oh,
emotion.
let him sing the song he wants to sing. How about
Okay,
that?
what song do you want
What
to
song
sing?
do you want to
that
sing?
we can actually feel your emotion in that song. Just the first verse or a few lines that will actually make us feel that pain.
I think I'm still going to sing Closer because I think the song has an emotion in it as well.
All right,
No
so
matter-
let's do the first verse of Closer.
Okay. Baby, draw me closer. When you turn your waist, you got me so confused, baby. I'm confused, baby. What do you want from me? 'Cause I can see through every situation.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So the chorus is like,
let's go to
"Baby,
quick break. We'll be
baby,
right
to
back."
draw closer
through my life. As they sing and they find the baby for my mind, I don't see one picture of the girl.
That was hot.
Okay.
I have to say that was really hot because it's not just about. I mean, I was gonna say like even the way you talk here, you can kind of tell that you sing. I don't know if you know what I mean. There's some people that you hear how they talk and my song can't sing because it's really having that like huskiness.
feeling.
But you also have something like sexy about that that's also sprinkled in there. I
When it
see
went
my
up.
body.
I can't tell if it's sexy though. Don't be looking at me funny, bro.
You can sing
But
that
you
for
know,
sure.
that doesn't come naturally. That's not like something that just happens, right? I feel like that comes with experience and just honestly harnessing your craft. So why did you choose that type of style? I mean, you're already doing the eye closing thing, and it's like. Honestly, but like what drew you to that? Is that how you are as a person, or you just find that your songs sound nicer when you use that style? Like talk to me about that.
Well, on that note, I would say I grew into that particular, time frame because my music took time. Like Missy says, he's in love with Pray, a song I did a long time ago, and that song was a song I did when I was very, very sad. Like, when you struggle so much in Lagos and it just gets overwhelming, and then you call your mom and just break out in tears and be like, do you know, I'm just going to pour it out all on you. And then she prays for me and she says, don't worry, it'll all be okay. So that song is just related to that experience with my mom.
Favorite,
You get. So now, Now, right now, Afro Soul is what I do for real, because I feel my voice has an energy that can push further. Like I can go.
Show off, darling. It does. Show
Yeah,
off.
I can go further with it. So I focus more on vocals. So I make sure I write on that. You know.
And what is that scene like? Because most of the things that are, commercial and, out there are, like I like to say Pangolo music, which is not bad. I like Pangolo. I'm not bashing anyone now. Yeah, so,
You won us a Grammy.
Yes, we did.
It's not really
I know. I just
No, but
it's not Pangolo. Burna is not Pangolo. Burna Boy is classic.
Excuse me.
Hate it or love it, Burna Boy is classic.
That's not Pangolo. But anyway, I want to know from you.
No, he has a type.
Burna Boy alone. I'm giving Burna Boy a few days now. Yes,
now. We
leave
don't
him
mind.
alone.
Sorry.
Anyway.
You're a Burna man.
Anyway, from your perspective as an artist in Nigeria, this climate, how has the acceptance of your kind of genre, your style of singing, your lyrics, all of that, how has that been for you?
Well, I think, like I said, this was like a growth, the new Afro Soul music. And I must say, I'm actually very, very happy with the response I'm getting from it.
Okay.
Closer was released like 5 years ago, and it trends on Twitter a lot of times that I've seen. It's playing very well on Apple Music. In fact, Apple Music gave it a star.
Oh, wow.
And this is just 5 days to, like 5 days from the release, that on the 10th. So I think it's amazing. The response I'm getting from people, it's good for the crowd because there's more coming. And I feel like I'm sharing my thoughts to people and they can relate to it. So
all right.
I enjoy it.
So we're running out of time. So I'm just going to ask you, the final questions. And then I don't know if you can merge both of them together. So how are you going to deal with comparison? Because I remember I was playing Closer on my sound bar and it was really loud.
That wasn't like half sound, but
Sound bars are
you have
easy. You
speakers
can
or
get
something.
sound bars.
Show
at
off,
10,000. Calm down. Do you know I'm using the cheap one? They lost your mind. So like I was saying, I was playing and it was really loud. And then my neighbor was like, "Oh, what world new song is that?" Do you understand? And I was like, "Nah, this ain't world." Shege, I brag. I use it to brag. And, I've only got a number 2. So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is that are you gonna handle comparisons? With people saying, "Oh, this guy sounds like this guy. This guy sounds like this guy." And secondly, tell the fans where they can find you real quick and where they can find Closer.
On that note, I believe that I don't really do comparisons. I do what I feel is best for me. Like a while ago, Davido heard Closer, and he was like, "Man, this boy is so good. It sounds like World." And I was like, "Why is the picture of World coming on?" But it's cool. I can see the
World
resemblance.
is family to you as well, right?
Sorry?
World is family.
Yeah,
to you.
I love World. Like I love his music. I love his craft. He gives us inspiration to want to move further. So I don't compare. I just feel I do what I want to do. And if you see any comparisons, that's for you to judge. But I'm cool where I am.
Hey baby, I've been looking at you since I walked in. You've been looking like you needed somebody. I know you wanna dance with me. Oh yeah, baby, come close to me.
Hey lady, let me be the man you can talk to. Share your heart with me on this dance tune. I know you wanna dance with me. I can see it in your eyes. I beg you know that for me.
Baby, you do like say, you know one down, so I've been watching you for long, looking at your pretty face. It's no mistake that I'm crazy about you. You're busting my brain, baby, you're busting my brain. I know go lie, oh, baby, me I don't feel lie, oh. Baby, you do like say, you know one down, so I've been watching you for long, looking at your pretty face. It's no mistake that I'm crazy about you. You're busting my brain, baby, you're busting my brain. I know go lie, oh, baby, me I lie, oh.
Why be say you know they shake your pretty body? I can make you move to the groove. You can call me Michael Jackson. No, they form for me. The way you look at me turns me on, oh, turns me on, oh, oh yeah.
Baby, you they do like say, you know they feel it the boy, but let me tell you something. This better we say critical something. I thought you must feel it the anointing. Yeah, it's you I'm calling. just take my hand. Girl, I want you to dance with me. Baby, you do that, say, you know one dance, so I've been watching you for long. Looking at your pretty face, it's no mistake that I'm crazy about you. You're busting my brain, baby, you're busting my brain. Baby, I don't go lie, oh. Baby, me, I don't feel lie, oh. Baby, you do that, say, you know one dance, so I've been watching you for long. Looking at your pretty face, it's no mistake that I'm crazy about you. You're busting my brain, baby, you're busting my brain. I don't go lie, oh. Baby, me, I don't feel lie, oh. I don't go lie, oh. Baby, me, I don't feel lie, oh. Why you do like
Unfortunately, guys, that's all that we can take for today, and I hope you enjoyed this episode as much as I did. Don't forget that you can catch more of Tea Time on our YouTube channel. There's no limits to that on Plus TV Africa. You can also catch the Tea Time crew live on Monday to Friday at 10:30 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. on DSTV channel 408 across Africa. Signing out is your favorite. Yes, I know. Ifeoma, enjoy your weekend.
Welcome. Not a scientific research, but I do know that today, 1 out of every 6 marriage cracks up and dissolves within the first 2 years. Interesting, I thought, but that's just talking to 6 girlfriends who got married at the same time. By the time they found each other again, 4 of them, well, what's my statistics? However, it's dire statistics that shows that marriages just don't last that long anymore. So the conversations today are around marriage in the 21st century. I crack my fingers. As it were, I have Omoye, I have Saudat, I have Dion, I have Anne, and I have Ifeoma, all here today to give you the conversation from different perspectives. Here, we have married, we have single, we have divorced in this group. That's the color of our conversations today. We'll be right back, girls, right?
Yeah. Yep, we will be.
We'll be back. Yes, the ladies are ready to treat that issue of marriage in the 21st century. And I'm very, very quickly, while I welcome you back, I'm going to start, I'm not sure, you see these 2 ladies here? They tell me that they always end up sitting at the back because they'll be small, small girls. But it's just by default. I don't know how it's happened we're sitting like this. I suppose it's the colors, right? You like the colors, right? It's the colors. So it's happening like this. Maybe they think I like Saudat and Dion.
No, actually, there's something about these seats that just makes you feel, you know, so we defer to our seniors.
Yes. Please, I'm not your senior. Anyway, but I find it interesting. You're married. Let me see. I go around now. You've been married since 2003.
Yes.
You've been married, no, you were married from 95 to 2009.
I'm single. She did the math.
No, okay. Are you single and searching or single and not searching?
I'm single and open to possibilities. You took the word like that. Open to great possibilities.
Okay, before they misinterpret, right? She's single and, you know, living her life.
Yes, yeah, I guess. Whether it's another person's life or you're living in Sha.
Okay, and you were married to 2014. Okay, and then my sister. Why are we on this side? We're the oldest married couple. You've been married since 1983, and now I'm 88.
If I was born.
But okay, I should start with you then. You are the person who's done this for the longest. When you see marriages today.
34 years. 34 years.
Long time.
Long time.
How does one stay married for 34 years?
With great tolerance.
But truthfully, I think the key to a successful marriage, I think, is to marry a friend, your friend. A lot of the time we think it's about that love. I mean, love. All that is great for a while, but it's loving a person in spite of the things you don't like.
Oh.
Yes, because you see, you can't like everything about everybody. So you marry a person who is your friend, and then the things, and when you get to know a person, you can forgive them certain things. And also, I think that you have to decide on what it is you're willing to accept and what you're not willing to accept, and don't compromise on it. For example, for me, I just thought, anybody who beats me, I'm not going to stay. Because I just thought, no, that's not going to happen. So, and anybody who is mean, I'm not going to stay.
What do you mean by mean?
I mean somebody who's tight-fisted.
The money's going to talk.
Did you have a checklist? I didn't know I had a checklist. It just so happens that I was reflecting after marriage, and I just thought, okay, what are the things that I really value in my husband? He lets me be. If I want to be the president of Nigeria, he'll say, can you hack it? And if I say,
he's very happy to be first husband.
No, he may not be first husband, but he'll support me to get there. He may say, I'm just not going to be available all the time. But if that's what you want, then go for it.
So marriage is compromise, but don't compromise on the most important things. What happened with you? She says one thing she's sure of is that I would never have stayed with somebody that hates me. I know you stayed with somebody that hates you for years.
I didn't think about it because I'm a daddy's girl.
Yeah.
So my dad never beat me. I never let anyone beat me. So it didn't occur to me that my spouse would. I just never thought about it. And I didn't see him hit anyone when we were courting. Some people say,
he didn't
you must
even
have
raise
seen
his
something.
voice with you.
Not even a man.
How many years did you cut?
7 years. And I used to make shakara. If we had an argument, I would just go away. Then he would have to beg me. So my courtship was quite a baby thing. So I didn't think, it didn't occur to me. So the day of the first slap, I think I was in shock more than anything else.
First slap?
Yes, that, and I didn't wake up for 14 years.
Oh. Wow.
From that.
So you had 14 years of slapping?
Yes, it was, and I was already a Christian. So I did my duty, quote unquote.
Yes.
But we'll talk about that later. It was, God hates divorce. That was what I knew then. And I did my duty for 14 years.
Well, you're a Christian, you're a Muslim. And the belief is that in Islam, it's accepted to have as many as 4 wives. But your husband is married to just you, and you have 2 daughters.
Well, everybody says that it's accepted to marry. There are conditions in the Quran that tells you when to marry and if you can marry. You have to be able to treat them well. And it even goes to tell you that you will not even be able to treat them equally.
Oh, really?
So it's better for you to marry one.
No, why did they quote Muhammad?
It's there, is in the quote. But it says that because you will not be able to treat them equally, it is better for you to marry one. But you see, we're not the only Muslims in the world. But Nigerians are the only Muslims that will quote that part and say, I want to marry 4 wives. Culturally, in Nigeria, a lot of people marry more than 4 wives, and they are not Muslims. But it is only the Muslims that have excuses, that have the Quran as, hey, this is why I'm marrying it. But so many Christians or non-Muslims have more than 1 wife. What part of whichever holy book are they quoting?
So for you, her marriage has done...
we are 14. We're 14 in October.
Okay,
yeah.
we are 14. Yes.
Yeah, we're 14 in October. For me, when I didn't have a checklist.
October 2017, yes.
Yes, October 2017. I didn't have a checklist. I just wanted to be happy. What was on my list was, I can remember I used to tell my husband, he asked me this
Before
question.
he became your husband or after?
After he became my husband, he asked me all the time. He'd go like, why did you marry me? Guys just want to have all those... He's tall, that can handsome, I know. Yes, he's tall, that can handsome. They always want to hear that. And I go like, look, it wasn't for love. Love wasn't the first thing. Because love for me is too frivolous for me to stay on.
Okay, it's at this point I must define love. I don't know whether love is lost. That's one that is giri on the body.
I had it in a different way. I wanted something more tangible because I know that love...
What was that tangible thing?
For me, there were so many things. Religion was very important. His blood group was very important. I'm AS. I wanted to date someone. Then I wanted someone that, you see, for me, because I have ideas. I'm not fully organized like that. I wanted someone to just accept me, and he did. So when we dated for more
Even
than
when you were
a year...
dating, you can change. Look at her. He didn't slap her.
Well, I guess maybe grace.
So there's luck inside too.
I don't want to call it luck. I call it grace because God has been so good to me. Because my husband just understands how this thing is packaged.
Okay, this one is the youngest. She has not seen much. You've only seen 3 years.
And a half, yes. The half should count for something. The half should count for something. Well, when people talk about marry your friend, for me, it sounds a bit cliche or vague, maybe because I've only been married for a short period of time. Because I feel like I'm more of my husband's friend now than I was when I got married to him.
That's the point. You get
Yes, I actually said to him that the challenges that we've had that I thought would break us, or I thought would, I think it actually made us more open. I used to think that we were talking, but I realize now that we're not talking about the things that we should have been talking about.
Example.
If that makes any sense. Okay.
I want a boy and a girl. Or I want 4 kids.
I had that from my husband. When I heard his name is Chukuma. So I thought he was Igbo. And then I realized that he was...
Hear me.
I realized that he was Kwale. But then I used to say, Igbo people, I don't know if I will have boy. So let's talk now. If boy is a priority, let me know. Now, I could not understand what I was talking about. Like, whoever talked to me, I'm like, my parents split when I was 2. So I don't want...
Oh, your parents divorced?
Yes. So my parents split when I was 2. So I entered marriage. In fact, marriage used to scare me. The honest truth is that marriage used to really scare me, not because of the person, but because of the concept of marriage.
Because you realize that if you went you didn't want to go in and go out.
I just didn't want to go in and go out. I didn't want to be stuck there.
Kwamboye is still, is that why you're still searching?
I think, so I was engaged. I've never said this publicly. I was engaged and I broke up at 26.
Lounge.
Yes. So when I was 26, after the introduction,
they actually came to ask for your hand in marriage.
They did, and we had the mini introduction in my parents' house in Port Harcourt, and we had the family introduction in Benin.
That's bigger, man.
Yes, and I couldn't do it.
Why?
I just couldn't. I couldn't explain it.
How many changed your mind?
I just
What
couldn't.
did you see?
So initially it was because I wanted to do other things. No, it wasn't because of that. I wanted, in the period when I went to discover myself, that period when I went to discover myself.
What do you mean discover?
I wanted to do things that were... It seemed like I had gone to school, I had graduated, and now I was going to get married. And my father would always say, I don't care what you do. All I know is that you're going to go to your husband's house and it's his business. So I wanted a period where I wasn't under anybody's authority.
Oh, right. I totally get that because I could have got married earlier, but I just thought I'm not going from my father's house without working to marry anybody.
That's it.
But I'm going to work for a while, determine for myself how I wanted to be and whether this was really what I wanted to get into. So I get
but
that.
The thing though is when he asked me to marry him, I cried. I cried. I could see it coming. I was agitated. I didn't know what it was, but then I realized you knew this was coming. And I didn't have the heart to say no.
So you're being nice by saying yes.
I just said, okay, let's just say yes, and then if things change, it's going to be like,
Okay.
So when time came, it was getting closer to it. I just realized I couldn't do it. And then we had that family meeting. It was the most heartbreaking thing I've ever experienced. But every time I said, okay, this is hurting too many people, let me say yes, I couldn't. I would have a pang, almost like a...
So I appreciate that. Point is doing what you have to do when you have to do it, but I must take a break so that when we come back, I'm not sure now if it's the best time to take a break. Somebody wants to add something to it, right?
Yes. I was just going to say to her that it's better to have a broken engagement.
Yes, that's
marriage. Even if it's the day of church. I know there was a couple that the girl decided she did, the morning of the wedding, she couldn't do it, and she disappeared. Yeah, but they got married 2 years after she'd gotten to know her partner a bit better. Yes, but she just couldn't do it on that day, so she just took off.
After the break, I'll talk about my thoughts on marriage.
Your thoughts. I think that's where we should. Let me take a break. I'll take a break, and then I'll return to what our thoughts are. These are our own experiences with marriage.
Yes.
What are our thoughts on marriage and married today? We'll be right back. Yes, welcome back. But I think it's time for me to take a glass of water. And these ladies are tasking me. We're going to try and make this in 30 minutes, but the truth is, I want different perspectives. I'll start with you, Saudat. What is your perspective on marriage? What are your thoughts? Quickly, in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Or one.
For me, I think friendship. Friendship, like Ifeoma said, is something that holds my marriage. Because I think it comes a time when the butterflies line up and you start saying things, maybe this one is pressing toothpaste here, and he's
leaving the toilet seat up.
For me, in my marriage, I can remember when we got married earlier on, I lived in Surulere, where there were hardly any thieves. You could walk from the gate into my bedroom and nobody would stop you. And my husband was coming from an area where they had a lot of thieves in the area, and he didn't
What's that area?
He didn't want the cousin.
Is he Moshi?
No, he's not.
Is he Oshodi?
Okay, he grew up in Ketu, all right? So he would come home and the curtains were drawn. And I felt claustrophobic. So we used to go on and on about it. No, I do not want these curtains drawn. I'm like, I want the curtains drawn. You know, can you imagine the tiniest thing? So one day I just called him. I said, you know what? When you come back home and the curtains are opened and you want them drawn, draw it. I don't want to fight about the curtains. Life is just too sweet to fight about curtains. But later on, I just realized that his background because we never lived together, we never did all that. So all that came out when we got married and we're living together.
So there must be some level of patience in that case,
Patience
where, for
is
example,
everything.
you allow certain things to happen. Were you impatient, Dion?
No. Mutual respect is very important to me.
Okay.
But I was very young, so I didn't know how to fight for it. And especially once abuse starts, you watch yourself as if you were a third person most of the time. And you're saying to yourself, fight back. But you're not able to, you know. So you just stand there. So there's an alter you that lives through that. And you're saying to yourself, do something about it, do something, but you can't. You're almost powerless. Now, if we had learned to just enjoy our differences, we would have done better. Because you had statements like, you think you're better than me. And I used to say, no, we're just different. But towards the end of the marriage, when I knew it was really over, was, you know, after we went working together, we worked together and everything, and we stopped working together. He actually fired me. So I was working, I was working elsewhere. And one day he said to me, you're not going to go to work. And I said, why? He said, because I didn't marry you for a career, I married you to serve me. I did that because I'm actually a workaholic. I'm restless.
Wait, could that have been a way of saying that he didn't want you anymore?
But yes,
because he knew the kind of person that you
exactly. So I just felt he doesn't really need me in his life any longer because I can't be caged.
So how does that encapsulate for you? So marriage for you is what?
Mutual respect for each other.
Okay.
Yes.
I think start as you mean to go on. That's one thing that was very important to me. I can't pretend to like being in the kitchen from morning till night if I don't. You know, I can't pretend to like making beds if I don't. So if I don't, I don't. I will do the things I don't like, but it is clear that I don't like them.
How about doing
and
this?
that I'm doing them because they are something that I feel maybe that I should do, or I'm happy to do because of the person I'm doing them for.
Yes. Exactly.
But so my attitude is, so let me be, this is who I am. Is, for example, I can't say I'm not going to work when I know I like going to work. So if you're a man who doesn't want his wife to work, it won't be me you're marrying. Because I'm not going to not work because you say so.
That's hoping that you've made it clear to him that you're that kind of person.
But you see, but it comes out. If you listen to people, you know. I remember working in an office where, what was it that happened? And then the men made a comment and I just thought, oh, that's the kind of man you are. I wouldn't marry you.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So we make comments that come from within us, and they may be so innocuous, but anybody who is listening knows,
So what are you most afraid of? Let me ask this one is just, because when you hear things like this, for example, mutual respect, you know, letting people be who they
really
are, and then not hiding anything.
My husband would say that one of my favorite words before we got married was, I don't want to be stifled. I don't want to feel stuck or stranded. And he always said, why do you always have those words? And I say, because I don't want to ever feel like, oh, you're coming home and there's something, it's like I need to rush and do. I don't want to ever feel like I'm looking out of my window and I'm thinking, oh my God, that person is lucky because their husband lets them be them. Yes. I don't want to look out of my window or look back in life and think that, oh my God, maybe if I had put pressure on this, I would have been able to achieve this. I don't want to be seeing other people living my dreams.
So for you, marriages?
So letting me be my person, respect is very important because respect is the reason why you wouldn't do a lot of things.
What scares you most? Because what made you not go on with it? And do you regret now, like, oh, for say I know, for doing that time?
I think it's one of the best decisions I ever made, not getting married earlier. And I always say you have no business getting married before you're 30. because then you have, this is me, just my opinion, you have a better sense of who you are and what you want to do with your life. I now understand who I am, and I have learned these things in those years. So my biggest fear is not getting it right. That's my biggest fear. My parents have been married for over 42 years, and they haven't had the most perfect of marriages I have seen firsthand. But what has kept my parents right now are like gum buddies. They literally cannot do without each other, especially my dad. And what I realized is they were able, is forgiveness. That lesson for me, their entire marriage and that life has taught me that you should be, you will enjoy it later. It might be difficult, and I'm not saying that, you know, if they start to hit you, I believe that if you beat me, I'll beat you back.
I was going to ask
yes.
Did you ever react to even now, I'm not, if I can't stand on the streets and go, you're stupid, you're foolish. I don't know how to.
So if someone hits you, it's not a natural thing for you to...
No.
Okay, you know what? I know that at some point in time, we're all going to have challenges in marriage, right? Whatever relationship, forget whether it's marriage or not. But I wonder, though, how did people deal with it in the past? That now they're not dealing with it right, and there are more divorces. And I think I'm going to start with the oldest.
I think that they tolerated the kind of things that we wouldn't take now. And they felt that it was the thing. And then even if you said, I can't cope with it anymore, your family would rally around. You want to shame your father. You want to shame the family. You have to stay. People don't leave. For the children. And one of the things I said, it's so funny because I don't know why it crossed my mind. I said to myself, even if I was married, that I wouldn't stay for my children. That if my marriage was unhappy, I wasn't going to stay. Because you see, you get old. You have one life. And the other thing I said to myself was that resentment, don't allow resentment to grow. So if you can't talk about it and nothing can be done about it, maybe you shouldn't be together. I think it's just that people recognize now that you owe it to yourself to live the fullest life you can live. And that your husband is your partner or your wife is your partner in that journey, just like you're his partner.
Staying for children is wrong.
Yes.
Okay, what they hear is people stayed for children in the past.
Yes.
They have been one of the reasons. But also, maybe people stayed for economic reasons.
Yes.
Well, maybe
that's true.
You know, maybe that's
Women these days, in Lagos, if you see, like, okay, let me give an instance of my church. If you see the young women, they seem to be doing very well. And it seems like there are not as many guys to the women that are doing as well. So if I'm going to work the same way you're going to work, and I'm achieving, I have the money, it's easier now to say, you know what, if it's not working, I can go and rent a house.
No, but is that making young girls more disrespectful, though? I just wonder, because
a lot of women, a lot of us witnessed what our mothers went through.
And you swore never
how their life stopped because of the sacrifices they made for their husbands. A number of the men went on to cheat.
I can see men cringing.
A number of the men went on to cheat after the woman stopped her life because of him.
Again.
And when everything was okay, he had a new wife somewhere. So they look at that and they go like, I remember when I married my husband, one of the conversations we had, I was like, look, this marriage, I am going to be happy. I said it deliberately. Yes. I am going to be happy. And my husband knows, said, I don't like trouble. I'm going. You see, my happiness is selfishness. I have to be happy. So I don't make a fuss about anything, and he knows.
So what will make you happy?
Just leave me alone to my thing. And he understands it. He understands my psyche. So he accepts me.
He understands your madness.
He understands me, and we're friends, we laugh, we joke and stuff like that. So he's unassuming. So he allows me to blossom and do whatever I want to do without saying, oh, Sada, you can't do that. Oh, Sada, your business is doing this. No, he's going to support me 110. Yeah. And I support him 110. So
that's fairy tale.
It is fairy tale, and I love it because God has been so good. It is fairy tale, but we have our issues. But the thing is, you have to trash it out. Things got easier when we had kids. Why? Because I now saw that some things were not deliberate. Because some attitude, I saw it in the kids. So this is how you are.
It's in the blood.
So I now accept it. I go like, can you see yourself?
So
for me, that is good.
If the past was you stayed because of one reason or the other, why didn't you stay? Didn't you have people tell you, hey, in fact, I was one of that, so I go back until one day I say, listen, if it's not, maybe you guys are not really married after all, because marriage is between man, woman.
On the contrary,
not even God.
I didn't leave.
Oh, okay.
I was thrown out. Everybody always assumes that when you talk about an abusive marriage, that you left. I didn't have the courage to leave. Exactly. But I prayed that he would drive me every day because I was drinking heavily and I was I was living on Lexotan just to get 4 hours sleep. So I wanted him to drive me. So I became bland. I had no expression. My eyes were dead. I was a robot. I was just sit down, stand up, go right, go left. So that's not exciting to any man. So when he just got fed up, he said, get out of my house. And I didn't want to go back.
Call you some nasty names.
Yes.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power, and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad, who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
One woman tried to abolish this practice in Zimbabwe. It's widely practiced in Kenya. It can't be refunded in Uganda, but a modest amount of money and a kola nut is acceptable in Senegal. We're talking about the customary practice of the dowry and bride price, both highly regarded in many cultures across the continent, but also seen as vessels that reinforce negative stereotypes. So which one is it? Well, that's the topic of this episode, and we're glad you can join us. I'm Ayan Bior, along with my colleagues Ariane Itangi-Shaka and Haiti Adams Fitzpatrick, and we're joined by Aisha Moazu from the Hausa Service and Marvelous Nyahuye from the Zimbabwe Service. Welcome, ladies. Welcome to the show. So, ladies, first things first, there's a lot of confusion between the terms, the dowry and the bride price. So, by definition, the dowry is a transfer from the bride's family to the groom's family. And the bride price is the opposite. It's a transfer from the groom's family to the bride's family. Now, obviously, this varies from country to country. In South Sudan, for example, we call it the dowry when the groom gives to the bride's family. But of course, in Nigeria, for example, there's a lot of differences.
To me, the bride price is a token, that highlights the degree of commitment by the man to the woman. And in Nigeria, it differs. It cuts across the religious and cultural,
barriers.
Barriers. Okay. In the upper north, we have both Christians and Muslims, but the Muslim north practice dowry, which is guided by Islamic injunctions, and it should be nothing less than a quarter of a dinar. While the Christian north practice something similar to what they practice down south and the east and the west. There you have the traditional marriages. The woman is sorted for by the groom-to-be. His family, presents some gifts that cuts across all cultures. Now, they have kola nuts, they have yams, symbolic items. that represent their token, asking for the girl in marriage. I think, basically that tradition is a wonderful tradition, but because of the way we do, people practice it these days, it brings about other issues, challenging issues up north. We have issues of modernization, where you have, you have 7 days, going from one kind of ceremony to the other, and this, weighs a lot of burden on the groom.
I see.
And then it brings about issues of men not getting married. You have ladies.
And we're absolutely going to get to all of those issues. But Marvelous, I want to hear from you. You're from Zimbabwe,
Yes,
and I know
I
it's
am.
multifaceted there too.
In Zimbabwe, I think we also have similar traditions to what is actually practiced in Nigeria. But in our customary marriage, it's called Rora in Shona, which is one of the tribes there. And in Ndebele, it's called Lobola. And I think it's the same in South Africa. But basically, it's the coming together of two families. It's a symbol of the love between the groom and the bride. So what happens is when the man decides that he wants to marry, he finds a negotiator called Munyai. And that negotiator will literally negotiate on his behalf on how much monetary compensation he's going to pay to the family, because he's given a list where he has to buy groceries that are eaten at the event and also some clothes and some cows. But really, it's just a symbol of the love and unity between the two families.
Absolutely. Well, this is a multi-layered conversation, and we want to hear from you at home. What does this practice look like in your country and your culture? Let us know on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Our handle is @VOA Our Voices, or send us a message on WhatsApp. That number is on your screen. And Ariane, I want to bring you into this conversation because these are practices that you hold very near and dear to your heart.
That's right, Ian. I grew up here in the U.S. I've been here for 20 years. But about 8 years ago, I went back to Burundi to get married in a 5-step ceremony that took several days.
5 steps?
5-step ceremony. But, in those ceremonies, one of them is called Gukwa, where they give inhuano. That's the dowry. And I would actually trade my white wedding for that dowry ceremony, simply because of the meaning of it. The meaning of it is two families coming together, not two people, two families coming together to make a covenant, to help these two people who are in love to stay together and to be nurtured in so many different ways. And so when that celebration happened, I really, really was so proud of the culture, the Burundian culture, and that's why I really admire the fact that there is such custom. And I think that the covenant comes with gifting, and I appreciated the fact that there was gifting. Like in this picture, you will see my husband giving my mother a gift, and in this other picture, you will see myself giving my mother-in-law a gift. So we are exchanging gifts, we are showing humility, we are showing respect, we are showing love, and so that custom is very important.
The foundations of a healthy marriage.
Exactly.
Well, what's so interesting, of course, this isn't something that is part of my culture, but of course, living and being in South Africa and being South African, I'm very aware of, as Marvelous said earlier, of Lobola culture, and that to me is somewhat still controversial amongst people. But as an outsider on this, what I love about Lobola, the idea that, it's a show of gratitude to the bride's family for raising an upstanding
exactly right.
Woman, for the investment that they have put. I think no matter what culture you're
It's
from, and we all
interesting.
are from some tribe or other.
It's interesting how similar they are.
Right, and that, that you talked earlier, Aisha, about symbolism. And I think we can take many things away from this, but the symbolism, I think, is what it was intended to be. There's an interesting debate going on around the dowry, where the woman is the person who pays the husband's family a dowry. In India, in Indian culture, there's an interesting debate going on about what the dowry was meant to be and what it has become. The dowry was actually, when I was looking at this, it actually seemed to me, I'd like to think of myself as very progressive and very liberal in my thinking. And I could see that, it started out as actually something that had very progressive intentions, that it was meant for the woman to enter into a marriage with financial security and financial resources, in case of an emergency, so that she's set up,
But it's interesting because in India, it's the women who control the dowry.
That is how it used to be. There is a professor of history at Baruch College in New York. Her name is Veena Talwar Oldenburg, and she has written a book called Dowry Murder, The Imperial Origins of a Cultural Crime. What's so fascinating about this is she talks about dowry crime these days, where women are now victims of domestic violence because of a dowry dispute. You know, and what's so interesting about this, she says that the dowry was, like you mentioned, something that was managed by women for women, but that with British colonial rule, that really, the social and the economic upheaval that came with that, women were stripped of their economic resources, women were stripped of their rights to inherit, and that is where this now became this issue where greed today has seeped into the culture. Families are demanding more and more of the bride, and if the woman's dowry doesn't live up to the man's family's demands, they can keep making demands on her, and that makes women vulnerable. They become they can become vulnerable to domestic violence.
Cultures. Yes, and that is just one example of the evolution of the dowry and the bride price, and we're going to have a lot more on this conversation coming up, but we do have to take a short break. We have a lot more coming up, including the devastating details of a bride price story that took a life-ending turn for one young woman. But first, we asked our Africa Division colleagues how these practices vary in their countries, and it turns out each culture has its own spin. Take a look.
I'm from Ethiopia. The dowry process called is Delosh, and it's usually given by the groom for the bride. Groom will send his friends, the neighbors, and some elderly people along with a luggage full of gifts. Back in the days or in rural cities, they send the cattle, sheep, or goats, a certain number of cattle. But in the city, they send like luggage, and then they'll show off saying that we bought this clothes, we got this from some like expensive store, and we're bringing this for the bride to have it. And then they'll show off jewelries, a lot of jewelries that are made from gold and silver. And then all her neighbors, her dad, her uncles, her aunties, they'll sit around and they'll clap, and if they'll say we have accepted this, and they will take it to the room, and usually the groom and the bride are not allowed to be there. And then after that, at the end, everybody will feast. They will throw like a feast. There will be music, food. It's so beautiful.
I'm from Rwanda, and in my culture, bride price is ingwano, and the ceremony or the process of paying dowry or bride price is called gukosha. And it's a day of celebration. We usually gukwa, quote unquote. The bride price is in form of cows. We hold cows as a very important symbol in our culture. And so they always, the families of the girl and the boy will negotiate on the amount of cows that this girl is worth, and that is always based on, usually based on some factors, including her education, her background. But it's not really about the money or the number of cows. It's about these two families coming together to celebrate the union.
My tribe is called Zagawa tribe, and we live in the desert side of Darfur, North Darfur. The bride price, we call it Sidak or Tagi. In local language, they call it Tagi because they give it to the girl. So most of the tribe, they keep camels, and some of them they do cows, but mostly camels. So it depends on the like what number they negotiate, like 150, they have to give it to them. So in my tribe, if you have girls, that means you're going to get rich because they will give you like a lot of camels. So if you have boys, that you mean you will be broke because you have to pay a lot to get them married. But the price is also had effect because as a girl, if you got married, you will never get divorced. You don't have divorce. You never get divorced because the divorce, they already paid your price, so you cannot divorce. Even the husband is passed away, you will marry the brother. If the brother passed away, you marry the other cousin. You just stay in that family forever.
Of Our Voices is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
You're with Our Voices. Welcome back. Despite claims that the practice of bride price degrades women and a recent dowry case in Nigeria that tragically ended in a suicide, the tradition is upheld as a cherished culture and religious symbol of marriage. Many Nigerian scholars say that Western world has misunderstood the concept of dowry or bride price and that it actually honors women. Chika Odowa has this report.
Sadatu Ahmed Manga is having a dye called lalle, or henna, painted on her body because she's about to get married. It's part of the wedding custom in northern Nigeria, which is largely influenced by Islam. But the most important marriage custom is the bride price, a payment of cash that the fiancé gives to the bride's family to show how serious he is about the marriage.
In Islam, bride price has to be paid before the wedding. Bride price started since the days of the Prophet Muhammad. May peace be upon him, and we continue it.
But more Nigerians are condemning the bride price as a degrading practice that requires payment for marriage and places a monetary value on women. Women are largely left out of determining the bride price, which is negotiated between the male relatives of the bride and groom. In October, a 17-year-old northern Nigerian girl burned herself to death out of shame because her boyfriend could not afford the agreed-to bride price, which was less than $50.
Initially, this issue of dowry and bride price was more like a pleasantry being exchanged between the husband-to-be and the in-laws to be. And when it all started, I mean, from various cultures, it were little things that everyone can afford. But as time goes on, it became so big that most young people cannot be able to afford. So it's a thing of concern. So it's like business and using it to put people in classes.
But African literature scholar Dr. Agatha Ukata blames radical feminist ideology for the rising criticism of bride price. She also says the tradition is misunderstood by the Western world.
There is a cultural shock for the West for them to say that there's something called bride price, because this is quite different from what is obtainable within the Western culture.
Getting married in Nigeria is big business. In fact, the wedding industry here generates millions of dollars. But for many people across Nigeria, it's not the fashion or the glamour that symbolizes a wedding. It's the payment of the bride price. And if the bride price is not paid, then the couple is not married. Paying a bride price is the opposite of paying a dowry, which is wealth transferred from the bride's family to the groom or his family. The majority of Nigerians across all religions uphold the tradition of bride price and say, unlike a dowry, it underscores the value of a woman.
I think it's right. I think that's the only way you can show a lady to appreciate the love for her, like to show how much you love her.
And for families like Manga's, the marriage is not truly valid and celebrated until the bride price has been paid. Chika Odowa, for VOA News, Yola, Nigeria.
Well, this is a tragic case and one in a million, I will say. And she acted on impulse. You know, that second when you just lose it all and you don't know what to do. And then she just did what she did. And then it ended up in that tragic situation. But there are other ways she could have gone about it. Because back in Kano State, when they started marrying off unmarried women, widows, and spinsters, the government organized weddings. And then that state where she comes from, Zamfara State, also said they were going to burrow into that and then adopt that same thing. If she had spoken to someone, probably she would have had someone to come in, step into her. But come to think of it, why should I marry my daughter off to a man who cannot even pay 20,000? 20,000 naira is less than $50.
That's what they were asking for?
Yes. That's you know, the highest she could pay in a rural community like where she comes from, 20,000. But it doesn't just end at the dowry. There are other things involved, and I think modernization come into play here.
Yeah.
Because you have, like you said, 5 steps of wedding, ceremony. Sometimes you have 7 steps, different days, and you have to provide for the you know, you have to provide for her for the clothes she wears, for the food to eat and everything, and then the gifts to accompany her with it. And going to her own house, the lady also has to come into the marriage with something, like you said earlier in Heidi.
The dowry.
The dowry, and then something to give her some financial support when she, you know, so that she can stand up. Yeah.
But in Zimbabwe, I would like to just come in and say, you know, this is the situation now where you have the negotiator coming in to speak to the family of both the bride and the groom.
Right.
If they had spoken as families, maybe they could have resolved the issue.
So Marvelous, this makes me wonder, are these cultural practices hurting or helping the institution of marriage?
Helping and hurting at the same time.
Yeah, I think so.
I would say that they're helping in making the two families come together, and also when you have problems as two couples, you can go in there and go back to the family and get them to talk to you, and the negotiator comes in again and tries to negotiate for a settlement of how you can move the love forward. But it also hurts now when we get to the situation where the family asks for an exorbitant amount.
That's right.
They will be like, she's a doctor.
Right.
We need to get all the money
That's
so the more accomplished the woman is, the more her dowry
That's what
is.
happened to a friend of mine who could not afford to marry, to pay lobola for a woman who was so educated and who he saw as his intellectual equal. But she was a doctor, and the father kept reminding him that, I invested in my daughter, so you've got to come up, put up, you've got to put up all this money, and that worries me. You start out your life with so much debt, just trying to afford the bride. But even he's saying he's considering marrying outside his culture or outside his race. What does that then do at the end of the day for the culture and the tradition, and for making sure that
families are now looking at it as a source of income, which is very sad, because initially it's just supposed to be a symbol of unity, but it becomes a source of income.
But that is exactly the problem, is that you have a lot of poor families who see the husband as a potential income generator.
Yeah, exactly. Like in my culture, like you have the 5 ceremonies, and in those 5 ceremonies, they say we're going to get something out of it. And when they start to look at the money, and it's unfortunate because these ceremonies are well-meaning, but the negative part, as you said, the consequences, as you say, Ayan, is when they start to calculate everything. But in the past, we never used to hear the complaints about the price of the weddings, because they used to just use the minimum that they had.
And I think also they used to go back to the tradition to say, why exactly are we doing this? What's the symbol? So families have to sit down together and really discuss, why are we doing this? Whether your daughter is a doctor.
And these are questions.
They do, but modernization plays a very key role here.
It does. And these are
it's not
things
just
that...
modernization. I think we talk about modernization, and this is true, yes. But also, at the same time that our economies are modernizing, our economies are also in decline. And so we talk about income generation. People are looking for this as a money-making scheme.
And young people in particular.
A history professor, I'm getting all academic here on the subject, but Jabulani Mapalala from the University of Zululand, according to his estimation, about 60% of black couples in South Africa are preferring to live in sin because they simply cannot afford to get married. Which again brings the question, what does it do then for the culture if then children are seen as being born out of wedlock, or even as illegitimate, regarded that way because the parents never got married. So that and the fact that I worry that young people are sitting with this concern that we cannot get married, how legitimate is our union going to be? And also starting out their life in debt. I think when money comes into it, at the same time though, if young people, in an economy like South Africa's where there's so much inequality, people are either very poor and extremely wealthy.
And Heidi, we're also seeing a lot of very powerful and, independent women also coming into with a new practice that we're seeing. They help the groom to pay the bride price, so to speak, and that's taboo.
And to speak about modernization.
Sure. Even in Burundi, if you help your husband to pay for your bride price, it's very shameful.
And I personally don't see anything wrong with that. And I'm speaking as a young person who is not married yet. But for me, these are issues that we really think about. How much is it going to cost me?
Would you want the dowry to be paid for you?
You know what? I'm of two minds of this, because you talked about the evolution of marriage or the evolution of the dowry, and that's something that I think about a lot, because I think that it has created a lot of negative consequences for women in particular. But at the same time, I do see the cultural aspect. I think for me, if I was to be the negotiator, I would ask my groom's family to build a school, something that would last long within. But I know you don't think that's a good idea.
That, because I would still want, if I were to ever remarry again, I would like my family to receive some kind of gift from
Absolutely,
my
because the
husband.
bride price,
Yes,
dowry
not to
is
the
a
community. The government can take care of the community.
So when people see the symbolism, right? People
Why?
love the symbolism.
Why government?
of it.
You think that
Why should government take care of that?
The community.
No, the community, like a boho, a school,
Like a
yes.
school or
But for me,
something.
my family has to get
Well, I
something
think it's
from
a
my husband to
generational
be.
thing.
That's the
For
thing. It's a generational
millennials
thing. I would still
and
want to go
people,
back.
you know,
A bit older.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
no, I
generational
think that it definitely is generational because to be honest with you, people my age are the ones who have had to sit with the consequences that were created by the older generation.
That's true. And you know what, Ayan, I agree with you 100% because in my culture, there are certain ceremonies that you're not even supposed to speak nor be seen. And in some
we're
of the
supposed to feed the
but in some ceremonies, I showed up and I was
more
present.
awareness. We need more awareness. We need to now talk to the younger generation
The
to
older
see
ones
this is
need
the
to
pros and cons of the culture.
And then so that they know that it's our heritage. And then we should hold on to our heritage. It's deeply rooted in our cultures.
And we can lose some of the ones that are not good.
But also
Yeah, we
ensuring
can,
that
and you
at the
can't
end
buy
of
a
the day,
woman.
it doesn't set women up for a life of abuse and a life of disempowerment.
Not
Yeah, when men think that they
it
own the
comes-
women.
Right, that women aren't, and I'm going back to the dowry issue, where a dowry dispute can at the end of the day take a woman from something that was meant for her to be empowered to a point where she becomes a victim,
But I think
essentially,
also it's,
of domestic violence.
social media has sold this custom as being buying the woman. That's what I think. And maybe we need to go back and explain that, no, this is our culture, and we are for and against some of the practices, but for me, it should stay.
Well, there's a woman in Zimbabwe who disagrees with a lot of us here, actually, and we're going to introduce you to her after the break. She is a vocal woman who is challenging the legality of the bride price custom in Zimbabwe. Stay tuned.
Is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them.
And bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Welcome back. Each week we feature African women who are disrupting the norm and creating positive change around the world in a segment we call Women to Watch.
Our woman to watch comes from my home, Zimbabwe. Priscilla Vengesai filed papers to argue in the country's constitutional court that the bride price tradition amounts to discrimination based on gender and sex while perpetuating inequality. Alternatively, she wants parents of both the bride and the groom to be thanked for raising their children well through lobola in the spirit of gender equality. A lawyer by training and former Chitungwiza Municipality Chamber Secretary, Vengesai was uniquely positioned to present her case. Vengesai was bold enough to take her fight to the highest court in Zimbabwe, and that is why she is our woman to watch.
Sounds like she was very bold, huh? Well, be sure to watch Our Voices on the VOA website where you can catch up with the latest episode. Also, don't forget to follow us on social media where we have live chats on Twitter. Our handle is @VOA Our Voices.
And we now leave you with a quote from South African documentary filmmaker Sihle Hlope, who used her voice to say, "We have the power to make decisions and we respect our culture. When we question our culture, it doesn't mean that we want to do away with it completely."
And that's all from us today. I'd like to thank Aisha Mwazu from the Hausa service and Marvelous Nyahuye from the Zimbabwe service. Ladies, it was a pleasure. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having us on the show.
Thank you for inviting us.
Absolutely. As always, thank you for watching. Good day.
Thanks for joining us on Plus News Now. I am Annetta Felix. Gunmen have attacked the convoy of Benue State Governor Samuel Ortom. The incident occurred on Saturday along Makurdi-Boko Road in Makurdi local government area of the state. Ortom described the gunmen as herdsmen and said about 15 of the attackers trailed him to the riverbank where he was on foot. The governor praised his security details for responding quickly to the attack and repelling the attackers. Ortom also said that President Muhammadu Buhari and the security chiefs should expect a formal petition from his lawyers about the insecurity situation. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has expressed concern about the activities of supposed whistleblowers who mislead the agency through false information. The executive chairman of the commission, Abdurrashid Bawa, said despite due diligence by the EFCC, scarce investigative resources have been wasted by the agency in following up false leads that frequently come to a dead end. He said the activities of false whistleblowers detracts from the noble intention of the policy of the federal government, which seeks to incentivize information leading to the recovery of stolen wealth, noting that the whistleblower policy was not designed as a tool for unscrupulous citizens to send law enforcement agencies on wild goose chase or set them against their perceived enemies. He vowed that the EFCC will not hesitate to prosecute any whistleblower who willfully provides the agency with false information. He, however, repeated the Commission's preparedness to work with genuine whistleblowers and acknowledge the breakthroughs which the EFCC recorded in its asset recovery drive using information supplied by whistleblowers. Nigerians are the 116th happiest people in the world, and that's among 146 countries ranked in the World Happiness Index. According to the World Happiness Report released by the United Nations, its index ranks countries based on how happy individuals are. The report on Friday said Nigeria is a point worse than it was in 2020, adding that the country dropped 38 points in 6 years. It said Finland, Denmark and Switzerland were the top 3 happiest countries, while Rwanda, Zimbabwe and Afghanistan were the least happiest countries. The report also ranks Libya as the happiest in Africa and the 8th yet globally. Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, in conjunction with Osun State Government, has doled out cash and grants to 3,280 vulnerable people in Osun State. Plus TV Africa correspondent Olasukomi Ogumoko completes this report as presented from our studio.
Delegations from the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management in Abuja, including state cabinet members, traditional rulers, head of various market leaders, and other party loyalists, were all present at the flag-off ceremony of the federal government cash grant for rural women in Osogbo, the Osun State capital. The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social, Sadiya Umar Farouk, who was represented by the Director of Account, Matthew Dada, highlighted that the Grant for Rural Women program was introduced in 2020 to sustain the social inclusion agenda of President Buhari's administration. He stressed that the program designed with vision of lifting 100 million Nigerians out of poverty, as well as to provide grants to some of the poorest and vulnerable women in rural areas of the country.
We encourage the state government to take a cue from this and other provisions in the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act 2019. The grant is expected to increase income and productive assets.
The state governor, Boyega Oyetola, represented by the secretary to the state government, highlighted on the activities of the government in the state towards ensuring better life for the citizenry.
I congratulate all the beneficiaries and urge them to make good use of this grant to improve their well-being. As a state, we remain committed to supporting all our vulnerable citizens. This is because we are assured that building a balanced state demands that we constantly put the needs of our people first.
The wife of the state governor, Kafayat Oyetola, also used the medium to urge leaders of all progressive Congress to include women in all party functional activities.
We have a lot of women. The percentage of women that have registered for the party is more than that of men. I use that medium to inform you that we need more women in positions. We don't want to be clapping and dancing all the time. We are lovely people. We don't fight among ourselves when it comes to the issue of elections.
The Commissioner for Women Affairs lauded the state government for being proactive to encourage women on initiative programs, as well as providing solution to the issue of gender-based violence in the society.
We have the resuscitation of women development centers across
people with disabilities.
We appreciate APC. We appreciate our amiable governor, Governor Boyega Oyetola. We really appreciate our minister, ably represented by Mr. Dr. Dada. We really and our mommy.
The grant is expected to increase income and product assets to target beneficiaries, with hope that the beneficiaries of the program will make good use of the grant generally to contribute towards improving their living standard.
Tanzania's first female president, Samia Suluhu Hassan, on Saturday led mourners to pay their last respects to her predecessor, John Magufuli. Magufuli died suddenly this week after a heart disease. Mourners lined the streets of Dar es Salaam to bid farewell to the late president, weeping and throwing flower petals. Hassan was sworn in on Friday to become the country's first female president, and will serve the remainder of Magufuli's second 5-year term until 2025. She has announced a 21-day mourning period. United Nations officials have warned that Mozambicans uprooted by a jihadist insurgency have the potential to become radicalized themselves if they lack basic essentials and the causes of the conflicts are not addressed. Islamic State-linked militants have in the past year escalated attacks in Mozambique's northernmost province, Cabo Delgado, murdering villagers, fighting the army, and seizing towns. Beheadings have become a hallmark of these attacks. The number of people fleeing their homes swelled from 70,000 to about 700,000 over the last year.
This is a true humanitarian tragedy, a disaster that brings all sorts of protection needs for these women, for the men, and for the children. They have fled a conflict of the worst imaginable kind, and they've come on dangerous journeys, some in boats, some by land, to find some kind of safety. I've been speaking to the women here who've agreed to speak to me, and they are caring for other people's children. I spoke to a grandmother whose daughter was killed during the conflict, and the father of the child was beheaded, and the grandmother is now caring for that child. Another woman I met is caring for a stranger's child who is now orphaned. So this is common in this community now, where the women are caring for each other's children, where the parents have been lost.
We as UNHCR are working with the government, with the other international organizations to provide support, to provide help, but resources are needed. A lot of resources are needed. We do not expect, looking at the situation, we do not expect the amount of people, the number of people being displaced to the flow to stop, unfortunately, for the time being, and therefore more assistance is needed.
An earthquake struck northeastern Japan on Saturday, March 20th, hitting areas devastated by the 2011 disaster. It generated a tsunami of 1 meter and shook buildings. The Japan Meteorological Agency said the quake hit the coast of Miyagi Prefecture at 6:26 p.m. with a magnitude of 7.2. All tsunami alerts were lifted about an hour later. The quake could be felt in Tokyo, about 250 miles south of the epicenter, but there were no immediate reports or deaths and injuries. Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan has tested positive for COVID-19 just 2 days after he was vaccinated against the disease. In a statement on Saturday, his office said 68-year-old Khan has self-isolated. He had received a shot of the Chinese-produced Sinopharm vaccine on Thursday, one of over 1 million doses donated to Pakistan by Beijing. Pakistan is grappling with a deadly wave of the coronavirus, a deadly third wave of the virus, and nearly 13,800 people have died, and over 620 others have been infected in Pakistan. In business, the Central Bank of Nigeria says there was no time the bank banned the activities of cryptocurrencies in Nigeria. Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, clarified this at a 30th seminar for finance correspondents and business editors organized by the bank. Emefiele, represented by Adamu Lamtek, Deputy Governor, Corporate Services, said what the bank did was to protect the banking sector from the activities of cryptocurrencies and not a ban on its activities. In entertainment news, American comedian Pete Davidson has been granted an order of protection against Michelle Mutredi, a woman who falsely claimed to be his wife. The woman was arrested at his house in Staten Island, New York, and was then charged with 2 felony counts of burglary in the 2nd and 3rd degree, 2 counts of stalking, and 2 counts of criminal trespass and harassment. Michelle has also been ordered to stay away from Pete and his home. And lastly, in sports, organizers of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics say no international fans will be permitted at the delayed Games and the Paralympics this summer because of concerns over the coronavirus pandemic. Japanese authorities told the Olympic and Paralympic committees it was highly unlikely that the entry to the country could be guaranteed. Organizers say the move would help ensure a safe and secure Games for all participants and the Japanese public. The Olympic Games are due to begin on the 23rd of July. And that's Plus News Update at this time. For more stories, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And please do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories. I am Annetta Felix. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we are borrowing. It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely burned. This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. Amotekun Corps is a complementary corps.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m. Mondays to Fridays.
Love that cannot be described, care that cannot be quantified. That is what you give without limits.
A heart that cannot be hardened, a soul purer than rain.
That's who you are, and that's who you have made us become.
For the love you give that strengthens us, food that compares to none other.
For you would give the clothes off your back to see us smile again. And we will stay home every time you call to say you dreamt.
And the advice you give that takes us further. We say thank you.
We say thank you.
When I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us to say AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once it clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. It was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain.
The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen capacity, carrying capacity, it becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling, that word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is biconcave, and when it is now sickled, it's cut, it's sickled. You know, like a sickle. That means the capacity, the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, you know, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the warrior has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So, being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. There is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived to oxygen delivery to the blood cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings my own crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And some people, there are some instances where you lose a job.
I wouldn't say it has been easy for with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the whole genital cells, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult red blood cells. So that's the major treatment. The other complementary measures are just palliative people, right? Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's the woman's fault, right, for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before you You know, at the point you're telling somebody this was going on, it's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not the only child. Okay, I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind of. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they not believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they not started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement, and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, that helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity, I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong, if you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
There has to be a decision point. The way your baby is presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "What? Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes, but without showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, "You can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house." I said, "Well, it's my body and it's my front room."
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6.
So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
here to ask is a smooth operator.
Ooh, smooth operator.
Think I'll leave you sad, baby. You know me better than that. Love me like I'm the only one.
You give me the sweetest taboo.
Hi guys, you're welcome to Plus Events. My name is Ifeoluwa Oshukeye, and currently we're at the Sade Adu tribute concert taking place here in Lagos. And of course, Sade Adu turned 60 years of age on the 16th of January, and 3 soul singers in Nigeria, Maka, Priscilla, and Onanome, are commemorating the singer with a tribute concert. It promises to be an amazing one, and do not go anywhere. Stay with us on Plus Events as we take you on a journey that you would definitely not regret. So let's do this.
Just another day, nothing's any good. DJs play the same song. I am so agitated, I am to carry on. Wonder when this green will ever let me go. I feel like I am the king. Sing along, of sorrow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. King of sorrow.
He has been one of the major artists, I look up to. So, growing up, in music, I listened to her. So,
I've never been one of those people who like hip hop in the sense of it. I've always been more of the jazzy kind of girl, even from my childhood. So the fact that she could bridge the gap between what you call soul and then what you call jazz, it kind of just made a lot of sense. So I've always loved her. I love her songs. Of course, who doesn't know King of Sorrow? I mean, seriously. A smooth operator, come on.
Popular soul singer Maka, the first of many performers who rocked the stage with an electrifying performance, said that Sade Adu is definitely an inspiration to her.
Let's go. Feel free to sing along.
The Soul Conversation conveners held a tribute concert in Lagos with 3 soul singers, delivering beautiful renditions of the sweetest taboo crooner song.
I think there are so many of us who are Sade Adu fans, and we love her music right from the 80s when she started and all of that. And when we saw that, she's reaching a milestone of 60, it was just the right thing to do to celebrate her and and her legacy. She doesn't look 60. I would have said she's probably about 48, 49. Your love is king, and that's it.
Oh, yeah. Sade's legacy was relieved by Sila, who got the audience dancing as she performed some of her greatest songs.
Looking at sorrow, yeah, yeah.
Do you believe that I was having this conversation with my friend a couple of days, actually yesterday, and I was just thinking about how Sade influenced me, and I realized it was from her I got the love of dark lipsticks. Yes, and she had a big forehead, and she always put her hair in a ponytail. So growing up, my hair was never long enough, but I always tried to stretch it into a ponytail just because she looked so beautiful she just looked so beautiful. Smooth operator.
Okay, I think everybody here is a smooth operator. You're all bad guys and bad girls.
Well, we all are. We're all scum, last.
All right, so what inspired this dress code?
Of course, Sade, her looks. So we're trying to replicate her looks, like what she used to wear like way back in the day. So we're trying to get exactly how she looks like. So that's what inspired this though.
To cap up the highlight of the night, Onanome, a jazz singer, confessed that indeed Sade Adu is a self-imposed meme.
Anything you want me to, don't
what attracted me to her music first was her looks when we were small. So I'm sure it attracted a whole lot of boys at that time at my age. So it was a beautiful following. Then again, watching her grow up while we were also growing, and she went into family life and all that, it was all exciting. And again, to back it up, knowing that she's a Nigerian, so he gave us the whole push to support and back her up. So it's all good. That's why I said that Beauty First was the first thing that attracted us.
Okay.
Not only me, but a whole lot of us.
Yes, it hurts like brand new shoes.
Helen Folashade Adu, popularly known as Shade Adu or simply Shade, is a British-Nigerian singer, songwriter and actress, known as the lead singer of a self-titled band and a multiple award winner.
Hello everyone, you're welcome to Plus Events. My name is Ifeoluwa Oshunkeye, and currently we are the third DAR Awards. Yes, it's an event put together by DAR Communications, and it is supposed to commemorate all the individuals who have made it their life's work to be exemplary and to showcase them and celebrate them for all the exceptional services they have granted throughout the calendar year of 2018. It cuts across entertainment, politics, fashion, business, and a whole lot more. You do not want to miss this edition of Plus Event, so stick with us as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and all the fun in the building. A lot of entertainers are going to be here to represent, so do not go anywhere because we will be back with some more fun. Let's do this.
It was an eventful night at the third DAR Awards, which took place in Nigeria's federal capital, Abuja, on January 19, 2019 at the International Conference Center. The event started at 6 p.m. with a lot of dignitaries and notable personalities trooping in for the red carpet, dressed in beautiful outfits and well-detailed traditional attires. Timi Dakolo opened the award ceremony with a song titled Great Nation, which captured the essence of DAR award ceremony as it speaks of the challenges of the country but remains a united nation. What made you start this journey?
Well, we try to celebrate people who have contributed to the development and upliftment of society, people who, through their various endeavors and efforts, have excelled, people who have done amazing things in all walks of life. Nigeria appears to be in a very tough period in its time, but we shouldn't lose sight of those who nonetheless are excelling, of those who are doing amazing things. And tonight is a night to celebrate those who deserve to be honored.
There were 6 categories and 72 awards were given to deserving Nigerians.
The winners for the DAR Awards for Customer Service Brand of the Year goes to MTN and Glow. Please put your hands together for MTN and Glow as they come for their award.
On behalf of the board and management of Globacom, we wish to show our appreciation to DAR Communications and thank our numerous customers. This award is a call to service for us to serve them better. Thank you very much and God bless.
On behalf of the board and management of NTA Nigeria, we'd like to thank DAR Communications for this wonderful award for customer service. It is very humbling. We're doing as much as we can to remove all obstacles to enjoyment of the NTA service for all our customers. And we thank you very much for recognizing that.
Well, the impact that is throwing on the society already is teaching the younger ones that if they work well, if they're able to behave like these elderly ones like us, they will reach this stage where they will also be honored.
All right, so any expectation for tonight?
I don't know. I was asked to come and take an award. I'm expecting expectation from the organization.
Entertainment was part of the event as comedians delivered rip-cracking jokes, while Style Plus, which a lot of music lovers haven't seen in a while, rocked the stage back to back with your popular classics.
It is hard to the extent that there was one boy, police go they arrest people, police go arrest one boy because he carried bags, they say a laptop bag. Because discover say the boy na Jehovah's Witness. We go tell the police say release her, he say no, so we have to check. They go check the bag, they go see her awake. Police say arrest him. We go say why? They say when they check the awake, they see white people, say the boy na suspect. We did a complaint, we follow the negotiation, we say this case is too much, you cannot oppress this boy. Now we see native doctor. We say, what do they do for here? Now tell us say they arrest me, Juju. We say, why they arrest your Juju? Now tell us say one guy called Dusham, he not get money, he called drop his chain as collateral. So SARS called the pass, they call see the chain for the Juju, they call see the Juju na Yahoo boy. So now one clap, one clap.
It's obvious. Things are falling apart. The center can no longer hold in our country. And more than ever before, our country needs a new direction. Our country needs a new leadership. And Nigerians are determined to make that change at a time like this. Well, Nigerians should look around them, ask themselves if their lives are better than they were 4 years ago. There is a critical need, for change at this time.
The DAR Awards for Media Icon, and the winner, Chief Dele Momodu.
Good evening, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank DAR Communications for this. This is very special to me because when you are recognized by people who are yours, then it means you have done well. Most times, you are recognized elsewhere. Chairman, I must say, you have been an inspiration to me, and you've always supported me. It's a big round of applause for our chief. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Awards are for those who deserve it, and I believe it's very important for awards to be given to those who show hard work in whatever they do. And this is one good way of showing it, and I appreciate it a lot.
Woman of the Year goes to Leah Sharif. Leah Sharif.
Heroes to Leah Sharif. And may we come back to celebrate her rescue from those who dare to take away her freedom. Freedom will always follow the spirit of Leah Sharif. God bless you.
We must always remember Leah Sharibu. She's still in captivity, and so we must all stand for her. This is the best thing that could happen because this is a young woman who's become an example to other young women. She's standing for her conviction, and we must all stand along with her.
The next award tonight is the DAR Awards for the Minister of the Year. And again, we have two winners tonight. The winners of the DA Awards for Minister of the Year are Ibe Kachuku and H.M. Babatunde Fashola San.
It's Kelpie Vibes.
Thank you very much. My name is Engineer Dr. Rabiu Suleiman, a Group Executive Director and Senior Technical Advisor to the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources. He asked me to send his apologies to Dar for inability to be here. He's been away in Delta with the Vice President. He will come in this night. He promised if he comes before we close, he will show his face. He's a man of the press. So on behalf of the Minister and all his staff, I want to say a very big thank you. And this is an indication of recognition, and he promised that he will continue to do his best. Thank you for recognizing him. Thank you.
I feel elated to be here. The pioneers of this event have worked so hard at putting it together. It's truly a laudable one. The fact that, you know, people gathered from all around the world, young, old, Christians, Muslims, in one hall just to celebrate their achievements is truly laudable. And I really, really thank the chairman of DAR Communications for having the vision to put together this event, and also the pioneer, the founder of DAR Communications, for creating a platform where young people, women, men like myself can have a voice, can amplify issues in society that matters to Nigerians as a whole.
The last award that I'm presenting tonight is the DAR Awards for Young Achiever of the Year. And the winner is Osasu Igbeneghu.
Thank you so much to the Board of DAR Communications. Thank you so much to all the organizers of this auspicious occasion. I would like to dedicate this award specially to the girl child. I would like to first of all thank my team, my family, my friends for being there for me, for supporting me, and also High Chief Raymond Dokpesi for giving me the platform to amplify the voices of the masses. Thank you.
In light of the upcoming election, because right now we're talking about politics, I want you to advise the general public on what to do as to this general election.
Well, they must be alert and make sure that they apply their vote wisely, peacefully, and orderly.
Right. And you?
Yeah, we are expecting a peaceful elections. You know, that because this is the time Nigerians, we have to do the right thing.
Right.
A lot of things have gone wrong and we want to correct them in 2019.
All right, so this is the third DAR Award celebrating notable Nigerians, and of course the governor of Benue State has been nominated for one of the awards. How do you feel about that?
Great, I mean, it feels very good. Very good.
And do you think he deserves it?
He does, he sure does. He deserves it.
All right, how about you? Do you think he deserves it?
It's a deserving award, well deserved, because he has done well, he has stood by his people. He has demonstrated courage. He has demonstrated that he's the leader that Benue people have been yearning for over the years. And now that he's here, I mean, he has done just what the people wanted him to do. And that's why DAR Communications found him worthy to receive this award.
DAR Awards has to do with looking at people out in the broadcast industry and outside the broadcast industry, celebrating them and you know, putting them out to the world, letting them know that these people are relevant. It is not necessarily about the companies in DAR Communications, and that is AIT, Raypower, and Faji FM, but we go beyond. Like some of the nominees you get to, you might have seen in the program, are not DAR staff, okay? So this is celebrating different people in the different industries.
And the DAR Award for TV Newscaster of the Year goes to Binta Buka. Thank you very much, the organizers of the third DAR Awards. Thank you, High Chief Raymond Dokpesi, for giving me the platform. Thank you very much.
The third DAR Award is actually put together to commemorate the lives of those who have been exemplary in all their various industries. What do you think about this?
Well, it's so wonderful. Like, I've been looking forward to the third DAR Awards. I attended the second one. It was so beautiful. The awards are very merited to those who owns it, and it's very, very wonderful. I also want to appreciate AIT too for their cooperation with DAR Awards. They are so wonderful.
Although we've come to the end of the road, and I can't let go. It's unnatural. You belong to me. I know, yes, this is my wife. I've been saying, say, hi, my name is Kenny Black. I'm a comedian from Nigeria, Africa. I said, what's your name and where are you from? He said, America. I think the concern America, concern waiting with the talk. I want to know your name. He said, America. I said, get out. I insulted her. When we were carrying her back, I saw the gay mom running to her, shouting, Erica. So that was when I realized that she told me her name. She didn't say America. She said, I'm Erica. Since then, I've been like this, useless.
I wouldn't say things are all okay in terms of security. And again, this election time, I'm really asking all the politicians to be mindful of what they do, because the people they are handling are human beings. And as long as they try and make this election peaceful, everybody will be happy and we will give glory to God.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I bring you a greeting of Royal Highness, and on his behalf I want to say thank you very much to our communication IT for this wonderful recognition. Thank you.
As the father for everybody, everybody is fine. I pray for successful and peaceful election. May the best win.
My advice will be that we should play cool. There will be no need to sponsor violences because of the election period. Let's take our time, choose the candidates who will actually represent the interests of Nigerians when they get voted into office. Because indeed, Nigeria is a great country, even in the Community of Nations. And we want this country to continue to take a leadership role ahead of all other countries in the Community of Nations.
This is where we call it a wrap on Plus Events on Plus TV Africa. My name is Efe Oluwa Oshikaya. Until next time, peace and love.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Pikin. You have all come to know and love as Brother Dirili. Really, Shewiri, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking. Because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theater school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. There's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, you know, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school. You know, those kind of things that if you woke up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school. You know, that kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had, but I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength, not to allow your kids to go through that. Road Boy says so. Bless her.
Before Jennifer's Diary, I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing. How I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads free, me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was, so I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions and auditions and auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say, no, go. They will yab you. They will make you not believe in yourself. You'll be like, you just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC, 1,000 Days of Blackberry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no, too bad it's audition. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they wouldn't have found people they need. Couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did a third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to VOS Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. I want to thank you for joining us today on the show. As always, right here, we bring you the latest in entertainment news, in sports, in fashion, in film and television from around the world. And let's go. Afrobeat king Fela Kuti continues to be honored more than 2 decades after his passing. He is nominated for induction into the 2021 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame alongside LL Cool J, Jay-Z, Mary J. Blige, Dionne Warwick, and the Foo Fighters. Kuti would be the first African inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland, Ohio. The inductees will be announced in May. The creative spirit of African-American dancer, director, and choreographer Alvin Ailey has inspired a new documentary about his impact on modern dance and Black culture. Penelope Pulu has more.
Spirituals, gospels, and blues informed Alvin Ailey's dance movements. Ailey was raised in poverty by a single mother in segregated Texas. His upbringing informed his choreography, a blend of modern dance and ballet, speaking to the Black experience. Using archival footage, filmmaker Jamila Wignot explores the influences behind Ailey's creative genius in her documentary, Ailey.
I really wanted to come at it in the way that Mr. Ailey came at it, and that was about let's acknowledge that there is pain and struggle in this story, but let's also look at what are the essential things that keep us going, and where are the strengths, and what is true to the everyday experiences of being in this particular community.
Identity was a strong message. Being able to say through the choreography, I am, was a very, very important theme that ran through the dances.
Wignot explains how Alvin Ailey's dance creation, entitled Revelations, expressed the communal joy Black people felt through dancing the night away and worshiping at church the morning after.
He wanted for every kind of audience to be able to come to a theater and experience a human story in the bodies of these people. And I think that's when Mr. Ailey talks about his work being universal.
His dance, entitled Cry, was dedicated to his mother and to motherhood at large.
The Black women who would encourage you, who would be there always, who were so supportive, I mean, that you could not fail.
What he's really trying to access and draw upon are these kind of women who have been the strength of a community, and certainly in his own life being raised by a single mother for the vast majority of his youth.
Wignot hopes the documentary offers insight into Ailey's inner psyche as a prolific choreographer of 72 dance works, as an aloof individual, and as a gay African-American who did not allow himself into permanent relationships.
He has this kind of heroic quality to him, as well as these real human struggles.
Penelope Pulu, VOA News, Washington.
And in a new documentary about pop star Britney Spears, filmmakers take another look at the 2008 court ruling that gave Spears' father control of her finances when she was taken to a psychiatric hospital. There is a growing #FreeBritney movement of fans who want to see her regain control of her business.
The documentary's release has refocused public attention on the pop star's life, including an old interview with former boyfriend Justin Timberlake, who described their sex life and says he ridiculed her by hiring a lookalike for his Cry Me a River music video. Framing Britney Spears producer Samantha Stark told the Associated Press that Spears' story is about more than pop music. It's about how people treat one another regardless of status.
I mean, what does the world get out of being mean-spirited towards somebody, anybody? And I think, we're going through a reckoning in how we treat each other in general. And Britney is an example of this, but I feel like it's not a celebrity story. It's a story about how we treat each other.
The film's release brought social media criticism of Timberlake for controlling the narrative after their breakup, piling onto public scrutiny about Spears' clothes, her body, and her sexuality. Timberlake posted an apology on Instagram, saying he is deeply sorry for times when he spoke out of turn or did not speak up for what was right, that he felt short in those moments and benefited from a system that condones misogyny and racism. Timberlake also apologized to Janet Jackson in the post, referring to their controversial Super Bowl halftime show in 2004 when he exposed her breast in what was later described as a wardrobe malfunction.
American actress Ashley Judd tells the New York Times that if she wasn't famous, she would have lost her leg after tripping in a Congolese rainforest. She was looking for bonobos chimpanzees when she fell and shattered her tibia. From a hospital bed in South Africa, Judd told columnist Nicholas Christoph that she was carried out in a hammock and evacuated by motorbike, and one person driving and another person holding her leg together. And let's go to East Africa in Kenya, and with the coronavirus guidelines eliminating large audiences, some Kenyan performers have taken to the streets to earn a living. The clan acrobats are entertaining motorists stuck in traffic with juggling, balancing, and tumbling. Mukelwa Hechwayo has our story from Nairobi.
Being stuck in Nairobi's notorious traffic can be boring, but the clan acrobats are making it much more interesting. Due to the COVID pandemic, they have taken their act outside, performing for a captive audience waiting in traffic.
As like acrobats, we deal with gathering, where people should gather. We entertain the big crowds. Now, due to this COVID-19, people can't gather together.
The ban on large gatherings has hurt the income of many Kenyan performers whose normal venues have shut down. The clan acrobats are managing to get by, entertaining motorists with different degrees of gratitude.
The good thing is they're waiting for the traffic lights when they are red. That's when they do the thing. When the traffic lights are green, they move.
Kenya's Bureau of Statistics says unemployment has doubled under lockdown measures meant to stop the virus.
The youth unemployment before COVID was high, and during the COVID it has gone so much high that a number of youths that I know that we work under has lost job opportunities.
After a long day performing in traffic, the clan acrobats helped train the next generation. 10-year-old Alvin Meheso started with the group 4 years ago.
I want to be an acrobat when I am older because it is my talent. I want to earn money so that I can help poor people.
To keep themselves out of poverty, the clan acrobats plan to keep performing for motorists while they wait for a green light on pandemic restrictions to be lifted. Mukelwa Hechwayo for VOA News, Nairobi.
Now you know coronavirus has cancelled everything, and it has cancelled Brazil's famed Rio Carnival. But it can't completely silence the festival's lively music performances and extravagant fashion.
Groups including the Desliga da Justiça have turned to online events for their backers, streaming music and dances via YouTube and other social media platforms. Band president Leandro Monteiro shares their intention of going virtual, although things are different this year.
Our intention is to reproduce at least a little bit because it's not the same thing, our carnival.
Desliga has been holding the parties since 2009, and the gatherings have been growing ever since. This year, all members of the band took a PCR test for coronavirus when they arrived at a studio in the south zone of Rio de Janeiro. Brazil is still recording an average of more than 1,000 deaths a day from the pandemic, and as in many countries, immunization campaigns have been lagging.
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson says that he ripped open past wounds in creating his new NBC TV series, Young Rock. It is based on the actor-wrestler's early life and explores his early football career, high school years in Hawaii, and his complex relationship with pro wrestler and father, Rocky Johnson. Can you smell what The Rock is cooking?
Johnson tells the Associated Press that his dad's death in 2020 changed the trajectory of the show, impressing upon him the need for it to be authentic.
I did know that in my heart the most important thing was to be authentic and to be okay with ripping some stories open and ripping some past open.
And despite some hard times growing up, the actor looks back on his teenage relationship with his dad fondly.
When you're in the thick of things and things are tough, but love is still there and you're anchored by family, and I still had this opportunity to go and witness these real life heroes in front of me, like my dad and these wrestlers who were adored and loved and so strong and powerful. You look back on these stories and I become so incredibly grateful.
Sign my chest! Okay, there's a little boy here. I'll sign your chest.
Ah, that's my boy.
Nothing is more important than family.
You know, when you grow up around wrestlers, sometimes you learn lessons in very interesting ways.
It's all fake anyways. What happened?
I did not raise him. Special boy.
And let's end the show with news of a second child for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. A spokesperson for Prince Harry and Meghan confirmed that their son Archie is going to be a big brother. Congratulations to you, Duke and Duchess of Sussex.
In a black and white photo, the couple sit with Harry's hand under Meghan's head as she lies on his lap with her hand resting on her bump. In November, Meghan revealed that she had a miscarriage in July last year, giving a personal account of the traumatic experience in hope of helping others. A Buckingham Palace spokesman said, "Her Majesty Duke of Edinburgh, Prince of Wales and the entire family are delighted and wish them well. The baby will be 8th in line to the British throne."
And with that, we come to the end of our show today. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. I want to thank you for hanging out with me. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voanews.com. We're also on all social media platforms, on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube, where you can watch our videos. Remember to share and subscribe. Until next time, catch you right here. Goodbye, everyone.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation, as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Awards Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, The Afrima runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sanko and I am a luxury resort wear designer, and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful, and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.
My name is Ese Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to Him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bowl to create a true Ese Azinabor couture piece.
My name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Murphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
is expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
أنا ما يلي رأي إن خير إسحاق يلي رأي بلتين سعاد راسان وحضور أكيد على دي رأي حضور أها نتاك كوري muddo badan aan tahay roogi iskoolaha ku dhakaday beritan haddii aan warbixin kooban siin ku sii degmada xudur waxyaabo ma jare iyo caanka ah nabada caanka ah taasoo oo soo jireen macnaha muddo badan iyo hahayti dad oo ammaanada ka fayl waaye beerajo beeraley waaye dadka beeraley boqolkiiba boqol beeraley lan hoolan qabnee beer qab wal argay laakiin lan beeran qabna sidiisba ma jira beera ka noolin بلتين ما عنك إياه قالة حولها مدل إياه قالة عنك إيه قالة إيد مين في شرط أنك هرمر سنير لين كتاقذة إرنك هكيجة لو ذا أنك ير ما يكلا لكتاقذة شنير لكتاقذة ودن كان مالبك يسين باركتين وكونفورتين إياه وغويك ميلويل بلوكو استعماله ولو فيها أركتين ودن كان الله كساره waddankan isgaaraasan xudur isgaaraasan burburkii dhibaatooyin badan la kulmi khaasatan dadka oo dhibaatooyin kula kulmiya kumadahay anna dowladda intii aan burburneeba dagaalada sokeynay bilowday daduna min sheegdo Soomaali oo oraad weligaanin dhamarna dad soo deginyi daris aan hasta korni ilma adeer dad iyo in oo una markii hore Soomaali la haysanay walaalhayni macnaha isquracdaan isla qadayani ehelsho madihana weerareeron qabiilhanin weerareen maalintaas ay ka dhabadanayd oo beledkii aan ka dhaladay ku roori oo duqdi agaglagay la balaqaysadii alaabtay la qaaday gurigay la gubi waxyaabahaas tan ay ka yaab badanaay macnaha dabaatadii ninka humaytayna taas haytay halagaasana martay walla ama baan lahayna haroogni marka mucjizooyinkaas isku jareen mo rabbaani kullina hadda may ka cabaraan dunuub oo hor an galni madaas baadantii dhabkaninka dhinu ku hor una galni leeyna loo gooyay macnaha xaaladda hudur hadda eedaan faylata waqtigii hadda waqtiyaan saniyaan dhow waqtinin ku faylaba ma jira wadankan dayuuro ma koo jirna dayuurad oo dawladda lata ama hay'adda lata marmar koo jireen dayuurad bareefad ee la helay dayuuriha ka adeegdo hayna ilaa hadda intii oo hakanagdan qof oo dhab ka deersay mas'ala ka dili ma jira oo macnaha amaan humu ku dhiidi male marka alxamdulillah xilligan eedaan faylay walba problema ma jiraan eedaan faylay xilligan
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
I think the Lost Boys was crafted, I think, somewhere in Russia, if I recall it well, in history. Okay, and we had the same similarities, where almost more than 90% of the population that went to Panyendo were all boys, and they had one thing in common: running away from the danger. As the war began in 1983, and that war reaches almost the community in all South Sudan. And in 1987, I became one of the Lost Boys that was displaced by the war. When it reached, we were about 1,000 Lost Boys that left from the area. We had a track until we reached Ethiopia in 1987. It was actually one of the first painful experience that I had because as a young boy, could be between 9 and 12 years old, because not knowing my exact age, we had a lot of problems on the way, and one of the problems was starvation, as you can imagine. Water was a big, and wild animals on the way. We left again in '92 until we reached a place called Nairus, which is very near to Capoeira. We stayed for a few months. Then UNHCR took us to Kakuma, and that's where I was registered as a refugee in Kakuma in 1992. There was a refugee settlement that was meant only for lost boys, and that started in 1998. And I had my toughest decision that I had to make, because at that time it was about 10 years or 11 years not knowing where my relatives are, and I was thinking, do I have to take a decision to go to America where I don't know how our people, maybe are they all dead or what had happened? So I decided to go to America, and in 2001 on April 8th I left Kakuma. Then I reached in Atlanta, Georgia, April 10th, 2001, and that decision was really a best decision that I ever made, because I was I've been writing a lot of RCM, the Red Cross messages, to my relatives, and there's no reply. From, I think I started in '94 until 2001. I couldn't get any reply at all, and I was thinking maybe there's nobody that's alive, and therefore I decided, okay, I have to go to America. The life is different, food's different, and I remember when I was with my American friends, they have different foods, and also it was tough even for us to get enrolled into universities and colleges. When I earn $1, I have to find out my parents, and I happened to talk with my brother for the first time in 2004. I was relieved. I was totally relieved, and I could know who is dead. I could know who is alive. I could know, and I was relieved then. So after independence of South Sudan in 2011, I decided, I thought, we have a country that we can all build together. And then I came here. Then when the war, the crisis started in December 15, 2013, I had to be evacuated. And I remember they were telling me to go to Nairobi. I said, no, I'm not going to Nairobi. I will go to Ganyel. I think I was unemployed for about 7 months, 8 months. And then I finally get a job with ICRC in June of last year. We are doing a medical evacuation today, leaving Ganyel to Nyal, which is north of here, about 25 minutes or 30 minutes flight. So unfortunately, some cattle raiders came and attacked a village and took cattle, about 110 cattle, head of cattle, according to the local source. They have killed 2 people and wounded 4. Now we are going to evacuate a woman and a 3-year-old girl from Nyal, because there is no good medical facility in Nyal, so we are evacuating them to Ganyel for a better treatment, operations, and we'll also bring a caretaker together with that child. It's not me alone that decided to come back home. We had a lot of us that came back home that are even working either with the government or with the NGOs, or that are doing their private work as well. Unfortunately, we were all hoping to come home and build a home together. But some of us, most of us that did came, went back to America. And I'm one of the few that decided to stay, because I was thinking it's not the right time for me to leave, because when your people are in danger, why would you have to go back? I'm always hopeful and optimistic that things will be better, because this is the country that we all loved. This is our land, and we lost boys that have seen it all. And we want to have a better future. We have our country have a better future. And this is the hope that we are always praying for, so that this country can be better for all of us.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize, because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
My name is Mike Mina. I work in communications at the International Committee of the Red Cross in Kenya. I'm a Kenyan and I love Kenya. One of the reasons why I love Kenya is because of the weather. Look, I'm an outdoor person and the weather here allows me to be myself. It allows me to have fun because it doesn't get too hot, it doesn't get too cold. So throughout the year, there's always something to do for me. And the other thing that I really love about Kenya is the landscapes. I mean, just look at this. Quite beautiful. This is a town called Magadi, 3 hours from Nairobi, famously known for bird watching, production of salts, and for people who love the outdoors like myself, this is a great spot for landscape and nature photography. I love spending time with people. We are in Lamu. Lamu is a coastal town in Kenya, very beautiful place, a World Heritage town famously known for its rich cultural and built heritage. But despite this beauty and heritage, some areas in Lamu have been experiencing insecurity over the years. For example, back in 2014, there is a town that was attacked, leaving many widows behind with their children. Now, working with our main partners in Kenya, the Kenya Red Cross, we assisted some of these women to start small businesses in order for them to sustain their families. But not just the widows, we are also working with fishing communities to boost their income by providing them with boat engines, cooler boxes, nets, and other equipment to upscale their businesses and better support their families. We've also supported some youth to undertake professional certification at a marine college, and this increases their chance of getting jobs in the marine industry. Kenya is a key humanitarian and diplomatic hub that hosts different international organizations and institutions. Through various platforms, we engage these institutions to explain and advance our positions on different humanitarian issues and raise awareness of humanitarian needs of the communities that we serve. For many years, Kenya has hosted refugees from neighboring countries, and again, working with the Kenya Red Cross, we support the tracing and reunification of separated families in these camps. Our work here in Nairobi also has a lot of global significance for ICRC's operations. For example, the Logistics Support Center that is based in Nairobi is the second largest logistics support center in the whole of ICRC's global logistic network. And this Logistics Support Center plays a very key role in the delivery of humanitarian aid and other supplies and equipment in the region. At the end of the day for me, working with the ICRC among an amazing network of people, reaching out to others at their time of need is a great, great privilege that gives me most joy and purpose in the course of my work.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
We're at the pyramids of Meroe, the graves of the kings and of the queens of Meroe in northern Sudan along the River Nile. An empire which stretched from here in Sudan all the way to Jerusalem, to the southern Lebanon, where the 25th dynasty of the pharaohs was contesting the world with the Assyrians. So we're in a very, very historic place, in a very symbolic place as well for this ancient civilization of Sudan. What's not obvious is the diversity of the people, first of all, but also the diversity of the landscapes. From a basically tropical, full of water south to a desert, this is one thing. The other thing is also the depth of history. It's easy to hear that, yes, there are more pyramids in Sudan than in Egypt, but you really have to ask people and to read up in order to understand, if you're not a specialist of this history, in order to understand what this actually represents here. And it's not just the place we are here now at, simply one of the great civilizations of this world, which has conquered and defended and conquered again and lost and conquered again big swaths of the antique world, and who has measured itself against the other big civilizations at the time. And somehow, there is no way this cannot have an impact until today. And I think that's part of what you feel simply as you walk around. But you need to dig a little bit, or to travel a little bit to places where hardly ever anybody comes to, like the one we are here. The heart of an ancient super kingdom. In Sudan, you can walk in Khartoum at night, you can sit down anywhere, drink coffee or a tea, and nobody will bother. Not because they ignore you or they disrespect you, but they don't bother. You're just part of being there, and that's fine for everybody. It's this incredibly generous, open-hearted atmosphere of people who are just incredibly nice. I have not seen that anywhere else. And it's something I personally have the impression nobody knows who has not been to Sudan. You really have to be here to understand what it means to encounter people who are so at ease with themselves and that they can be so generous with everybody else. It's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. We have seen over recent decades a brutal civil war in the south, which has led to the split up of the country in two. Then everybody is aware of Darfur with untold suffering. And we are still in a situation where you have, both in Darfur, ongoing remnants of this big conflict. It's smaller now, but it's still there. And where you have, in the south of Sudan, in two states, Blue Nile and South Kordofan particularly, where you have a combination of displacement, refugees, and ongoing fighting, which continues to affect tens and hundreds of thousands of people in this country. Yes, we are assisting with food. Yes, we're assisting with health or education or bringing families back together. But in the end, it's about the dignity of the people. Where you see it maybe most, in the work we're doing here in Sudan, most immediately, is when somebody who cannot walk anymore because he or she lost a leg is then suddenly able to lead a normal life because this limb has been artificially replaced. And it's not artificial dignity, it's real dignity, but through an artificial means. So this giving back some self-respect to people who have gone through the worst in life is something which makes you get up in the morning and want to do more of that. What gives me, in the end, the biggest joy is to be able to make a difference for individuals, for an individual human being who is affected by a horrible environment. Yes, we do work for numbers, but in the end, you look at the difference you can make to one person and to these many one persons.
Thanks for joining us again on Plus News Now. I am Annetta Felix. Gunmen have attacked the convoy of Benue State Governor Samuel Ortom. The incident happened on Saturday along Makurdi-Boko Road in Makurdi local government area of the state. The governor described the gunmen as herdsmen. According to him, about 15 of the attackers trailed him to the riverbank where he was on foot. The governor praised his security details for quickly responding to the attack and repelling them. Ortom also asked President Muhammadu Buhari and the security chiefs to expect a formal petition from his lawyers about the state of security in Nigeria. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has expressed concern about the activities of supposed whistleblowers who mislead the agency through false information. The executive chairman of the commission, Abdurrashid Bawa, said despite the due diligence by the EFCC, scarce investigative resources have been wasted by the agency in following up false leads that frequently come to a dead end. He said the activities of false whistleblowers detracts from the noble intention of the policy of the federal government, which seeks to incentivize information leading to the recovery of stolen wealth. Bawa noted that the whistleblower policy was not designed as a tool for individuals to send law enforcement agencies on a wild goose chase or to set them against their perceived enemies. Bawa vowed that the EFCC will not hesitate to prosecute any whistleblower who intentionally provides the agency with false information. He, however, reiterated the Commission's preparedness to work with genuine and honest whistleblowers. He also acknowledged the breakthroughs the EFCC had recorded in its asset recovery drive using information supplied by whistleblowers. Nigerians are the 116th happiest people in the world, among 146 countries ranked in the World Happiness Index. That's according to the World Happiness Report released by the United Nations. The index ranks countries based on how happy individuals are. The report on Friday said Nigeria is a point worse than it was in 2020. It added that Nigeria dropped 38 points in 6 years. It said Finland, Denmark, and Switzerland were the top 3 happiest countries in the world, while Rwanda, Zimbabwe, and Afghanistan were the least happy countries. The report also ranked Libya as the happiest country in Africa and the 80th globally. The Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, in conjunction with the Osun State government, has doled out cash grants to 3,280 vulnerable people in Osun State. Plus TV Africa correspondent Olasukomi Ogumoko completes this report as presented from our studio.
Delegations from the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management in Abuja, including state cabinet members, traditional rulers, head of various market leaders, and other party loyalists, were all present at the flag-off ceremony of the federal government cash grant for rural women in Osogbo, the Osun State capital. The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social, Sadiya Umar Farouk, who was represented by the Director of Account, Matthew Dada, highlighted that the Grant for Rural Women program was introduced in 2020 to sustain the social inclusion agenda of President Buhari's administration. He stressed that the program designed with vision of lifting 100 million Nigerians out of poverty, as well as to provide grants to some of the poorest and vulnerable women in rural areas of the country.
We encourage the state government to take a cue from this and other provisions in the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act 2019. The grant is expected to increase income and productive assets.
The state governor, Boyega Oyetola, represented by the secretary to the state government, highlighted on the activities of the government in the state towards ensuring better life for the citizenry.
I congratulate all the beneficiaries and urge them to make good use of this grant to improve their well-being. As a state, we remain committed to supporting all our vulnerable citizens. This is because we are assured that building a virile state demands that we constantly put the needs of our people first.
The wife of the state governor, Kafayat Oyetola, also used the medium to urge leaders of all progressive Congress to include women in all party functional activities.
We have a lot of women. The percentage of women that have registered for the party is more than that of men. I use that medium to inform you that we need more women in positions. We don't want to be clapping and dancing all the time. We are lovely people. We don't fight among ourselves when it comes to the issue of elections.
The Commissioner for Women Affairs lauded the state government for being proactive to encourage women on initiative programs, as well as providing solution to the issue of gender-based violence in the society.
We have the resuscitation of women development centers across all local governments in the state for the empowerment of our women. We have the Oshu Women Clinic, which gives psychosocial support, counseling, therapy to women who are in need.
Some of the beneficiaries lauded the federal government for kind of gesture to assist aged youth and people with disabilities.
We appreciate APC. We appreciate our amiable governor, Governor Boyega Oyetola. We really appreciate our minister, ably represented by Mr. Dr. Dada. We really and our mommy.
The grant is expected to increase income and product assets to target beneficiaries, with hope that the beneficiaries of the program will make good use of the grant generally to contribute towards improving their living standard.
Tanzania's first female president, Samia Hassan, on Saturday led mourners to pay their last respects to her predecessor, John Magufuli. Magufuli died suddenly this week after a heart disease. Mourners lined the streets of Dar es Salaam to bid farewell to the late president, weeping and throwing flower petals. Hassan was sworn in on Friday to become the country's first female president and will serve the remainder of Magufuli's second 5-year term until 2025, and she has announced a 21-day mourning period. United Nations officials have warned that Mozambicans uprooted by a jihadist insurgency have the potential to become radicalized themselves if they lack basic essentials and causes of the conflict are not addressed. Islamic State-linked militants have in the past year escalated attacks in Mozambique's northernmost province, Cabo Delgado, murdering villagers, fighting the army, and seizing towns. Beheadings have become a hallmark of the attacks, and the number of people fleeing their homes swelled from 70,000 to about 700,000 over the past year.
This is a true humanitarian tragedy, a disaster that brings all sorts of protection needs for these women, for the men and for the children. They have fled a conflict of the worst imaginable kind and they've come on dangerous journeys, some in boats, some by land, to find some kind of safety. I've been speaking to the women here who've agreed to speak to me and they are caring for other people's children. I spoke to a grandmother whose daughter was killed during the conflict and the father of the child was beheaded, and the grandmother is now caring for that child. Another woman I met is caring for a stranger's child who is now orphaned. So this is common in this community now, where the women are caring for each other's children, where the parents have been lost.
We as UNHCR are working with the government, with the other international organizations to provide support, to provide help, but resources are needed. A lot of resources are needed. We do not expect, looking at the situation, we do not expect the amount of people, the number of people being displaced to the flow to stop, unfortunately, for the time being, and therefore more assistance is needed.
And outside Africa, Russia staged a large-scale land and air drills in the annexed Crimea Peninsula. Defense Ministry released footage of the drills on Saturday, March 20th. It showed paratroopers seizing the airfield of the mock enemy, which was followed by the large-scale drills of the Guards Airborne Assault and Artillery Regiment of the Mountain Airborne Unit. Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, and Crimeans voted to become part of Russia in a referendum, wanting protection from what the Kremlin cast as an illegal coup in Kiev. In business, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says there was no time the bank banned the activities of cryptocurrencies in Nigeria. The governor of the bank, Godwin Emefiele, clarified this at the 30th Seminar for Finance Correspondents and Business Editors organized by the bank. Emefiele was represented by the Deputy Governor of Corporate Services, Adamu Lamtek, saying what the bank did was to protect the banking sector from the activities of cryptocurrencies and not a ban on its activities. In entertainment, American comedian Pete Davidson has been granted an order of protection against Michelle Mutredi, a woman who falsely claimed to be his wife. The woman was arrested at his house in Staten Island, New York City, and was then charged with 2 felonies counts of burglary in the 2nd and 3rd degree, 2 counts of stalking, and 2 counts of criminal trespass and harassment. Mitchell has also been ordered to stay away from Pete's house. In sports, organizers say no international fans will be permitted at the delayed 2020 Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics this summer because of concerns over the coronavirus pandemic. Japanese authorities told the Olympic and Paralympic committees that it was highly unlikely that foreigners could enter the country or that could be guaranteed. They say the move will help ensure a safe and secure games for all participants and the Japanese public. The Olympic Games are due to begin on the 23rd of July. And that's the news at this time. For more stories, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And please do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories. I am Annetta Felix. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we are borrowing.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the 2 vehicles that were completely bought.
This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. Amotepu Corps is a complementary corps.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m., Mondays to Fridays.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Before I started doing music, I always knew it was something I wanted to do, but I think that it's important for people to know that being unsure of yourself, your skill, your ability, your strength is something that all artists go through. And I struggled for a time with live performances because I'm a little bit shy, and I really struggled even when I was in any kind of education. When I had to get on stage, whether I was in music school or I had to give a speech in public, it would just completely cripple me. And so I went through quite a few years of what I would call like hardcore street training, and that would involve busking. So busking is when you just pick a street corner, when I lived in London, and just start singing to people. And it's difficult, it's harder than it looks because people are walking past you. Think about it, your whole life, your friends and family you have a beautiful voice. Every time you open your mouth, someone's like, yay! But when you're busking on a street corner, people are walking by, they don't really care, they don't really pay attention. But that really helped me to build my confidence and to face music. Even though you're performing for people, it's important to know they're also performing for yourself. So I got to a point where I was like, you know what, as long as I sing my absolute best and give it my all, if people are watching or not, I'm still aware of the value of what I'm bringing. So that's what I would say. You must really grow your inner strength and your inner belief in yourself and what you're able to give. Don't give up, just keep going. And in time, someone will notice.
Before I finally got this fame, I used to go for countless auditions. I've been beaten by the rain, I've had my money stolen, I've walked long distances just to go for auditions, and at the end of the day it paid off. Some of those auditions I went for, I never got called back, but look at me now, I'm grateful to God. It's been an amazing journey. It was a good time. So yeah, that is my celebrity story.
Before Brother Shaggy gained recognition, I've gone through a lot. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. When my father died, I had to leave Ogun State to Lagos to start a new life with my mom. Then I started working as an actor to make money while I was in school. I was in Unilag. I started playing drums, I started dancing, I started singing just to make money to finish school. Then when I got out of school, I was looking for, what to do because I know I'm talented. People say I'm talented, but I just want to, make a difference. I started making skits. So I had different characters before Brother Shaggy. I had Akoni Badon, I had Professor Dele, I had Inspector Perry. But I just wanted to do something different, something people haven't done before. So I started this Agbero character. When I started it, my first skit was all about Jesus. I was asked in my first skit that if Jesus should come to Mushin, what will I do? So that was how the skits, got recognized everywhere. And I thank God for today that I've been able to change my story, change my family's story.
At the beginning stages of my career, living in Atlanta, just being someone that just loved the art of music, wanted to write songs for people. I remember going to different rooms and meeting different producers and not actually given a chance to go into actual studio rooms. I would hang out in like the couch living areas outside, right? Hoping that somebody notices me, hoping that I can get someone's attention to play them something I've recorded in the past, to get a chance to get in the room. This happened like many years, but one thing for me was I never stopped. I remember an incident, a guy named Kevin Shine in Atlanta, just saw me sitting on the couch. He was like, yo bro, what do you do? I'm a singer, songwriter. He's like, let me hear what you do, right? I played him what I had at the moment. This was after many months of going back and forth to the same studio. This was a place where all the big stars come. Playing him one of the songs I had, it was pretty decent, it was okay. But he heard something in me that made him introduce me to somebody else, right? I met another amazing producer that did a lot of big records for Case. This guy, his name is Kenny Smooth. He produced Touch Me, Tease Me by Case, old record. A lot of R. Kelly records back in the days. Veteran producer from that I met somebody else, I met someone else, right? I think this life is a journey. You can't doubt yourself at the beginning stages. Nobody sees your vision, right, except you.
This was probably 2008, and I had the opportunity to work with one of the biggest artists at that time. I'm not going to mention names for obvious reasons. So we made a song on his album, and I thought, you know, this was going to be like a great look for me. And I mean, I officially started producing 2007, so this was a year after, and he was the second biggest artist I was working with at that time, so it was like a big deal for me. And we made a song. The song was a vibe. You know, I was looking forward, you know, to the album and everything. And album came out, songs on the album. Then I was excited, you know, got the CD, went home, played the song, and the song was reproduced by a different producer. I was like, I was so heartbroken because I've been telling all my friends that, oh, I produced this song on the album, I produced this song on the project, and people were already congratulating me. Then I heard it was a different beat by another popular producer, like that was obviously like way popular than I was at that time. So, I mean, I was obviously heartbroken, and a friend of mine asked this artist why he did that. And in his words, he said, "Shemi to Kojaye," which means like my work has passed that level that I was probably like, you know, too not relevant enough, you know, to work with at that point. Anyway, today I'm SARS, and it's not here today. So keep moving, believe in yourself, you'll get there.
It is a great source of pride to Nigeria whenever a Nigerian in a foreign country rises to the top of their field and is recognized for good. Here are a few of such Nigerians. Oye Obolewa is the first Nigerian-born Democrat that has been elected as a shadow United States representative out of the District of Columbia. Based on the result, Oye had 82.65% of the votes, which represents 135,234 votes against Joyce Robinson Paul. Oye was congratulated by many, including the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. His father is from Kwara State and mother is from Oyo. He holds a PhD in pharmacy from the Northeastern University, Boston. He will be representing the District of Columbia under the Democratic Party. Esther Agbaje. Born to immigrant parents, Esther has been elected into the Minnesota House of Representatives in the recently completed United States general election. In the election, Agbaje won by a total of 17,396 votes, which represents 74.7% of the total ballots cast. She will represent District 59B in the 134-member House on the platform of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, an affiliate of the Democratic Party. She has a degree in political science from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Oyema Ogbuagbu. Oyema is a Nigerian-born researcher and medical doctor who is one of the brains behind the research at Pfizer for the potential world's first effective coronavirus vaccine. The vaccine has been tested on over 43,000 people in 6 countries, and no safety concerns have been raised. Oyema is the son of a former vice-chancellor of Abia State University and a professor of sociology. He was born in New Haven in Connecticut, but went to the University of Calabar in Cross River State to complete his university education in medicine. He then returned to the Yale School of Medicine to work as the director of the institution's HIV clinical trials program. After becoming a fellow of infectious diseases, he rose to the height of an assistant Associate Professor of Medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine, New Haven. He has worked there for 5 years, focusing on finding a cure for HIV/AIDS. Robert Shola Okoje, the Nigerian doctor who is a native of Uromi, Eson Northeast local government area of Edo State, has been inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Dr. Okoje is recognized globally as the leading expert on silicon carbide-based microelectromechanical systems, MEMS, for use in extreme environments. He has worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, for 20 years and has 21 patents. Isaac Okoro. In the world of sports, Nigerians are also taking center stage. Isaac was the first of the 8 Nigerian players drafted into the National Basketball Association, NBA, in his 2020 draft. He was the 5th overall pick and was chosen by Cleveland Cavaliers in 2020. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia, to Nigerian parents and was a small forward, part of the USA's winning team at the 2018 Under-17 Basketball World Cup in Argentina. His parents originated and immigrated from Nigeria. Isaac played basketball for his high school in Georgia for 4 years, helping his team win the state championship and achieved national success in the senior season. He was considered a 5-star recruit by Rivals and a 4-star recruit by 24/7 Sports and ESPN, respectively. To these Nigerians and other Nigerians breaking the proverbial glass ceiling, we say, keep it up. The motherland is proud of you.
Din nan ta jam'iyyar APC nan mai tsintsiya ta har haɗa kan nan matattara ta al'umman nan ku fito mu sassabunta rijista ta jam'iyyar APC nan mai tsintsiya APC nan sabunta rijistar nan kwamiti mobilization ƙarƙashin jarumi na matasan nan wane ne kenan ya haya da gwamnan koyin nan aka ce sabo ne ga duk al'umma ta ƙasa kenan yan kudu da arewa ku da kwarkwata kun fito kenan ku fito mazan mu da mata alama da mu a shaida mai kenan APC mu yi rijista a cikin ta mu zan members kenan ba yan kallo ba ƙorafi kuma shi kenan in muka yi rijista komai sai da mu za a yi kenan har yanzu ana yi kaje maza barka aiki ma kenan musabunta katin jami'ar musabunta APC maza mata katin kyauta a kirinta APC mahanzarta don kar mu bari su lalata da yancin mu APC a gidar mu la shakka ina zance kan sabunta kati ne ina zancen yin jami'ar gannace APC ne musabunta sai a yi ma kamar baka a APC musabunta katin jam'iyyar musabunta maza mata katin kyauta a kenta mahanzarta don kar mu bari su lalata mana ga yancin mu APC a gidar mu la shakka na ce sabon kwamitin mobilization ne a ƙarƙashin jagorancin dan bellan ne ce gwamnan kogi dalili ne ina yarda ni a wuta na san da kun yarda da APC musabunta katin jami'ar musabunta maza mata katin kyauta a kirinta mahanzarta don kar mu bari su lalata mana da yancin mu APC a gidar mu la shakka a furfuto kowa ya fito ko furfuto kowa ya fito ku fito na ce kowa jama'a a furfuto kawai a fito ku fito ku yau katin jama'i
wace jam'iyya ce APC da za ta kara gyara guri. Ku je ku yi wannan kati to 'yancin ku kuke guziri. Da katin ga zafa ku samu cikakken 'yanci yawa ƙasa. Ba mu gane zancen kati ba wayar mana kai mu sani. Katin zabe wai koko dan nuna mana dan mu gani. Ba katin zabe ba katin jam'iyya ce ta ƙasa. Ma'ana jam'iyyar APC da ta zo don gyara ƙasa. Kun ga katin zabe kun san shi kowa na yi a ƙasa. Ga katin jam'iyyar APC yanda yake ku gani. In ka yi shi kana da cikakken 'yanci jam'iyyar makwarai. Ko kuna da shi ku je ku sabunta shi ku ji ni sarai. Shi ne zai ba mu cikakken 'yanci jam'iyyar makwarai. Lallai mun gane mun gode APC gyara ƙasa.
Da APC, da APC malam, da APC za a yi sha'awar akidar ka. A gano kana kishin jama'a da yankin ka. A dama da kai a wakilci har a zaɓe kai.
Me kake so ka ce mana ne faɗi ni fahimtar ka.
Sai da akwai rijistar ka, fati zai ga kimar ka. Don amsar bukatar ka, ko kwacika ta burin ka. Ka zaɓa ko a zaɓe kan sabunta. Maza sabunto rijistar ka. Katin jam'iyyar nan na APC mata ruwan marka. Wacce ta gyara shiyar ka, ta taimaki zika harka ka. Dan sanadi na kuɗin Hausa da batu na fatin ku.
Kowa ya je rijistar APC. Mata ne rijistar APC. Ganawa mama ce ki bi ɗautaki. Mata ne rijistar APC. Kawa ki je da ke da mijina ki. Mata ne rijistar APC. Kakar mu shawara sai na baki. Mata ne rijistar APC. Zama cikin ta sai mace mai kirki. Mata ne rijistar APC. Mai kosai da koko kiyo taki. Mata ne rijistar APC. Mai kwale-kwale mai alkaki. Mata ne rijistar APC. Uwar gida da ke da amaryarki. Mata ne rijistar APC. Ki sabunta taki in kin yi ki boye a daki. Shi ne kyakkyawan tafarki. Yar tsawa gyara taki. Mai tsantsiya ce gwanarki. Mai maganin yan adawa APC rana haska kowa. Musabunta katin jami'ar musabunta. APC maza mata katin kyauta ake yin ta. APC mahanzarta don kar mu bari su lalata. Da 'yancin mu APC akidar mu.
Akai a fito, annace a fito. Akai a fito, ai rijistar nan mu bi APC. Masu gida na cikin birni kafin har ƙauye. Yau a cikin tafiyar majar kilasisi. A nemi gida babba take je kayo kati. Ba makawa shine zai sa ka riko 'yanci. A mai tafiya ta huka karɓi sakonka. Inda ka je ne ba wuya ana baka. Kuma kyauta ne babu 'yan kuɗaɗenka. Ga faɗa wa abokinka har makocinka. A majalisa ce wadin mutanenka. Wannan sako kiram nake baka. Na hango mata maza suna hanya. 'Yan jam'iyya ku tashi ku yi niyya. Ko baka cikin takainiya. Jam'iyya ce ta masu tarbiyya. A zaben ɗan takara a jam'iyya. Dukkan cimboriya ta jam'iyya. Ko sharɓar roman demokuraɗiyya. A to ya Bello ne ya ce hayya. Mobilization kwamati na jam'iyya.
Saurin na kai.
Kai da kuɗi za su yana biya. Wai ko dai wa kwara ai.
Haba malam wa zaki kuɗi. Amma ni dai sauri na kai.
Washin sauri
wace jam'iyya kenan?
APC da ke yayi, ita muke ba juyayi. Da zuwan APC nan manoma an ba su tallafi.
Farmers money kenan?
Masu ƙananan sana'o'i su ma an ba su tallafi.
Trader money kenan?
Yanzu ma saurin da muke yankar katin za mu tafi.
Na APC kenan?
Kai ma je ka mazaɓarka ka kai hoto can za a yi ma.
A'a ni dai ganawa.
Ayye lale ku furfuto sabunta rajistar jam'iyya.
APC ce take kira sabunta rajistar jam'iyya.
Ku saurare ni zan ba ku bayani. Ku ji mai amfani. Na fito ku biyo ni. Yi rajista zani. Dan kar ayi bani. Kwariya ta bi kwariya wanda ya yi rajista za ya ci moriya.
APC ce take kira sabunta rajistar jam'iyya.
Anye matan gida assalamu alaikum.
Amin wa alaika salam.
Na wanda ke sallama a gare ku.
Mutane
na mata ku buɗe kunnayen.
Lallai ya zama dole.
Ga shawara ta kwarai zan ba ku.
Dole sauran.
Mata marasa rijista ku je ku yi taku. Wanda kuka yi da ku sabunta katin naku. Haka ne zai nuna kun samu yancin naku.
Lallai ya zama dole.
Shugaba na jam'iyya ne mai mala yake ta kira ne. Shi ya ce mu tara mutane dan mayar da nan sai ya zaune. Shi da ya haya bello daɗin kuruciya lilo. Ko kun ka ce na gayyaci mata su rajistar zama in APC na gaskiya. Mazan gida matan cikin gida. Haya kai sama.
Mai tsintsiya APC nan sabunta rajistar nan.
Kwamiti mobilization.
Ƙarƙashin jarumi na matasan nan.
Wane ne kenan?
Ya haya bello gwamnan kogin nan.
Aka ce sako ne.
Ga duk al'umma ta ƙasa kenan.
Yan kudu da arewa.
Ku da kwarkwata ku fito kenan.
Ku fito mazan mu da mata.
A dama da mu a shaida mulki nan.
APC mu yi rijista.
A cikin ta mu zan members kenan.
Ba 'yan kallo ba.
Ƙorafi kuma shi kenan.
In muka yi rijista.
Komai sai da mu za a yi kenan.
Har yanzu ana yi.
Kaje maza barka aiki ma kenan.
Mahimmancin katin kayan aga tasirin komai.
In kana da shi maza hanzarta katin na jam'iyya je kai maimai.
Ma'aikata ku sabuntawa, 'yan kasuwa ku sabuntawa, kafintoci ku sabuntawa, teloli ku sabuntawa, masu dako ku sabuntawa, kati na jam'iyya je aima.
Ka gana mu nan je aima.
Sila ta nasara katinka, mutunta karkama katinka.
Zaben na karma katinka sai da shi a ranar zabe.
Wayewa ta kai ga misali sai kana da katin zabe.
Kuri da fuffuka in ba kati ta yaya za ka lashe zabe.
A jam'iyya ta APC maja zaɓi gwanin ka ranar zaɓe. Ga tabbatar kana da rijistar ka domin shigar karin fara zaɓe. Lallai ganawa Adamu na kudu na sabunta nima.
Ruwa aka ce shi ne abokin aiki. Gona da yabanya ke buƙatar taki. Duk wanda ya yi kwazo ake bai maki. Da Nollywood da Kannywood ko fito ku yi rajista kuma waka kake maza sabunta.
Mai rijistar APC.
Acting kake maza sabunta.
Mai rijistar APC.
Directing kake je sabunta.
Mai rijistar APC.
Producer tafi sabunta.
Mai rijistar APC.
Music kake maza sabunta.
Mai rijistar APC.
Makeup kake je ka sabunta.
Mai rijistar APC.
A mulki na jam'iyyar maja dama duka an bamu. Mun ci moriya da yawa mu ma tallafi ya same mu. Gashi da mu ake daddamawa a jiha da ƙasa tamu. Husaini don kwana faɗi hujjata a gare ku mutanenmu.
Yayan mu dan bello, na ce a doza dan bello, ake ku ci ban falo. da shi rijistar APC ga uwa tuwo ki tuka tun da haɗi muna da shi rijistar jam'iyyar mu ce
musabunta katin jam'iyyar musabunta APC maza mata katin kyauta ake yinta APC mahanzarta don kar mu bari su lalata da yancin mu APC akidar mu la shakka
musabunta in babu mu je mu sabuwa rijistar jam'iyya a cikin ta da dumbin karuwa dan belle yake kira dangi ku fito mi tururuwa rijistar jam'iyyar APC babbar ganuwa mu sabunta in babu mu je mu sabuwa da rijistar ka
zaka yi zaben fidda wani
da rijistar ka
a jam'iyya zaka zama wani
da rijistar ka
jam'iyya zaka gani
mu fito mi diga
mai mulki ko mai rawani
har ma talakawa mu fito mi rijistar jam'iyyar APC zai mana garkuwa ni ma abadin su madana sabanta kuji yan uwa jam'iyyar nan ta fi gaban zinariya tun da manoma duka sukan ci moriya mai tsintsiya wacce ta share duka siya
me noman tumatir tattasai duk kuje ku shirya
a'a noman alkama ko shinkafa ta hudu ba hanya
rana ta fito mai wanke ta honan da shanya
maza ka ɗauki shawarar da zan ba aka ka kyauta ta niyan APC gidan nuna yanci mai tsintsiya kau da kunci ta gyara noman abinci tuna mun ka farka abinci sabunta katin jam'iyya shine ya zanto azanci ai tururuwa ko fito mu fito mi gangami yan kasar mu bakanikai na kira ku bakanikai ku fito magana akwai bakaniken jirgi ina bakaniken mota bakaniken keke na fitan a daidaita da bakaniken babur mai kafa biyu duk ku sabunta shaida ta jam'iyya a mazaɓa ne ake yinta a rubuta sunanka a cikin 'ya'ya na jam'iyya shugaba na jam'iyya ya ƙara kira mu ɗauniya mai malabu ne mu je gaba mai malabu ne
iye yare na ce iye yare ku taso mu je mu yi katin mu ai yare ina masu san buga kwallo da ma masu san sai kallo to ku je ku yi katin naku dan za ya zam ribar ku
da shi za mu je mi zabe
amma cikin jam'iyya mu je tafiyar mu a tare mu karɓo shi katin zaɓen nan shi ne za mu zama yan lele a dai ƙarƙashin ɗan bello shi ne garkuwar APC ita ce tsanin mu ya ce mu ƙara rike ta APC katin jam'iyya ya ce mu sassabunta APC to idan mun amsa ya ce mu je mu aje ta APC mu daddaure mu dage don mu karɓi rijistar APC tsintsiya APC nan sabunta rijistar nan
kwamiti mabula zai
ƙarƙashin jarumi na matasan nan
wane ne kenan
ya haya da gwamnan kogin nan
aka ce sako ne
ga duk al'umma ta ƙasa kenan
yan kudu da arewa
yan kudu kwarkwata kun fito kenan
mu fito mazan mu da mata
a dama da mu a shida mai kenan
APC mi yi rijista
a cikin ta mu zangan gaske nan
ba yan kallo ba
ƙorafi kuma shi kenan
in muka yi rijista
komai sai da mu za a yi kenan
har yanzu ana yi
kaje maza barka aiki ma kenan
da manoniya ta nuna yan kasar mu sun amfana yankin mai lafiya ya zauna duk babu fitina an daina a lokacin lokaci na mulkin APC an yi nasara na auna. Malami ga yawo musulmai, pastor ga yawo kirista. A je a sabanta rijista a jam'iyyar da ta daga tuta. Na ga yawo duk al'umma, makiyaya har da manoma. Da arewa na har da kudin ma, sun mu ta kowa ce. Ni ne baban cakwai. Dan tara na tara kwai tara na tara zan maganin sako na mutum tara. Shugaban kasa, mataimaki nasa, sanar president, har mataimaki nasa, sifikan kasa, har mataimaki nasa. Gwamna mataimaki na sagalin sabon na tara. Kira suke a tashin a sabon takati na jam'iyya. Dukan ku ɗalibai mata da maza sakon kuna biya. Wanda yake da shi zai sabunta, wanda ko bai da shi ya yi sabunta.
Musabunta katin jam'iyyar musabunta. Maza mata katin kyauta a kirayinta. Mahanzarta don karmu bari su lalata. Da yancinmu APC a gidarmu la shakka.
Ya ɗaukacin mutanen birni har karkara ga sabo zamika. Dan Bello ya haya gwamnan kogi ka sha gaban magauta sun barka. Ta so mu jajjaka da mai nutsuwa ga al'umma suna bayanka. Ya ce a ba da sako al'ummar kasar mu da su shaida harbuka. Jam'iyya ta APC maza tana kiran mutane ba shakka su furfuto su yanki rajistan nan da yadda za ya kawo albarka. Ko ina kake in kai katin ka jam'iyya tana nan bayan ka. Romo na jam'iyya in ya sauka ka sanya rai da shi har garkarka. Abokanai ku taso ku yi azama ku yanki kati yanzu ba shakka. Ni kun gana inawa ko yanzu aka kiran masoya zan amsa.
ku firfito kiran ku muke. Ma'aikata na gwamnati kowa din ya zo ya bulaye. Majalisa ta zartarwa ministers da ku nake. SA na presidency duka da ku nake. A matakin jaha duk kwamishinoni da ku nake. Ina advisors SASM governors da ku nake. Na yi kiran samari 'yan mata da ɗan kuzari. Na ce ku zo ku bulaye katin jam'iyya ake. Domin da shi kadai ne za ka ci gajiyar jam'iyyarka. Ku tattaro ku taho mi noma rani da kaka. Musa Isa Gunja kiran da nake kowa ya anshi katin APC.
APC jam'iyyar mu, APC mai kishin mu, mu ita ce alƙiblar mu, gyara ƙasa ne burin mu, ku fito al'ummar mu, Hausa Ibo Yaraba ga mu, ku taho sabunta rajistar mu na jam'iyyar APC mu. Sakon mai kishin fatin mu, yaya dan Bello muradin mu, mai kwashewa ya tara mu, mai sakamakon canji gwarzo inda ya kira mu sai mun zo. Shi zakaran da Rabbana sarki ya nufa, dole kyale mai gida ko kwaron gaba. Don haka garkuja da shi balle ku zurfafa, yau Allah yana a bayan mai gaskiya.
Inda kayo katin nan ma'ana rijistar kenan, ka zama memba kenan kuma daga jam'iyyar nan. Lamarinta in za a yi kai ma da kai za a yi, ko takara za ka yi kana da damar kai. To kar a bar ka a baya rijistar je ka sabuntawa.
Tsintsiya APC nan sabunta rijistar nan.
kwamiti mabulazai
Karkashin jarumi na matasan nan.
Wane ne kenan?
Yahaya Bello gwamnan kogin nan.
Aka ce sako ne
ga duk al'umma ta ƙasa kenan.
Yan kudu da arewa
Ku da kwarkwata ku fito kenan.
Ku fito mazan mu da mata.
A dama da mu a shaida mulki nan.
APC mu yi rijista.
A cikin ta mu zan members kenan.
Ba 'yan kallo ba.
Ƙorafi kuma shi kenan.
In muka yi rijista.
Komai sai da mu za a yi kenan.
Har yanzu ana yi.
Ka je maza barka a yi ma kenan.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not. Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we are borrowing.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely burned. This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel ticketing structure. Amotepu Corps is a complementary corps.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m. Mondays to Fridays.
Here's to strong women. May we know them, may we be them, and may we raise them. The progress of women is progress for all of us.
The World Trade Organization has appointed a former Nigerian finance minister as the new head of the organization.
I'm very proud to be the first African. I'm proud to be the first woman.
My guest tonight is a critically acclaimed author from Nigeria whose most recent bestseller. Please welcome Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie.
Giving priority to women is not an option, it is a necessity. So go, girl. Tell that story that has not been told before. Step into that spotlight and shine. Get up, get going. The world is waiting to be wowed by your very existence. Because when you go where no woman has been, you have no idea just how many will follow.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Edo State PDP asks party leadership to zone presidential ticket to the South-South. Also, Senator Mao Ohabunwa labels party defectors from the APC to the PDP as bread and butter politicians. And reps consider allowing Nigerians to bear firearms. Are we really ready for that? Well, this is Plus Politics, and I am Mariana Cole. The chairman of the Edo State chapter of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Tony Aziegbemi, has urged the national leadership of the party to zone the presidency to the South-South zone as 2023 approaches. Meanwhile, Senator Mao Ohabunwa, who represented Abia North in the 8th Senate, has described those defecting from the People's Democratic Party to the APC as bread and butter politicians. Well, to discuss this with me is Deputy Spokesperson of the People's Democratic Party, Diron Udeyemi, and the Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Edo State, Tony Aziegbemi. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm happy to be at this evening.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
All right. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Aziegbemi. The chapter of your party in your state is insisting that the party zones this 2023 presidential elections to the South-South. Why do you want that to happen?
Well, let me first of all thank you for having me. I think it's common sense to do that. You will recall that President Jonathan did 4 years. He was denied the second term in 2015. That's number one reason why we are saying we should have a shot to complete the 8 years that our zone should have. Secondly, the South-South zone is the only zone in this country where you have all the governors, all the states under the PDP umbrella. You don't accentuate your weaknesses, you accentuate your strengths. The South-South zone is the strongest link in the country for the PDP. So it's common political sense to imagine, to think, to accept the fact that, yeah, why not? The PDP in the South-South has always done very well. In the 2019 elections, we gave the PDP about more than 2 million votes. That is a lot. So for us in the PDP in Edo State, we are saying that the leadership of our party at the national headquarters should consider the South-South zone for the slot of the presidency. That's what we are saying. We are requesting they consider us.
Now, you also mentioned in that statement that you think that the South-South zone and the governors have done very well. What exactly have they done that we would consider very well? Because you were somewhat applauding all of the South-South governors.
Yes. I mean, you see, some of these things are things you can touch, you can feel it, you can see it. I'm sure you watch the TV. All the governors in the South-South, there's no week a project is not commissioned in the South-South. There's no week something is happening in the states in the South-South. Tell me which other state in this country, as we speak, has anything close to the performances of my governor, His Excellency Godwin Obaseki. The performances of governor of Delta State, His Excellency Ifeanyi Okowa, or for that matter, the governor of Rivers State, Governor Nyesom Wike, or the one in Akwa Ibom, Emmanuel Udo. These are governors that are doing so well, and everybody can see it. And I challenge you, Mary, tell me any other state where you have a governor that is doing what these governors in the South-South are doing, say for the past 1 year. And let's compare notes. Let's see, and let's compare how much they are getting, and let's compare what they are doing, what projects they have embarked upon, and how they have impacted on the lives of the people in the zone.
I'm curious
in their zones.
I'm curious to ask further what you mean by very well. Is it by doing the job that they were given, which is, I mean, let's start with Nyesom Wike, for example. Commissioning roads, building flyovers. This is his job. This is why taxes are paid. Is that something we should be commending? I mean, that's not anything else of the ordinary. This is what governors who come and go do. Build roads, build flyovers. Is that something we should be applauding?
See, Mary, that is the problem I have when people don't seem to get the drift. Every governor in this country was elected to deliver the dividends of democracy to his people. They have the monies coming to their coffers every month, some more, some less. But I'm challenging you, guys, journalists, I'm challenging you. Tell me any governor in this country that has done anything close to what my governors in the South have done. It's a challenge. Tell me. So what the point I'm making is that from the little they are getting, they are doing this much. You can imagine if they take over the rest of the country. We're in a mess in this country as we speak. This APC-led administration is a wreck.
Interesting.
Imagine if anybody in the South takes over the rest of this country. We will get it right. That's the point. The headship of the country matters.
Okay. Let me push you further before I go to
the point I'm making.
Let me push you a bit further.
The point I'm making, Mary.
Just hold on. Let me push you a bit further on this. And I'm not in any way trying to vilify your governors, but I just want to for you to really paint me a picture of what exactly you mean by these governors have done well. Now, Nigeria, as we speak, as of today, is one of the country with one of the highest rates of unemployment worldwide. Now, we cannot just leave this buck at the table of Mr. President. Yes, he has his job cut out for him, and I'm not in any way trying to, stand in for him or speak for the president. But governors in states also have, their part to play in this level of unemployment. So instead of us having more roads, and I'm not saying that we don't need infrastructure, but what about the young people that our universities are churning out every day into the streets? They're jobless, and so most of them are carrying arms, and we're seeing a lot of cultism, especially in this Niger Delta, and all of those things. So how about the governors paid attention to those things? Is that not something that if they did, we'd probably be commending them, other than the roads and the flyovers? Permit me to use those ones as examples.
Well, let me just first of all let you know that I'm an economist, so I know I have an idea of what it takes to create jobs. Building infrastructure is a starting point in creating jobs. You have to get those infrastructures in place. You can't just come and give people jobs at the state level, for instance. The federal government, the policies of the federal government, the policies of the state governments, they have to be in sync for this enabling environment for the private sector to create these jobs. But as you speak, who will invest when you cannot go to your farm, when you cannot go to your factory, when the federal government is not doing what it's supposed to do? Who will invest? Is it the state government that guarantees security? That is the exclusive list of the Constitution.
But it's part of their job. But it's part of the job. The governor of every state is the #1 chief security officer. He also takes receipts of security votes. Excuse me. It's also, we know that the power is at the center, but please, the governor does have a duty to make sure that the people in his domain are safe.
Now, it's like we're having a very difficult conversation. We're not on the same page. You and I know, and everybody in Nigeria knows, that on paper, the governor is the chief secretary of his state. That's what is on paper. That's what the Constitution says. However, you and I also know that the governor does not appoint the commissioner of police. The governor does not appoint the director of SSS. The governor does not appoint any military officer, the brigade commander in the state. He does not. Those people are appointed in Abuja. and they are answerable to those in Abuja.
But does he work with them? Does he have state security meetings with those people? Does he not work with them and have state security meetings with them? He's still working with them, whether they report to him or not. Is there not a synergy that's supposed to happen?
Every week, I'm sure every governor in this country has security meetings with the CP, the brigade commander, and the director of SSS in the state. But the point I'm making is they don't take directives from the governors. Those guys take directives from Abuja. They take orders from them in Abuja. The governors are, I would like to say, they cannot even give directives to these people. So squarely, Mary, I think we cannot have a conversation on this without agreeing that the bulk of securing the lives and properties of Nigeria lies squarely on the doorstep of Mr. President and his APC-led administration, and they have failed woefully. Okay. And that's why we are saying give the South a chance, and we'll do better. We'll do a better job. That's what you're saying. Okay,
let me come to you, Mr. Durham. I want to know, in this case of talking about zoning, had there been a prior understanding, a prior statement or paper that was signed to say that there will be zoning for the PDP every year and then everybody's supposed to abide by it? Was there any such agreement?
Thank you very much. I want to tell you that there is no agreement. But that is not to say that the South does not have legitimate claim to it. And just as the chairman put it, all the governors in the South performed wonderfully well. They are the pride of PDP today. And if the demands are coming from them, it is legitimate. But having said that, PDP as a political party has not made up its mind where the presidency is coming from. All that we know is that we will look inward and outward. We will do everything humanly possible to see that we give Nigerians somebody that will put smiles on their face. Somebody that will correct the anomalies in the present administration. Somebody that Nigerians will see physically and by the virtue of their past that they will cast their vote for the person and PDP. So as I'm talking to you right now, there is nothing on ground to say we have zoned it to any part of the country, but they have legitimate claim to it.
So are you trying to insinuate that all of a sudden the PDP is no longer interested in the zone from which a party, the presidential candidates will emerge from? You're now more interested in the person or the merit of whoever would be able to be more appealing to Nigerians. Is this the new stance of the PDP, or this is something that you're still working on? Because, I mean, parties, the opposition and other political parties, of course, are strategizing and, of course, covering grounds. I do not want to believe that the PDP is not ready for 2023.
I've just told you now that if the issue of zoning is something we will look into at the appropriate time. But as I'm talking to you,
when is the appropriate time?
There has not been a decision that it has been sold to any part of the country.
When?
You just mentioned the word planning and strategic planning. There is nothing wrong if PDP is still studying the situation so that we don't make a wrong choice of either the personality or the zoning arrangement. Just leave it for us. Don't force the party out to say what they are not prepared for. What we are telling you is, inwardly, we know we are strategizing, and by the time we are ready, we will come out to tell Nigeria where we are going, where the presidency is coming from, and the person exactly that we are looking at.
Let me just take you back to December 10 of 2020, and I'd like to quote. The party did say that they would not be drawn, and it's just echoing what you're saying now, into zoning issues until, according to that statement, until the committee that was set up to review the party's performance in 2019's elections submits its report. And now this was actually a statement made by Prince Uche Secondus. Has that report been presented? Has it been submitted to the party?
By the special grace of God, by this time tomorrow, the party will have received it. The ceremony is coming up at Wadata tomorrow by 12 noon. The report will be submitted, and the NWC will sit down, study it, realize where mistakes are, and correct those mistakes. It is after that that we can now come out to say, yes, this is where we want to go.
Is it safe to say that that document is going to decide who you pick as someone who would run and be a flag bearer for the presidentials in 2023?
It is our strategy. We will look at the document, we will study it, we will review it. If there are clarifications to be made, we will call for it. And at the end of the day, we will come out with something that Nigerians will see PDP as the Democratic Party, where we will choose a presidential candidate that will be acceptable to every Nigerian.
I'm going to ask this question to both of you, both the Edo State Party Chairman and you, Mr. Diran. Again, in that statement by Prince Uche Secondus, he did say, he implied that the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, was also amongst other people, you know, considered for the presidential elections come 2023. In fact, he did say expressly that he was interested in running for 2023. So could the interest of the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, be responsible for all of these agitations coming from the South? Could that be? Is he the one that they're trying to front? You might choose to answer this directly, or you could, you know, decide not to answer it. But I'll start with you, Mr. Tony.
The agitation is not about an individual. The agitation is about the zone. Don't forget, when the PDP zones, the PDP normally will not zone to an individual. They will zone to the zone. So it's within the zone that anybody who is interested will come up. And then there will be a convention, a primaries organized, where a presidential candidate will be picked. So if former President Jonathan is interested, he's welcome. Let him come, let him throw his hat into the field. Other people, I'm sure, will be very interested. If delegates at the primaries decide that he's the one that will give us victory, well and good. But that in PDP, we normally will not zone to an individual, or we will zone to the zone and let the zone and other zones take that decision through a primary election that will be, as usual, conducted in a very peaceful, transparent, and efficient manner.
Mr. Diran, there seems to be, you know, some bigger or tougher people, permit me to use that word, might not necessarily describe what I'm trying to say, but people who have become very known and tough and powerful in the PDP, the likes of Governor Wike and some other people. Why do you think the former president would want to push himself again or throw his hat into the ring, to borrow the words of Mr. Tony, for this election again when he has been president, maybe even served almost a two-term? Why do you think, I mean, as a person, do you think it's a great idea for a former president to come back just one tenure after he lost to the APC? Is that a great idea?
As I'm talking to you right now, I have not heard the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, coming out to say he wants to contest again. So I wouldn't want to talk about him as a person.
But I just read out a statement by
Prince Uche
Secondus. I did just read out
a Nigerian
statement.
And somebody who is covered by the constitution to the contest. If he is interested, let him come out before we start discussing about him. But just as the chairman put it rightly, PDP is a democratic political party. Whenever the position is zoned to a particular area, election will be conducted, except and unless if there is a consensus of opinion, among the leaders that they have agreed to choose an individual to represent the zone. Because in our constitution, it's either through consensus or by election. If not, you witness how the former president, the presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, emerged at Port Harcourt. There will always be free, fair, and transparent primary election in any election. And that is why PDP is special. Okay. I'll ask one last question, Mr. Durant. Let's talk about those leaving the PDP to the APC. Like the senator who did say that, Senator Mao Ohabonwa, who said that those people who are leaving the PDP to the APC are bread and butter politicians. As much as I want you to make a remark on what he has said, the obvious thing is that there are many more people leaving your party to the APC. What is responsible for this crisscrossing? And again, could it be that the PDP, or has the PDP lost its mojo? What is attractive in APC for anybody to say he wants to join them? They're the party in power. As I'm talking to you now, we all know the crisis. We all know the crisis that is in Nigeria today. Is it about corruption, kidnapping, killings here and there? So where is the attraction? If people now say they were defecting to APC, I can assure you, some politicians are achieve any government in power. They have their personal reasons. They will only dish out another reason for their exit from PDP. But the point I'm making is, if because of that APC are now saying that they are still expecting more, it's just a political jibe. Nobody among our governors, our senators, rep are ready to join APC any further. If you see anybody joining them, they have their personal obnoxious reasons. That is quite different from the way politics should be played. They are not helping our democracy. And it's quite unfortunate that we don't have a definite law that forbids anybody from waking up from PDP overnight and joining APC tomorrow. They are not helping our democracy, and it's not good for us as a Nigerian. Interesting.
Mary, if I may.
Yes, please.
If I may. I cannot agree more with Senator Mao Ohabonwa, who said those leaving the PDP to the APC are bread and butter politicians. I will add, they are lily-livered politicians. They are the politicians that don't have balls. Most of those people that are leaving the PDP for the APC are those that have EFCC cases. And you remember the former national chairman did say, join us and your sins will be forgiven. And that has been what has happened. Look at the former governor of Gombe State, Senator Danjuma Goje. Once he stopped his ambition to become the Senate president, his EFCC file was wiped out, was taken away. When these other former governors and former ministers joined APC, their cases with the EFCC, you won't hear of it again. So it's so clear that these high-profile people from the campaign from the PDP to the APC are bread and butter politicians. I agree with that. They are lily-livered. I will add that. And 3, they don't have balls.
Okay. Well, we're on live TV. You cannot use such words. Well, I want to say thank you to you. Durant Odeyemi is the Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the People's Democratic Party. And, of course, Tony Aziegbemi is the party chairman for Edo State. Thank you, gentlemen, for being part of the conversation. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, reps move for citizens to bear arms. Are you ready to do that? Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it. I
am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then to mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not. Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we are borrowing. It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely burned. This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. Amotepu Corps is a complementary corps.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m. Mondays to Fridays.
The House of Representatives may soon pass a bill for an act to permit Nigerians from the age of 18 to carry arms for self-defense. A bill to that effect, entitled Firearms Amendment Bill, has already been sponsored by Adejoro Adeogun. Now, this contradicts Mr. President's order to security services to shoot at any civilian bearing arms. Well, to discuss this with me this evening is legal practitioner Tunji Abdullah Hamid. Thank you very much for joining us, Tunji.
Thank you for having me.
Great.
Good evening.
Let me just go straight. Let me cut the chase. 18-year-olds, that's the minimum age to carry a firearm if this act were to become a thing. And this is all done in self-defense because of the level of insecurity in the country. And I ask, how realistic is this in the first instance, especially in a country where we're trying to still deal with trigger-happy police officers?
Exactly my position. I think, just like you said, it's a contradiction of the president's, what's it called? Well, as it is now, it has not been passed, so we can't say it's a contradiction. But you see, if we allow everybody to carry gun in Nigeria the way we have, in fact, I assure you there'll be more anarchy in the country, there'll be more killing, there'll be more deaths, and people will be more, in fact, everybody will be taking law into his hands. We are in a country where people are not even allowed to carry guns. Guns are already everywhere. So assuming you now allow people to carry guns, and people with this kind of our economic situation where everybody's aggrieved, everybody's angry, any small aggression, there'll be an accidental discharge. Just like you said, our happy trigger officers are a good example of that. Because when you have any slight argument with them, the next thing you hear is poof, and they will say there's an accidental discharge. So it will be dangerous for us to allow everybody in Nigeria to carry guns as it is today. Though it may be people may be saying, look, people who are terrorizing us are able to do that because of the fact that they have access to guns or they have sophisticated weapons. I think it will create more harm than good if that is allowed as it is today. Nigeria is not right for that kind of policy. I think I will not support that.
Now, still talking about the fact that this, if it becomes an act of sorts, might be in contravention of the law. Now, you're a lawyer. Tell us exactly what the law says about arms. I mean, I know there's a Firearms Act already that is in force. If we were to introduce this into the law as an act, do we need some form of amendment of that particular Firearms Act?
Yeah, that is exactly what they are doing. That's what the proposal will be. When they propose that, if that proposal is made, definitely it will go through the normal procedure in the House, and that will amend the existing Firearm Act or existing law regarding banning of carrying of arms by citizens. So it will not be contradictory, because except there is no bill being passed. If the bill is passed into law, definitely that they will have taken care of that by amending the existing firearm law to allow for individuals or everybody to carry arms. So there won't be any conflict in that regard, because they will not just pass another law. They will definitely amend the existing law to reflect that position, to ensure that everybody carries arms.
Now, I go back to the basis of this, the reason why this bill was even brought in the first instance, which is the level of insecurity that we're facing as a country. Now, I was debating with myself today, and I was asking, why come up with a bill like this when we have security agencies, we have paramilitary agencies, we even have security agencies that are already set up by states? They're more like, you know, we have the Amotekun, we have the guys in the north, we even have some in some states that are not necessarily like the police, but they are helping the police. Why do we need, I mean, I was talking about the NCDC yesterday, these guys are armed. And we're complaining about how overstretched the police is and the JTF. Why are we not using all of these people? Of course, I think the Customs Service also carries arms. If we're saying that we should have this bill come up and that in self-defense we should shoot, what if, for example, we start shooting people because we think that every person who looks like a Fulani is a herder? How do we control that?
I don't even understand that particular directive, because I know those who are carrying arm and killing people are not found on the streets. They are somewhere in the bush. So if you want to kill anybody carrying a AK-47 or any other sophisticated arm, you have to go inside the bush and they pursue them. So I don't know what they have been doing all this while, because I know our military have been pursuing them, because we are not able to get results, because we always wait for them to attack before responding. So we are not working towards attacking them back. So the issue of if you see anybody carry arms, it's in conflict with the law of the country. You cannot just keep anybody just see because there's a directive on the president that anybody who carries arms, or you see him carry arms, you just shoot him. That would be in conflict with the existing law, because the law does not allow that. There are procedures for when you see anybody contravening law to be followed. You must allow him to face the trial in court and to see what reason before he can be executed. That will create room for people taking law into their hands, and even they just shoot their enemy and on the ground that they find him carrying firearms or gun. So I think that directive, to me, as far as I'm concerned, I don't buy it. It will not help our circumstance. Those who are proposing that everybody should be allowed to carry arms, they are doing so probably because of the heat of the moment. People believe that we are being attacked, people are being killed because those who are killing them have the advantage by virtue of their firearms. So if everybody, their position is that if everybody is allowed to carry arms, then in that there won't be any body being it will be fire for fire. And when we say fire for fire in this regard, like I said, in Nigeria, we are not mature enough, as I'm sorry, to do that, because in fact, husband and wife fights, you will see people shooting themselves. A child will just be angry with his father and he will shoot his father and or mother. So I think you see outside ordinary argument, people started using cutlasses and other dangerous weapons to fight. So if you now allow gun, what do you expect that will happen? So I think I will not be in support of that for now, because our situation in the country does not allow for that. There are a lot of tension, there are a lot of aggression. People are angry, people are not happy. So if you now allow people to carry guns, you are giving them more power to create more crime in the name of I'm protecting myself. So it's good to protect yourself. It's good to be at alert. It's good to also have even when this is allowed, it's not become a kind of your ability to purchase a bigger firearms.
I was about
be seeing competition. People can buy more arms
I was about to come in there. Let's talk about the regulations of, the issue of proliferation of small arms already in the country. In 2017, we recorded if not 2016, we recorded our first, the first tranche of ammunitions that came in. Nobody was there to say, I brought the guns in. We were unable to trace and track who brought these guns into the country. One was intercepted in Israel, rather in South Africa, coming from Turkey. As we speak today, we're still unable to understand who ordered for those ammunitions to be brought into the country. In 2019, we also experienced another one that was intercepted in the middle of a city by soldiers who suspected that the police person who was sitting in front of the car, or rather the truck that was carrying this ammunition, was not a real police officer. And alas, they were correct. So we have not really been able to regulate arms and small arms that are coming into the country. Will the government, if this becomes an act, how will they be able to regulate? Because, there's a long list of things that you need to do. The bill states that a person shall be granted a license or permit if at the time of the application, the person is at least 18 years of age, has a psychological evaluation, there's a certificate that will be gotten from a hospital to show that he is okay in the head. It's a long list. There has to be vision quality certificate, and the police has to give you a clearance certificate. The governor of your state or the IG of police has to give a nod. It's a long list of things that need to be considered, especially at a time like this when Nigerians are unable to feed, they are unable to, their purchasing power is low. Should we be considering guns instead of making sure that people are safe in their homes?
I think that people are saying that because they are thinking if everybody's allowed to carry a gun, maybe people, those who are terrorizing us, will not do that again, knowing that the person you are going to meet also have a gun in his or her possession. So, but like you said, we are in a situation today where the carrying of arms are restricted. You have to carry it with license, and despite that, we have guns everywhere. On license or unlicensed, I don't know. So assuming that we now allow everybody to carry gun without any license, what will happen? Government is not able to control the one they are able to license now. The one they license, the few they say they should be licensed, they should apply for and obtain with all those lists you've mentioned. The government is not able to control the activity of those who are holding those guns. What will now happen if everybody is now allowed to carry gun? That means the government will not even be in charge again, will not be able to control anybody again to do anything. Ordinary people who are fighting, recently we saw people fighting in front of Camp Salem with dangerous weapons. The police, in front of the police, Camp Salem used to be the headquarters of the police in Nigeria. They were looking at them. Nobody can do anything. So imagine if everybody has gone there. You can imagine what will happen. There will be more killing, there will be more anarchy, there will be more death, and there will be more murder. People will just say, I just ate him. Or because he's just cheating on me, just like a husband and wife, or something happen. You just be in Nigeria, we are not.
Finally, I would just like to address another issue. Now, what as a lawyer, as a citizen of this country, seeing all the things that are happening, of course, if you have been watching the news, you would see what happened to certain citizens in Osun State as at today. 2 days ago, it was Kaduna, and the list is endless. These people keep coming and abducting people, killing, ransacking, just destroying things. And they will do this and leave even before security agencies arrive on the scene. If you were to sit on a table with Mr. President and our service chiefs, what would you be advising? What would be your 2 cents on the recent state of insecurity in the country?
Yeah, like we are having those teams said because of inability of the government to do their responsibility in line with the law. The major responsibility of the government is to provide welfare and security. We have insecurity in Nigeria because we don't have enough personnel. We don't have enough personnel. We don't have enough equipment. So there's no way we are just running around the. We can't win this fight the way we are going.
I'm sorry
because
to come
with
in.
the number
I'm
of
really
police or
sorry.
army or whatever that we have.
I'm really sorry to badger you on this one, but just last week, the Chief of Defense Staff had said that Nigeria has everything it takes, including the army, all of the armed forces. They have everything it takes to kick out Boko Haram, to deal with the bandits. They do not even need mercenaries. And here you are telling us that they're incapable. I mean, I'm struggling to understand where you are coming from.
No, I'm not saying they are incapable. I'm not saying they are incapable. I'm giving you the.
They say they have the firepower, they have the equipment, they have everything.
Capacity, if given the enabling environment, if they have the necessary facilities, the necessary equipment, their welfare are adequately taken care of. They have the wherewithal, they have the power to confront this and fight these people. But in a situation whereby we have an army that are hungry, you will be at the war front and you'll be thinking about how to pay school fees and how to pay rent. You will be thinking about your salary will be paid or has not been paid. You have a weapon that cannot even confront ordinary street armed robber, and you are facing people who are carrying an AK-47 or who are carrying a sophisticated weapon. There's no way you can fight them. So our military, they are trying their best in the circumstances. But I want to disagree with the Chief of Army Staff that they are not doing enough for them to be able to win. They are not providing enough enabling environment for these people who are fighting this war. I just pity those army at the war front. They are doing their best in the circumstances. But I think the government should do more if we want to have a more, and we should recruit more. We don't have enough personnel. That is another one. We don't have enough personnel.
Okay. Well, I want to say thank you.
And we have not been recruiting all this while, and we have been talking about the little we have are with the PIP.
I want to thank you. Tunji Abdul-Amin is a legal practitioner. Unfortunately, this is all the time that we have to talk about this conversation, but we're hoping for the best in the future. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we'll take a short break to see what Nigerians have to say about these laws of bearing arms in the country. And when we return, I'd give you my take.
I don't think we are ready for that. I don't think the country, the society is advanced to that level, because there are some, we are still like some steps behind other countries, because you can see even people without arms nowadays, once they have little power, they want to exercise that power, they want to make sure they oppress others. So with guns, with arms now, you have a lot of crimes that you won't be able to cope with in this country.
Not at all, God. It's of no advantage to the citizens at this present time, politically wise and thuggery.
We can't abide the law in Nigeria because our locality is very poor. Because some people you may afford maybe that people you offend them in one another. Because they have said we should be using ammunition. They can bring ammunition and shoot and can do anything and do. So we don't. I'm not sure we can. That thing will happen in Nigeria. Can happen in Nigeria.
It is premature for kind of polity. People can't even manage ordinary cell phone. How can they manage firearms? The consequences will be too severe. The country will be turned completely into a chaos. There will be no order. There will be killing everywhere. So I don't support it at all. I don't think it is thinkable.
Here's my take. Again, terrorists hit not just in the north, but this time in Osun, with families left at the mercy of these gun-toting killers. We're no longer safe. These attacks, these killings, these destructions and abductions are on the increase daily. So I wonder, what really motivates these evil people other than money? Now, the House of Representatives is saying that, it's said to possibly be considering a bill for act that could permit Nigerians to carry guns. Is that really what we need? Is that really what our country has come to? How will carrying guns help us to deal with this level of insecurity that we're facing? Are we saying that our security agencies are at their wits' end? Or are we saying that the once most powerful armed forces on the continent is unable to deal with a bunch of insurgents, kidnappers, and bandits? Will we continue to live in fear and sleep with one eye open because we don't know when they could possibly hit? Look at how they treat those they abduct. Imagine the hell that these people have to go through. How long will we continue to endure this? Dear Mr. President, is this the safe and secure Nigeria that you promised us? I am Mariana Kon, thanking you for being part of Plus Politics. Have a good evening.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Here's to strong women. May we know them, may we be them, and may we raise them. The progress of women is progress for all of us.
The World Trade Organization has appointed a former Nigerian finance minister as the new head of the organization.
I'm very proud to be the first African. I'm proud to be the first woman.
My guest tonight is a critically acclaimed author from Nigeria whose most recent bestseller. Please welcome Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie.
Giving priority to women is not an option, it is a necessity. So go girl, tell that story that has not been told before. Step into that spotlight and shine. Get up, get going. The world is waiting to be wowed by your very existence. Because when you go where no woman has been, you have no idea just how many will follow.
times when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
I was broke, man. It's not funny. Do you know that? Let me tell you something. Most rich people picking no get money. You know why? Because they don't feel the need to work or aspire or want to be something. You understand? You know, my mom died when I was 11. You know, I'm the last born of 5 kids. So from a young age, I knew what I wanted to do. You understand? I fought to do this music. I come from a family where it's school. When you finish school, go and work for Popsy. Do you understand? So this music is something I had to fight for and work hard for. So, you know what I'm saying? To become Davido wasn't anything like, say, Popsy help me or anything. Of course, my dad has played a very key role in my career, for sure, as a mentor, as a supporter and everything. But I feel like if you want to, no matter who you are, no matter the background you come from, you have to work.
2013, 2014, when Show Me Your Rosé was like the biggest song in Nigeria, I had an Achilles tendon injury. I couldn't walk for like about 6 months. You know, I used to go to shows with crutches, and before I go on stage, I drop my crutches and jump in. And after that, I keep bleeding after every performance. And at some point, the doctor told me to stay off stage and stay off performing for the longest time. And at that time, my record label left me. I was totally alone. Big up my manager at the time, Kolo. He was, you know, right beside me at every point in time. At that point, I wanted to give up, you know, just a single artist, nobody supporting me, nothing. It was just, you know, you guys, my fans out there, and the few people that kept telling me, yo, your sound is different, you need to keep going, you know? And I kept going, and prayers and God, that was all it took, you know? So if I can do it, trust me, don't try to be the next me, because you might not get it right. Just try to be the first you, because that is the only way that you will stand out and be a legend in your own world. So saying that, I want you guys to know that life is not as hard as people make it look. Try to live your life like water. No matter how they cut you, they leave no scars, you know? But have no foes, have not too many friends, but believe in those that you believe in, because when you believe and share positive energy to the universe, it comes right back to you.
It's a funny one though. I remember this one vividly. I just started Flatmates. Back then, not the new Flatmates, like some 15, 16 years ago. After I graduated from the University of Lagos, so I wanted to do my own thing, and I started shooting Flatmates. But there was no money to even take tapes sometimes to TV stations, because I'll be the one to shoot sometimes myself, carry the camera, shoot, write on a paper that we use only one paper that you read, okay, but say your line, say my own. So we don't even photocopy scripts because there was no money at the initial stage. So I remember, because I had to deliver a tape to MITV to show their own for the week, deliver another one to LTV to show their own for the week, deliver to NTA Channel 2, because the program became so big after the initial one at STV. So every TV station was asking for it. And I trekked, I remember vividly, trekking from MITV in Ikeja to my parents' house in Abeson, Ipaja. Wow. As in I trekked, because there was no other way I would be able to get home. From University of Lagos, I managed with the little money I had to get to MITV and LTV to give them the tapes that would run, because if I didn't, then there would be nothing to show. So I had to go back home, so I had to trek. I think this will be able to inspire people.
When I was starting off, I remember at some point, when I started working with a radio station, you know, I wouldn't want to mention the radio station. Back in Jos those days, the station used to be situated at a 12-story building, you know, and our office was on the 9th floor, and the office didn't have an elevator. There was no functional elevator, so we used to walk all the way to the ninth floor, and then back. And then my salary then was 4,000 naira a month.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, and that 4,000, I used to have one of my colleagues who used to work with me then, so we split it to 2,000 every month.
And what year was it?
It's 2004.
Years ago, I had just come to Lagos. I'd like to think that I was about 22 years old at the time. I had my break in the industry, but it wasn't. I was still an up-and-coming actress. So I think it was a year where my big film came out. So yeah, I got roles. I was having offers to work, and then I was paid good money. And then I went to see some group of friends that I had on the island, and they were like the big girls. So then they were buying. There was somebody who brought bags for sale. The bags were like 350,000 naira each. And I mean, I couldn't have afforded it at that time, but it didn't make any sense to me to buy a handbag for 350K when I was doing very okay with my 25,000 naira bags and 15,000 naira bags. And so, because they were, they were like, oh, this will look good on you. You need to, now you're a Lagos girl. I'm like, okay. So out of the pressure, I took 2 other bags. So when I got home, I called the girl who sold the bag. I said, look, would it be possible to return these bags? Because I don't think I really need them. And she was like, oh, sure, why not? And that's how I returned the 2 bags. And I didn't take the bag. So I went back to buy my 15,000, 25,000 naira bag at that point in time, because that was what I felt like, that was what made sense to me at that time. Now, what is the story, the lesson of this story that I just told, what I'm trying to say, in essence, is that there is time for everything. Take your life one step at a time. Do what you can afford. Do not be pressured, because that lifestyle you're looking at today, if you build yourself today, you might just be able to afford even much more than that tomorrow. But the thing is this, you have to start from somewhere. And then not just like you start making money today, you want to have the most elaborate or the most flamboyant things. No, you have to save. It's so important to save. And if you don't save, you can't have a financial stable life.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
Accident mark our place. Some people, they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
been 1 year of life and death in the COVID pandemic, but an end is in sight.
We're now on track to have enough vaccine supply for every adult in America by the end of May.
With more shots going into more arms, what will happen with the virus?
6 months to a year from now, once almost everyone has had either a vaccination or a first infection, I think that we could likely get back to something resembling normal life, whatever that is.
The lessons learned from all over the world and a peek into how we live with COVID on Plugged In, the pandemic year. Hello and welcome to Plugged In. I'm Greta Van Susteren, reporting from Washington, D.C. 1 year ago, the World Health Organization declared a global pandemic for the novel coronavirus COVID-19. Since then, more than 150 million cases have been recorded, and more than 2.5 million people have died. The United States has had more reported infections than the top 3 countries combined, and the U.S. has had more than 500,000 people who have died from the virus. Since taking office, President Joe Biden has prioritized ending the pandemic, promising that by the end of May, a vaccination shot for every American who wants one. VOA's Steve Baragona has covered the pandemic since the beginning. Today, he is looking ahead to how this might end.
After a year of empty streets and full hospitals in much of the U.S., the beginning of the end is in sight.
But I think by the fall, unless there's something very bad with variants that comes along, we're going to see sporting events in person, we're going to see social events, movies, theater, restaurants and bars.
Vaccinations are speeding up. A third vaccine is online from Johnson & Johnson, and a rival company, Merck, will help increase supplies in a deal brokered by President Joe Biden's administration.
We're now on track to have enough vaccine supply for every adult in America by the end of May.
We'll have an oversupply, and I suspect that by the summer, we'll start to be donating our doses to low and middle income countries.
Gustin says it's in the interest of wealthy countries to make sure lower income countries get vaccinated. Dangerous variants can appear anywhere the virus is spreading. They could slow the return to normal. Some are already weakening the vaccines. The shots still look effective, but new variants will keep evolving.
They're essentially a shot across the bow, telling us that this virus is sneaky and it has the ability to evade our defenses.
Another thing that could slow the return to normal? Relaxing control measures too soon, says University of Washington epidemiologist Ali Muqdad.
We made the same mistake last year, remember, and we have to be very careful right now. We should not repeat the same mistake, especially at a time where we know there are more variants coming up.
And yet, several states are doing just that. Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
All businesses of any type are allowed to open 100%. Also, I am ending the statewide mask mandate.
Biden called the move Neanderthal thinking.
I think it's a big mistake. Look, I hope everybody's realized by now, these masks make a difference.
In the long term, the biggest problem may be people who do not trust the vaccines. Surveys say that's about a quarter of Americans, a third of people in 6 African countries, and 79% in Lebanon, to name a few.
There is deep hesitancy. I think people will get less hesitant as they see this working and they see their neighbors and family members getting vaccinated. But there will be a small group of people who don't want the vaccine.
That sets the stage for flare-ups down the road. Ultimately, COVID-19 may be here to stay, so an annual COVID shot may be too. Experts say that means many more countries need vaccine manufacturing plants, so the world is not stuck again with shots for rich countries while everyone else is left behind. Steve Baragona, VOA News.
In Britain, students are now going back to school as part of the UK's plan to lift all COVID restrictions by June. In Italy, people over the age of 65 are now approved for the AstraZeneca vaccine. European countries had hoped their well-funded healthcare systems would offer some protection, but the continent was one of COVID's early targets, and it still faces high infection rates. From London, here is VOA's Henry Ridgwell on Europe's pandemic year.
Codogno in northern Italy still bears the scars of its unwanted fame, the epicenter of Europe's first coronavirus outbreak. On February 20th last year, a 38-year-old was admitted to the hospital with breathing problems. He was diagnosed with the virus the following day. Head doctor Francesco Tursi recalls the horror that unfolded.
Ma ne arrivano 2, ne arrivano 3.
We heard about 1, 2, 3 cases, and we were immediately submerged with patients with serious breathing problems. They couldn't breathe. We didn't even have time to think. This literally changed our lives.
Tursi himself caught the virus days later and spent a month in the hospital. As cases multiplied, northern Italy went into lockdown. It was too little, too late. In the following days, several European countries reported new cases. By the time the World Health Organization declared a global pandemic on March 11th, Spain, France, and several other European states had imposed lockdowns. But Britain held off, delaying its lockdown for 2 more weeks against scientific advice.
Had we introduced lockdown measures a week earlier, we would have reduced the final death toll by at least a half.
Britain would suffer the highest coronavirus death toll in Europe in 2020. Its economy was also among the worst hit, shrinking by 10%.
The UK is really a great example of this notion that when you try to choose between public health or the economy, you lose both.
In Turkey, doctors accused the government of trying to hide the true scale of the pandemic as hospitals filled with patients. Russia was also accused of a cover-up, with doctors claiming the true death toll was likely 3 times higher than the official total of 57,000 deaths in 2020. As lockdowns continued into the summer, governments across Europe pumped billions into their economies to try to keep businesses afloat and people in jobs. Public debt soared. But as a bleak 2020 drew to a close, science offered hope. Medical trials showed that several vaccines offered remarkable protection against COVID-19, with Britain the first Western country to roll out a mass vaccination program.
We cannot underestimate the scale of achievement that this has been, to go from the identification of a new virus and sequence it only in January of 2020 to 11 months later having a number of safe and extraordinarily effective vaccines.
Dangers lurk ahead. Infections remain high, and there are fears over new, more resistant strains of the virus circulating in Europe. Back in Codogno, Dr. Tursi is still treating coronavirus patients. Like hundreds of thousands of other frontline workers, Tursi risked his life to help others survive. The pandemic has changed life in countless ways, and it's not over yet. Henry Ridgwell for VOA News, London.
The U.S. is pledging $4 billion to help distribute COVID-19 vaccines to developing nations. A new variant of the virus has led to high infection and death rates in South Africa and neighboring countries. From Johannesburg, VOA's Anita Powell reports on Africa's challenges of the pandemic year.
What a difference a year makes in the life of a pandemic. But in Africa, what a difference a week makes. In recent weeks, as Africa prepared to mark the milestone of a year since the virus made landfall, millions of long-awaited vaccine doses finally began to rain upon the continent. Many were provided by the global COVAX facility, which provides vaccines to lower-income countries. That, officials say, has flipped this tale from one of despair to one of hope. And, says South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, Africa had a hand in turning the tide.
South Africa's scientists and research institutions have made an important contribution to these efforts and have contributed to global knowledge about the disease, including on the emergence of new variants. And in this regard, our scientists, who we should be proud of, have really led the way, and they are recognized globally.
In the Democratic Republic of Congo, the largest country in sub-Saharan Africa, officials this month received their first delivery of 1.7 million vaccines through COVAX. Village Reach, an aid organization that focuses on remote, rural, low-income countries, has been working to help that population. Their DRC country director told VOA that while African nations appear to have a lower proportion of confirmed cases and deaths, the pandemic has still hit hard here.
Africa, yes, we are also affected as the rest of the world in different proportion, but we have to continue to protect ourselves through all the protective measures, but also we have to get vaccinated so that we are all protected.
Dr. Richard Lessels, one of South Africa's top viral researchers, says the continent's largest vaccine drive, in South Africa, looks promising after fits and starts. Last month, South African authorities suddenly reversed course after receiving 1 million doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine, which researchers found to be less effective against the new variant that accounts for the majority of the nation's new cases. South Africa quickly switched to the Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson vaccines, but the process still delayed the vaccination campaign. Lessels says that as the continent stares down this anniversary, it means one thing: time.
I think only time will tell once we get beyond that first priority group of the healthcare workers and start delivering it to the other vulnerable groups within the population. We'll then get a much better sense of how we're doing here in South Africa.
So what is year 2 of the pandemic going to look like in Africa? On this, everyone seems to agree. Busy. Anita Powell, VOA News, Johannesburg.
As vaccinations ramp up, experts studying COVID-19 are taking what they have learned about the virus to model its behavior in the weeks and months, even years ahead. Jenny Levine is an infectious disease researcher at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. I asked her about what living with COVID might look like.
Of course, there's a lot of unknowns because this is a new beast in the human population. But we do live with some of its very close relatives, which are endemic coronaviruses. And so we've been looking to them to try to understand what this might look like, what COVID-19 might look like when it becomes endemic. So when it's no longer in this phase where we're having a giant outbreak, where everyone, tons and tons of people are getting infected in a very short span of time. And so we've been looking at these 4 human coronaviruses that circulate endemically. And interestingly, they just cause a mild cold in the vast majority of people. And so we've been trying to understand, how does that relate to what is happening with this, the massive hospitalizations and deaths with COVID-19? And is it possible that that's what COVID-19 will look like in the future?
Well, we've got a number of vaccines, and we seem to be marching forward to trying to get this behind it. We've got a huge road ahead of us, and everyone has some level, or not everyone, but a lot of people have some level of optimism. Is there something that you're a little bit concerned about? Is there something sort of on your radar screen that worries you?
Yeah, there is. I think what we're seeing right now, we're sort of starting to see the first evidence of what happens in populations where a lot of people have immunity. And so I think all of these sort of predictions that we've been talking about in the past few minutes, many of which are fairly optimistic, that maybe this could just turn into another common cold, which would be fantastic and does seem plausible. It really relies on the idea that 1 or 2 infections or 1 or 2 doses of vaccine will lead to really long-lasting disease-reducing immunity. It doesn't have to have such strong immunity that it blocks transmission, but it does really have to reduce disease for a long time.
Is there any explanation as to why, if you even know, is that why children, at least right now, seem less likely to get COVID? Is there any explanation for that?
We don't know. It seems like they may be somewhat less likely to get it. And it's very clear that if they get it, they're way less likely to get a severe case, which is really promising in the long term. But we don't know why. We really just don't know. It's one of those mysteries. There's a group in New York City who looks at age effects on the immune system and how how different aged people respond to these viruses, and they're doing some work to try to figure it out, but we don't know.
It's so easy to look at things with 2020, and the world looks at SARS-CoV-2, and we now see the devastating effect of it. Should we have seen it coming so that we could have headed it off more at the pass instead of basically making it easier to spread around the world? And is there a SARS-CoV-3 on the horizon? Or do you fear one?
Yeah. I think we're learning a lot of lessons about, pandemic preparedness right now. I think that there are characteristics of SARS-CoV-2, of COVID-19, that are different and made it harder for the world to contain it than SARS-CoV-1. And a lot of that has to do with what we were talking about before of how transmissible it is. That said, there are countries that have done a really, really good job of containing it. And in containing it, they not only prevented infections and hospitalizations and deaths in their country, they gave the virus a little bit less room to develop these variants before we could get vaccines out. So I think it's a hard bug, and it would have been hard under any circumstances. I also think that I hope that the world, as a global community, we've learned some lessons about the importance of early containment.
Do you want to go out on a limb and sort of guess when we can predict when we can get back to normal, or is that an impossibility?
I think if a dose or two of vaccine or an infection or two prevents severe disease, even if it allows for transmission like we were just talking about, if it prevents severe disease for a long time, then 6 months to a year from now, once almost everyone has had either a vaccination or a first infection, I think that we could likely get back to something resembling normal life, whatever that is.
Whatever that means. Well, that sounds like a little light at the end of the tunnel, and thank you very much for joining me.
Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Several weeks before the pandemic was declared on March 11, 2020, COVID-19 spread from China to the Middle East. It was deadliest in Iran, and the virus's spread only made the region's existing crises worse. VOA's Henry Ridgwell has the story of the pandemic year in the Middle East.
Iran recorded its first coronavirus infections in February 2020, one of the first outbreaks outside China. Within days, it had become a global epicenter. Government figures suggest 60,000 people have died since the outbreak began, but the true number is likely far higher. Critics say early mistakes by the government cost lives.
You saw them first deny it, then downplay it. The challenge is that the health and welfare of its own people is not priority number one. And when you're facing global pandemic, that means your citizens are going to bear the brunt of it.
By the time the World Health Organization declared a global pandemic on March 11th, the outbreak had spread across the Middle East. In Yemen and Syria, countries racked by deep-rooted conflicts, the pandemic compounded the pressure on fragile health systems. In May, the United Nations warned that the Yemeni health system had collapsed.
When there was a spike in deaths because of the coronavirus and other diseases, the workers were not able to keep up with the digging, the burial and finishing of the graves.
The festival of Eid al-Fitr in May, the end of Ramadan, was marked with somber, socially distanced worship across the Muslim world. In Lebanon, economic and political crises compounded by the pandemic and exacerbated by the August explosion in Beirut port pushed the country to the brink. By September, there were worsening outbreaks in several refugee camps in Yemen, Syria, Iraq and Lebanon. As third waves of the pandemic gripped Europe, the United States and Latin America at the end of 2020, the Middle East fared better than many feared. But the World Health Organization warns the situation remains precarious.
In our region, where people and healthcare institutions suffer constantly with war, natural disasters and disease, this virus has demanded all our efforts.
That effort is now being directed towards vaccinations. Israel has rolled out the fastest mass vaccination program in the world. Over half the population has received a first dose.
Number one, they did some things right in terms of purchasing agreements and getting early access to the vaccines. But really, this is all about operations and organization.
Vaccination rates vary sharply across the Middle East. In the occupied West Bank and Gaza, vaccination rates lag far behind those in Israel. The United Nations says Israel should provide vaccines. The Israeli government says healthcare is the responsibility of the Palestinian Authority. Many countries in the region are using Chinese and Russian-made vaccines and are hoping to benefit from the global COVAX facility, which provides vaccines to poorer nations. The danger is not over. The World Health Organization says new strains of the virus are circulating in the region, which could be more infectious and resistant to vaccines. Henry Ridgewell for VOA News.
Scientists and doctors have been describing COVID-19 as a novel coronavirus. Novel meaning that it's new and attacking people in ways never seen before from a coronavirus. VOA health correspondent Carol Pearson explains what medical experts have discovered and are still mystified about in the pandemic year.
COVID-19 is a respiratory disease caused by a virus, officially known as SARS-CoV-2, short for Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome Coronavirus 2. It's the second time a coronavirus has sickened people and caused death. SARS first appeared in China in November 2002. The current version of the virus emerged from China in 2019, which is why it's called COVID-19. The virus invades the lungs. It multiplies and neutralizes the molecules that help us fight infection. Most people recover, but the virus can damage the lungs and leave patients gasping for air. Thomas Steele needed a double lung transplant because of COVID.
It's nothing like sitting in your hospital room gasping for every breath of air you take, and I did that for 58 days.
The lungs pass oxygen into the bloodstream, and the virus can damage the lungs and make the oxygen levels fall. Patients may need to be put on a ventilator to help them breathe. COVID-19 can also cause dangerous clotting in the bloodstream. People who already have damaged blood vessels from high blood pressure or stroke, and those with heart disease have a higher risk of serious disease. These clots can form throughout the body, including in the lungs and the heart. The clotting can cause heart attack or stroke. Dr. Alan Anderson is one of many cardiologists who saw people with healthy hearts suffer heart damage.
They had elevations of blood enzyme markers that were consistent with a heart attack, even though they didn't have any blockages in their coronary arteries. They had heart rhythm disturbances, and that this occurred with quite high prevalence.
The virus and the inflammation that accompanies it can damage the heart tissue, and some of the damage can be reversed, but some cannot. Doctors have also learned that the virus can damage another vital organ, the kidneys. A large New York medical system looked at more than 5,000 COVID patients last year. Their findings?
Of the 5,449 patients, 36.6% of them developed acute renal failure or kidney injury. Of the ones that got kidney injury, 14% required dialysis.
Scientists are still studying the impact of COVID-19 on the body, but the most severe effects start with the lungs. Damaged lungs have a harder time getting oxygen to the bloodstream, and organs need oxygen to function. If there is none, they can fail. The lungs, the heart, the kidneys, and the liver. And then there are the long-term consequences of the disease. Some are not life-threatening, but can affect the quality of life. Symptoms may include persistent fatigue, headache, shortness of breath, or chest pain. Others may experience brain fog or memory issues, and still others have lingering feelings of anxiety and depression. Anyone, not just those who are hospitalized, can have long-term symptoms, and there's no way to tell who will be affected.
We don't really know right now how many patients will develop these long COVID symptoms after they have had this infection. Studies look at anywhere between 10% and 80%. So there could be a large number of people who are experiencing symptoms well after, again, that 4-week time period when we expect people to normally recover.
Some medical centers have started special clinics to treat the long haulers, people whose symptoms persist even after they have recovered from COVID. Others may not be long haulers, but their lives have changed drastically because of COVID-19.
I'll never be the same person for the rest of my life.
He is one of many who will never be the same because of COVID-19. Carol Pearson, VOA News.
Lockdown orders and social distancing created a sudden shift in the world's work habits. While many essential workers had to report to workplaces, many others were able to work from home. With the freedom to choose where to live and work, Keith Kosinski reports from New York City.
Ancrum, New York, is a small farming town of about 1,500 people, 2 hours north of New York City. It may not be the first place one would expect to find international supermodel Saskia de Brouw, Dutch photographer and filmmaker Vincent van den Wengard, and their 4-year-old daughter Luna. But
life is pretty good here. I mean, there's space. You get great produce. So the quality of life is quite amazing.
It's not where they expected to be, and it's a stark contrast from their apartment in Brooklyn, New York.
It was a great life. We had everything well organized. My daughter went to school not too far away, and there were friends to see, and just a lovely neighborhood.
However, the coronavirus pandemic changed that.
We thought it would be all quickly a thing of the past, the pandemic, and it wasn't.
As the infection spread through New York and the family was confined to their apartment, they looked beyond the city and bought this small home in this rural part of the state before they had even seen it in person.
We did notice a large body of New Yorkers take this opportunity to find solitude in another area where they had space, where they weren't on top of other people, so that they could at least protect themselves and their families.
At the same time, home prices in New York City dropped by 15 to 20% because of the pandemic, allowing people with lower income levels to move into some of the most affluent Manhattan neighborhoods.
Rents have come down in a way that actually has eased some of the affordability crisis.
The average salary in those high-end neighborhoods has dropped from $140,000 to $82,000 a year, and economists say the income of the new arrivals is around 40% less than those who are leaving the city. Yet, many expect residents will return to New York and other cities as the pandemic wanes, lured by the lower prices.
While the balance has shifted somewhat, to describe it as an urban exodus is clearly an exaggeration.
Real estate agents say the availability of COVID vaccines is already having an impact on the housing market.
I'm noticing people are ready to come back to New York. They are seeing this as an opportunity, those that are in the position, in the buyer's position, to find and grab a really good deal right now.
While Vincent and Saskia are not ready to give up living in the country, they are also feeling the pull of Brooklyn.
We also feel like the city has something really special to offer. And I think after 6 months being upstate, we kind of started missing it.
Keith Kosinski for VOA News, New York.
That's all the time we have for now. Thank you to my guest, infectious disease expert Jenny Levine. And stay up to date on the COVID pandemic and the latest news at voanews.com. And please follow me on Twitter @Greta. Thank you for being plugged in.
Our focus on one-on-one today is mental health, and my guest is Bukola Lamid, fondly called the Therapy Queen. She's a certified cognitive behavioral change therapist, emotional intelligence specialist, a child mental health practitioner, and one of Africa's leading family mental health coach. She provides relatable solutions to persevere the mental and emotional wellness for every member of the family through counseling training, therapy, and advocacy interventions. Bukola is the founder of the Safety Republic International, an organization that is using the best 21st century skill set to influence healthy narratives in family, life, parenting, and childhood development. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, so my first question, I'm going to go straight to it and ask, look, depression, anxiety, mental health, it has become like the 21st century buzzword. Everybody's using it, and everybody's, you know, talking about any small thing, oh, I'm depressed. And, you know, can you just break it down for us? What does mental health mean? What does depression mean, beyond just the fact that it has become now?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. You know, every time when we have opportunity to talk about mental health, we try to break it down to the basic, you know, definition so that people can relate with it. Everybody has mental health. Just like the way you have your physical health, you have your spiritual health, whatever health that you have is just the same way you have mental health. Mental health is like the state of your mind. How does your mind work? How do you regulate it? How do you manage it? What goes in, what comes out? That is just a basic meaning. So everybody has mental health. According to World Health Organization in 2005, they define mental health. I hope I'll be able to define it word to word. They said mental health is a state of well-being. Okay. Where someone can relate with themselves, relate with the environment, cope with the everyday stresses of life. So we should be able to understand that life comes with its challenges, and you must recognize these challenges. Then you have the capacity to face the challenges and bounce back, because there will always be challenges. So that is mental health. That means you have if you have the capacity to cope with everyday stresses of life, okay, and you have the capability, you know, to give back to the society. That's another part of a good mental health. Once you're able to take care of yourself, you can cope with the everyday stresses of life, then you can now give back to the society. So we consider you having a good mental health. When those things are not in place, then it becomes a mental illness. So mental health is more or less like your emotional well-being, your social well-being, your spiritual well-being, your physical, whatever well-being, everything, yes, to one. Once everything can work, then you have a good mental health.
Okay, I wanted to find out, it seems like in this time that we're in, there's a lot of awareness about mental health, but there's still a lot of stigma despite the awareness. Why is that?
Yeah, you know, we've come a long way, and mental health has been stigmatized right from the beginning. So nobody wants to, face the reality that something is wrong with them. You know, we have lived for over so many years. We have lived in a society where people have been trained not to express how they feel. People have been trained to suck everything in. You know, people have been trained to wear what we call mask. So you're not feeling fine, but you don't want people to see your vulnerability. We were not trained to accept our vulnerability. So if you now cannot manage those vulnerabilities and they come out, it's a bit weird for people. Then they think that something is wrong with you.
Okay, so now this leads me to my next question. How do we begin to change that? Because I find that it's a very, I'll speak for Nigeria, it's a very cultural thing to want to say, you see, don't tell your problem to somebody, don't share this, be a man, be a woman. You're not the first person that it has happened to. So how do we now begin to draw the line to, okay, I'm not going to share my problem with anybody, but this thing is driving me crazy. I want to man up, but at the same time, I just sometimes just want to be vulnerable. Is it something in our culture that we have become, that we have trained ourselves that we can be vulnerable, and open up when we have problems? How do we begin to, solve this?
Yeah, we need to start changing our mentality.
How? How do we do that?
We need to understand that vulnerability is strength. Then we need to understand that every emotion is valid. Because people believe when you are sad is a bad sign. I mean, it is okay to be sad. What is not okay is to stay sad. They're two different things. So when we start changing this this mentality, this stigma around, oh, you're not supposed to, like what you said, man up, suck it up, it's over. You know, I tell people in mental health, we don't believe in forgiving and forgetting. It's a scam. Because you see, the way God, you know, wired the brain, you can't forget, but you have the capacity to forgive. But once an event comes that triggers your memory, there's somewhere in the brain where every event of life is stored. So once you are triggered, it comes back to your memory. But because of the environment that we stay, people would rather not want to talk about it. That is the mentality, that is the conditioning that we have lived with for so many years. That's why it's strange for people, for me to come and tell you that, oh, I think I'm not feeling fine. And the next thing the person will say, no, it's okay, drop it. Is that all? No, forget about it. You can't just forget about an emotion. You must express an emotion. You must feel an emotion. If you don't feel it, it won't go away. What you only do if you don't feel it is you repress it. And one thing about emotions is emotions that is stored up for a long time becomes toxic. So that's why you see emotions can be in your system for several years, but when it's coming out, that time, you will not have the ability to manage it. It will just burst in your face. You could do something you can't manage. So what we are trying to say now to change that narrative is, once you're feeling something, recognize it. Very, very important. If you are sad, recognize that you are sad. Understand why you are sad. Look at it. Once you are trying to dissect that emotion, it becomes powerless. But that is the opposite of what we were taught. So when we have a feeling, we were taught not to think about it, to push it aside. But you see, emotions don't go away, like I told you. They stay in. You would believe that recent studies even show that emotions are linked with medical health. So sometimes when you are so stressed, you could have headache. Emotions has been linked to people having diabetics. Emotions have been linked to people having stroke, because those things are chemicals in your system that goes to disrupt the normal function of the body system. So now the narrative, how do we go about it? We need to change the mentality, the mindset around sadness. For instance, every emotion is valid. Like I said the other time, I said, if you feel happy, you should be able to regulate happiness as well. There is no good or bad emotion. We are the one that gives interpretation to emotions. I give an example. I'm angry. My anger may be a positive emotion. How? I failed an exam, and I'm so angry and disappointed at myself. Instead of me translating that anger into something negative that can injure me, I could translate it to a positive anger that will help me to pass my exams when next I'm writing. Okay. So there's nothing like good or bad emotion. What we have is healthy and unhealthy emotion.
We'll take a short break, and when we come back from the break, you tell us more about our emotions. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this break. You're still watching One on One, and our focus today is on mental health. And we still have Buki Lamid here with us. So you're talking about the emotion, that no emotion is good, no emotion is bad. So now let me go back to the home or to raising children, because we tell them, oh, it's not good to be sad, it's not good to be angry, it's not good to be. How, as a parent now, or as a teacher, as a caregiver, what do I need to know and learn in simple terms in teaching children that, okay, like you said, that being sad is not a bad thing sometimes. So how do I begin to teach this to a child, and then it becomes part of his or her life as they grow older?
All right, thank you. So, from the very basic, emotions are just our messengers. A lot of people don't know that we are the master of our emotions. But when we don't have the capacity to manage it, they become our masters. So right from when children are quite young, you let them understand that emotions are your messengers. But how do you send them on an errand? Is when you feel, when you express them. So you are not supposed to hold a particular emotion just because you don't want people to see you in that particular state. I mean, when you want to cry, a lot of times crying is therapeutic. A lot of people don't know. The glands that secrete the water for crying actually is therapeutic to the system. There's an hormone that is released.
Oh, really?
Yes, there's somewhere in China where if you're feeling very overwhelmed,
yes,
you go there. They call the place a crying temple. So you go, you find a place, you sit and cry. Oh, wow. You would notice that sometimes when you cry, you feel a bit of ease.
Yeah.
So there's a science behind crying. But because there's a label to cry in this part of the world, that when you cry, you show vulnerability, or you're weak. And like I said from the beginning, vulnerability is strength. In fact, for you to have the ability to express yourself is strength on its own. So while we grew up as children, adults killed that part of us. So that's why you see a lot of people cannot even stand up for themselves. They can't make decisions on their own because those emotions are supposed to build up those things.
So what should the adults begin to do now? What should parents and teachers begin to do now and differently?
Every emotions are valid.
Okay.
When I do training for teachers or parents or whatever, when we're talking about emotions, I make them write some things out. Those statements are very, very important. Every emotion is valid. It is okay not to be okay for some time. Then there are no negative or positive emotion. It's only healthy and unhealthy emotions. My emotions are my messengers. Those are the statements you create around children so that whenever they are feeling what they are feeling, they have the ability to express it. Then you as an adult should now become, I tell parents that you don't become a thermostat, you are a thermometer. What that means is that for children particularly, children hasn't really developed the capacity to regulate emotion because their brains are not yet developed, fully developed. The brain is fully developed between the age of 25 and 30. Oh, okay. So you could see that children are still emotions in emotion. They're still moving. They're still trying to understand their world. Yeah. So you as an adult have the responsibility to help them regulate. So when they're on 100, you try to bring it down for them. When they're on 50, if it's too low, you hype it for them. So you are like thermometer. You are not a thermostat that once they throw their tantrums or once they begin, you just add your own and everything. So before you even have the capacity to regulate another person's emotion, you have to regulate your own emotion as well. You must understand, you must learn. It's a learned behavior. You must learn how to regulate your emotions. The first thing is for you to understand that, see, how am I feeling? That's first. Why am I feeling this? What can I do as I'm feeling this? By the time you start thinking like that, you have won with your emotions.
Okay, so now let's go to, because I saw a recent stat about how the numbers, more women are depressed than men. So what in Nigeria, the stats I saw, but why is this so? Why? Because you would have thought that because women are more expressive, we cry more, we talk more, we gist more, we gossip more, that that we will be less depressed than the men. Why is this so?
Okay, so I will talk about this from neurobiology. So there is a research that has confirmed that the brain of the man is a bit different from the brain of the woman, and most times it's by nurture. As human beings, we come into the world by nature, then nurture now comes in. So when we are growing up, there's this particular part of the brain of the female that is being raised or that is being nurtured more than that of the male. I hope I'll be able to explain this in a very basic form. What I'm trying to say is, you know, in our nurturing, parenting, society, environment, nurture the logical part of the brain of the male more than the emotional part. And it starts with as simple as colors. When we give birth to children, there's this stigma or this stereotype of giving young girls pink.
Pink and
then
boys
give
blue.
Yes, and there's a psychology behind colors. If you don't grow with some particular colors, you may have little emotion. Let me give you pink an example. Yes, pink is a very energetic emotion and it brings sympathy. So if you are not raised with a pink color around you, you might not necessarily have sympathy for people because colors have energy. So that is nurture. And there's a way the brain communicates with things around it. So if the brain doesn't see something that will nurture that part, then that place becomes dormant. Do you understand it now? So, and as the male is growing up, the female is growing up, there's this way, there's this double standard that we do. There's a particular way we raise the young girls, and there's a particular way we raise it has an effect on the brain as well, and which in its own has an effect on the emotions of the male. That's why you see that women are more nurturers than men, because there's this attention on, you're going to your husband's household, you have to take care of your in-laws. They never tell that to men. You have to do this, and that helps the emotional part of the brain of the females more than the men. Now, the statistics that you have said is quite right. It's because most of the time men have been conditioned to mask their emotions. I tell you, as a mental health practitioner, that men are more emotional than women in a lot of things, but they don't show it. They hardly show it. It's strange for you to see a young man on the road and the young man is crying. In fact, you are the person that says, and you're a man, what's wrong with you? So he knows your response. He would rather not talk about it. But if you see a young woman, everybody will come and they'll start saying, oh no, say you'll be woman, that kind of a thing. And that has really nurtured that neural pattern. We call it neural pattern of the brain. So much so that women are more emotional than physically emotional, you will think. But more so, men are more vulnerable and they are more emotional than men. Girls.
Okay, so we have to go on another quick break. It's funny how you're having an interesting conversation like that, and then time is not your friend. But we have to take another quick break, and we'll be talking about. And when we come back from this break, we'll be talking now about the barrier entry into your field. Everybody now is a mental wellness expert. Go online, do something short. So how do we begin to differentiate and know that this person is certified person I can speak with, a trusted person I can relate with? We'll be right back after this. Thank you. You're still watching One-on-One, and our focus is on mental health. Okay, so now let's talk about the entry barrier for mental health. It's a good thing. I like how there's a lot of awareness now, how there are a lot of coaches, because I can remember a few years down the line, I had also experienced depression at some point, and there were not very many counselors and coaches like we see today, so I had to go to the Federal Hospital at Yaba. But there's a challenge with that, because I feel like because of this now, a lot of quacks have come into the industry. Everybody's a mental wellness expert, everybody's a coach, and then they can deal with this. How are you the experts in the industry, how are you trying to regulate this? How do I know, for example, that this person, okay, I don't want to go to the psychiatric hospital in Yaba, but I want to speak to a wellness coach. How do I know that this person is a certified person and not a quack?
Yeah. You know, for every field, it's not surprising that you always get people who leech on things like this and all that. But let me quickly educate people. You see, we have the academic part of mental health and we have the professional part. So for instance, you could just decide to say, okay, you want to do some courses in counseling so that you could do basic counseling, help people around, which is fantastic. Okay, so a counselor is different from a psychologist, is different from a mental health practitioner, and is different from a psychotherapist. You know, they all have their area of specialty, depending on if it's academic or if it's professional, okay? But the holistic or the umbrella of everything is psychology. So the mother of them is the psychologist and the psychotherapist. They have everything. So it's under this psychology that you now have all the counseling, the coaching, everything bounces back to helping people, right? And to a large extent, we have professional bodies. We have professional bodies in Nigeria. We have professional bodies in counseling where you have the names and numbers or the details of everybody who is certified. Is everywhere on the internet where you just type in, you want to, you know, they will bring it out. You have professional mental health practitioners. They are there. You have professional coaches, because coaches too are quite different from psychologists, and they're quite different from counselors. But somehow they all work hand in hand, okay? So it is not unusual for you to get quacks.
Okay.
And one of the things that's why we are trying to push a lot of awareness, because, you know, we are not used to these things from the beginning. Most times when people have issues surrounding their emotions and mental health, the next place they go to is to seek spiritual, because I think there's this link between spiritual
I was going to get to that,
and
because
mental.
many people just see religious counselor and then we demonize everything, you know, you reject it in the name of the Lord, and we do all sorts, and then we never really get to the core of the issue. So because we really don't have so much time, I want you to tell us, maybe just break it down like 3 or 4 practical steps on how to protect our mental health. How do I protect my mental health in my home, in my workplace, and just everyday life? Just share with us some practical steps.
Thank you. So there's this thing that we call good body image.
Okay.
You know, you have to be real with yourself. If you are not real with yourself, you can't get yourself. What do I mean by that? Always look at the bright side of life. Everybody has their issues that they deal with. It is just the normal stresses of life. So when you are going through issues, look at the brighter side. It's not trying to sweet-tongue you, or because you see the brain has been wired to always look at issues.
Okay.
You know, like I said the other time, that there's this thing in our brain called the amygdala. It's like a fire alarm. It's the one that catches all the issues of life and tries to magnify everything for you. But if you don't have a grasp of what is happening to you, it magnifies it, it makes it bigger, then you may not be able to handle it. And that's why you have mental health issues, and that's why it aggravates to illnesses. Okay, so you should have the capacity to look at yourself and look at your vulnerabilities and your strength, and focus more on your strength. Everybody has vulnerabilities. Everybody have their strengths. Focus more on your strengths. Talk more to yourself. In fact, that's another myth. People think when you talk to self, you need to talk to self. You need to have like a meeting to yourself, sit yourself there, ask yourself questions, look inwards. I tell people that our work is not to find solution for you. You have to find a solution for yourself. But our work as psychologists and mental practitioners is to guide you. That's the skill that we have that you don't. You know, your solution may be on this right side, but you are looking on the left side. So our own responsibility is to guide you towards that part where you will find self. We cannot find it for you. So always ensure that you manage your emotions. Never allow anything to, I'm talking about emotions now. Never suppress anything. If you feel sad, I tell you, I feel somehow today. I don't need you to say, why? No, I just need to express it. Always make sure that whatever you feel, however you feel, you let it out. And you see, you must always find someone to talk to, no matter what. Everybody needs a coach. You must always find somebody to share your issues with. The back is a myth when people say, don't share your stuff with anyone. The worst people can do is to share it around, right? But the thing is, it's not resident in you. You have been able to express it because you see, repressed emotion becomes toxic. So it is even more about you than whatever anybody wants to do or want to say about your issues. Don't let it sit with you because it becomes an issue. And that's where mental health illnesses comes in. So always let it out. Express, regulate.
Okay,
talk about it.
I have a question, though, or should I say more of like a concern? I find that sometimes some people try to manipulate you with their mental health or claim that they have this mental health issue to get away with situations or get away with some things, to try and just, So, for example, I could just give an example and say, you want somebody to do some work and the person is coming every time like, I'm just stressed, I'm depressed. And this is like the constant excuse day in, day out. So how do you begin to draw the line and know that, look, this person is truly just being a lazy person or okay, maybe truly this person is depressed. How do I, as a layman, I'm not an expert, but how do I begin to now draw the line and say, okay, this person is being manipulative here and just being plain lazy, or this person truly needs help?
Most of the time, people who are depressed don't say it. Most of the time, from my experience in the field, you are the one that actually, so people cannot literally come to you and say, I'm depressed, that's why I didn't come to work yesterday. No, it doesn't work that way. There are signs that you would see. Sometimes even they don't say it. If you are the one that's so observant, that you will not notice it around them, because whatever they are doing is fantastic to them. That's the irony of it. They don't even know that something is happening. Most of the time, it's another person. That's why we are creating the awareness that look out for people, reach out to them, talk to people, because most times, people who are depressed don't say anything. So when people come to you and say, yes, I was depressed, I slept off, like I said the other time, they've bastardized the word depression.
True.
You have to be clinically proven that you're depressed before you can say somebody is depressed. Okay, you can be in grief. You can be in sadness for over a period of time. But is it excessive? Is it consistent? Then we will now need to put some psychological assessments in place to now decipher. Is it mild? When we've understood that, okay, it might be depression. Is it mild? Is it moderate? Is it critical? Okay? So most times what people go through is just sadness. It's not depression. Depression has to be clinically proven by a certified psychologist for you to know that, okay, this person is actually depressed. So most times, they don't even want to talk about it. You are the one that would see the signs, the symptoms, the behavioral pattern in the way they talk. For instance, you hear somebody just talking about heaven every time. You hear someone just talking about death every time. You hear someone just talking about their grandfather that has been dead for so, they just talk about weird things. You see that there's an antisocial disorder. They don't want to go out. They don't want to interact. Sleeping patterns has changed. Eating patterns has changed. Or they are unnecessarily too happy. Because that can be tricky. So it is not everybody that is happy that has a good mental health. So a lot of them use that emotion as a cover-up so that you don't detect. So most of the time, they don't even want you to know. Wow. So if somebody tells you, I'm depressed, that's why I didn't come to the office for 3 days, know that is manipulation. It's not depression.
Okay, thank you very much. Sadly, we've run out of time. Really would like to have you again to talk about our mental health, because it's a very, in as much as a lot of people take it as a fad, but it's a very essential topic to have. And thank you so much, Buki Lami.
Thank you for having me.
And that's all we can take on One-on-One this week. Please ensure to take care of your mental health, reach out to people, check up on your friends, see a therapist if you need to, and ensure that it's a certified one. That's all for this One-on-One this week. I'm Fumi Unoajefe.
Till today, I would say I'm going to my late 40s. It's still a mystery to me. That this actually happened to me, because I don't even know how, I don't know when. I didn't even know it happened to me. I grew up as a little child, like a normal child. Though as a growing adult, some of the fun was missing. But I never attributed it for one day to circumcision, that I was actually circumcised.
Respect my brothers, Moki.
The journey to finding my voice began at Ibadan, or I may even say way before the set date and time in my mind and in the city of Lagos. As a journalist, I had the privilege of interviewing 3 women on the occasion of Female Genital Mutilation Day 2019. This was the event that would make me discover that my people still lived in darkness. FGM is an endemic act in Oyo State, with the prevalence highest in Kajola, a local government area in Okeogun axis of the state, with a prevalence of 98%. Other regions in the state where the practice still holds include Oyo West, Ibarakba, Ogbomosho, amongst others. Culture stands at the core of any people at all, and in this case, a body of myth exists to strengthen the practice, which has become a real fear factor amongst the people. The conversation you're about to listen to was recorded somewhere in the city of Ibadan.
So kini yẹn wọ́n wá aṣọ níbi aṣọ ni wọ́n kàn níbi aṣọ wọ́n kàn kini yẹn sí bí wọ́n ṣe ṣe tó báyìí wọ́n kàn ṣó ni wọ́n wá gbẹ́ bí ìsàlẹ̀ odò yẹn wọ́n ní tọ̀ gbogbo ọ̀tá yín àtẹ̀pá tó ń tọ̀ wọ́n sàn ṣàdúrà níjọ́ yẹn àdúrà náà wọ́n fi sọ pé ẹ má fi síbi tájọ́ ó gbé o wọ́n fi ṣáájá gbẹ́du ẹ̀ ní. So gbà bí wọ́n ṣe ti síbẹ̀ báyìí wọ́n sá dé wọ́n sọ sínú rẹ̀ wọ́n á gbé odò yẹn síbi ibẹ̀ padà wọ́n ṣe gbódò yẹn síbi ibẹ̀ padà báyìí so wọ́n á ṣe ráìsì wọ́n fi adìẹ sí àwa tá a kọlà gangan àwa jẹ àwọn tó gbádùn dáadáa orí náà lè ní jẹ so àwọn tí ò kọlà wọ́n pé gbogbo wọ́n fún wọn ṣẹ́wọ̀.
Let's begin by establishing facts about female genital mutilation.
There are 4 types of female genital cutting. You have the one we call type 1. That type 1, they go and then they excise the clitoris. So we call it a clitoridectomy. The clitoris is excised, and they believe by so doing, at least the woman's sexual urge will be at least kept in check to a large extent. Then there's another type. In that particular type, they remove both the clitoris and then they remove part of the labia. Some even go as far removing both the majors and the minors, that are the 2 lips in the vagina. Then you have a third part, a third type. In that third type, they remove the clitoris, they remove the labia, and then they try to sew it up. So what they now do is, when it's time for marriage, they have a ceremony where they present out to everybody, and then the female relatives of the man and the woman will come as witnesses to witness the disinfibulation ceremony, where they cut off that scar that had been formed as a result of the, well, I'll call it surgery, the local surgery that was done on the woman. I mean, they are violating the woman's right because she has to be naked and nobody has to see it. Then even sometimes after cutting it, they dip some pieces of cloth and they take out the cloth as evidence that yes, it has been done on her and she's clean. The particular type, what we call the Gishiri cut, that one is mainly found in northern Nigeria, particularly among a particular ethnic group, the Hausas, and then some part of Nigeria, the southern Nigeria Republic. What they do is there is a knife which the salt sellers use then do they to cut off bars of salt. They call it the Gishiri knife. So the girl pass the leg, they put it in and then try to scoop the anterior vagina out.
Okeo, the local government capital of Kajola, I met a traditional exciser known in Yoruba as Olola, in person of Mr. Fasasi.
Ọmọ agboolé Olola Adilodun Mode. Ìdílé wa ni ó máa ń kọ ìlà. Tẹ́ bá sì ro ẹ̀kẹ́ mi, ẹ rí pé ìlà tèmi yàtọ̀. Ìlà Olola lè bọ́kọ. 3 ní ẹ̀gbẹ́ yìí, 8 ní ẹ̀gbẹ́ yìí. Ṣùgbọ́n kò tó di early January last year, 2019, àwọn UNICEF wọ́n wá sí Kajola. Wọ́n wá fún wa ní ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wípé ìlà tí à ń kọ fáwọn ọmọ wa obìnrin ó léwu. Ní ọjọ́ yìí àrò tó kó pé àwọn náà ẹ̀bọn ní kí ló tá fi ń kọ́, a sọ pé ìdí tá fi ń kọ́ ni pé àbá lọ́rọ̀ àwọn òbí wa bọ́n ṣe ń kọ́. Àkọ́kọ́ ní abẹ tá ń lò òun náà fi ń kọlà fún àmọye àlòótọ́ ni ní abẹ kan náà ní Olúlà kan gbọ́dọ̀ ní àwọn náà fi ń kọ́.
At Ishemile, we met Princess V.O. Adetono, who runs an indigenous non-governmental organization called Rural People Development Initiative, RUPEDIN.
Because when we finished the training at Abuja, I let him realize that it was not my own making. When you used to come to me and I used to refuse. At times I be saying that I'm very tired, I am very weak. Please, and it's because of the pain I used to have. Because if not because of bearing children, I would have lived men apart. Because it's usually very painful, very, very painful. It's at times that you enjoy it. Maybe once in a blue moon, one can enjoy it, but the enjoyment will not be so deep. Before I was fully agreed with our forefathers about that culture, that it was the best, and there wasn't any harm to women about that female genital mutilation. But when I came to be aware that it is a danger, that it is not good for women, was through my NGO.
In my case, I lived with a group of girls in a female hostel. And girls will always want to go out, they'll come in, they'll give experiences of how they had fun, how they were with their boyfriends, how it was interesting, that they got to the peak. And secretly I would sit down and just wonder in my head, but how is this? These girls, they go out, they have fun, they get to the peak, but why don't I? Why can't I experience it? It never occurred to me that anything was done on me, because I never even thought of probably looking at myself through the mirror, trying to see what's there under me, because I didn't even have the knowledge. You see, ignorance of so many things, and that's one of the effects. You tend to want to keep a lot of things to yourself. not knowing why this is happening to me. Or probably I'm with the wrong man.
Boni. No. Wọ́n fara mọ́ láti iye ọjọ́ yìí. Èmi ò fara mọ́ ṣe. Wọ́n sọ fáwọn òbí mi pé ìyàwó tá a ṣe ṣe. Ìgbà tí ọ̀sọ̀ náà ń bẹ ó ti sọ fún mi. Ó sọ fún mi. Àwọn abo ni láṣìírí. Ọkọ mi kò sọ náà ń bẹ o. Èyí sì mọ̀ bí ń ṣe ṣe. Ó lè ṣépè fún ọ. Wọ́n ṣépè fún ọ. Má bù mí so.
Or probably there's something wrong with me. Or probably I'm the one that I was created not to enjoy sex. But actually, that was artificial act that was done on me. Because the artificial act was for me not to enjoy sex.
Mo ti gbìyànjú tó. Mo gbìyànjú tó. Kò sí nǹkan kan. Wọ́n fọlọ́n bẹ̀ mí nígbà. Èṣù ló tóbi ju ìnígbà. Wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ búkú yìí. Wọ́n fẹjọ́ rẹ̀ sùn àwọn òbí ẹ̀. Wọ́n sì dọ́dọ̀ àwọn òbí mi tí ń lọ fẹjọ́ sùn wọn. Akíribo tó ṣe. Mo lọ. Gbogbo ń tọ́ sí ìdílé fi jọ. Orí mi wọ́n burú.
While at Okeo, we visited a market called Boje. At this market, we spoke to some market leaders, all of them women. I remember the deputy of the market women said to us,
A
little into the conversation, the myths that surround the practice began to surface.
Màá sọ̀túnmọ̀ ẹ̀ fún yín. Ìtumọ̀ ẹ̀ ni pé torí ọmọ bíbí torí kíní yẹn máa ń tayọ ọ̀nà tó máa gbà yọrí síta tí wọn ò bá kọlà yín fún ọmọ á máa fẹ́ ṣe jàǹbá ní abẹ́ ìyọ́ ọmọ kíní yẹn abá lóde ayé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé kí wọ́n kọlà fún mẹ́rin. Abẹ́ obìnrin tí wọ́n ń dá wọ́n ní máa fàyè pé obìnrin kójú rẹ̀ ọmọ máa gbébì kan kó má máa so mọ́ àwọn ọkùnrin kí kódà gan ẹni tí wọn ò bá dábẹ́rẹ̀ gan yóò fẹ́ lè máa so mọ́ àwọn ọkùnrin pé kàn wá báwọn ṣe pé torí ẹ̀ gan ni wọ́n fi ń dábẹ́ fún àwọn ọmọ pé ìṣekúṣe lẹni tí wọn ò bá dábẹ́ fún ni ó máa ṣe káàkiri.
Some of the myths identified are mutilated women have difficulties with vaginal delivery. The clitoris must not touch the baby's head during childbirth. Also, it is considered a taboo for the clitoris to compete with the penis during sexual intercourse. An uncircumcised woman would become a prostitute. In local parlance, Adiashewu. Let's be clear, the clitoris is the bone of contention here, to live or not to live. Of course, this lied in the hands of the traditional excisors in the old days, as well as today, where it is still being practiced. You may want to ask, as I am asking, why should such decisions be theirs to make?
Tí àwọn bàbá sọ fún wa nìyẹn nígbà tá wà kékeré yí pé ọmọ obìnrin tí ò bá ti kọ́ yóò máa ṣiṣẹ́ aṣẹ́wó.
Well, maybe there's a response, maybe not. You want to ask what roles women play in defending patriarchy, right?
Woman yẹn wá sọ fún wa pé Èkó làwọn ń gbé. Ìyá ọkọ òun wá ní ìgbà tóun bímọ obìnrin. Ìyá ọkọ òun ní kóun gbé wá sílé láti wá kọlà fún. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ti jọ gbà pé àwọn máa wá kọlà fún nílé. So òun wálé. Ọ̀rọ̀ ta lábẹ́ yẹn abá lóde ayé ni. Tí wọn ò bá sì kọlà ó máa ṣe wọ́n ṣùtà ń pa obìnrin mi. Yíbò ẹ máa sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n Yíbò ẹ dábẹ́ wọn ò bá gbọ́mọ kó náà wọn ò lè bímọ. Ṣùgbọ́n Yorùbá tẹnu bá ká ìbímọ rẹ̀ ìrọ̀rùn ni. Obìnrin kan ni wọ́n ní ṣeré ǹdí àrò bó ṣe bímọ síbẹ̀ nìyẹn. Ǹdí àrò wọ́n ní àwọn àbímọ síbi ìdí iné ni. Ṣùgbọ́n gbà tẹnu ti ká ń kọ́.
ẹnu ọ̀ká wa mọ́ náà ni jàǹbá yẹn fi ń wá ayé jù àkọlà mọ́.
Ours is a tradition that silences girls, that claims to know what's best for the younger ones and do not as such give deep thoughts to child rights. Could this be child abuse, you ask? What's more, if not? I remember as a child, you couldn't talk where adults were talking, even in family matters where decisions concerning you are being made. In Yoruba homes, or maybe Nigeria at large, or even Africa, this is considered a taboo. Has she the right to enjoy sex?
Kò yẹ kó yẹ pé ọkùnrin kan ló máa gbádùn. Ìgbádùn yẹn nígbà tí wọ́n jọ ń ṣe yẹn tó jọ ń ṣe ó yẹ káwọn méjèèjì máa gbádùn at the same time. Ṣùgbọ́n fún pẹ̀lú ìdálẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tá a ti gbọ́ tá a ti rí a di pé ọmọbìnrin tó ti kọlà abẹ́ kò lè ní enjoyment tó ẹni obìnrin tí ó kọlà abẹ́.
When we finished the training at Abuja, we were discussing. I met an Ijebu woman when she was trying to illustrate how they enjoyed it. In fact, I felt very sorry for my life. Why did my parents disturb me from enjoying my husband and enjoying my life? Then I am just so stupid to the extent that I didn't reason. I still put my children, my female children, in the same dungeon.
Sometimes the parents take the child, they don't tell them where they're going to. And when they get to the place, one woman just put their hand and just try to pull out the clitoris by force. And then when the child is crying, when the child is struggling, you have some able-bodied men and women that will pin the child down. And then this old woman tries to make those cuts and all that on her. So that child will never get to trust the parents anymore.
Our experience in trying to get young girls to talk is not one I want to recount. We got just 2 girls at the end of the day, and they admitted to being told that they were mutilated. They do not know when this was done on them, and they cannot, as a result, recount how it felt or even feels. They were simply too young to protest when it was done, even if they had known it was wrong. Apparently, the message of the complete eradication of female genital mutilation has been told these communities as they need to conceal the truth made clear to us. In fact, it is a criminal offense and it is well understood by the people.
Ìgbà tí wọ́n ti kéde ìyálọ́jà gbogbogbò ó ti wá tó ti sọ̀rọ̀ wípé ńlá o wọ́n ní kí wọ́n má kọlà abẹ́ mọ́ o. Ó sọ láti ìpinnu sàlẹ́ńdẹ̀ yẹn ó sọ dókè wípé tó wọ́n ní ẹ má kọlà abẹ́ mọ́ o, ẹni tó bá kọlà abẹ́ fóbìnrin wọ́n ó mú o. Ó sọ báyẹn láti gbà náà àwọn ò tí ṣàkíyèsí ẹnìkankan yìí pé lámọ̀ yín báyìí kọlà fún ọmọ obìnrin wọ́n ó mú àgbọ̀.
But the battle isn't over and the perpetrators might have gotten wiser.
Lóòótọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ti ṣe òfin fún àwọn tí wọ́n bá tún kọ ìlà abẹ́, ṣùgbọ́n òfin yẹn ètí ìmúlẹ̀ kò ètí ìdúnlẹ̀ rárá. Tá a bá lọ fún awareness náà la máa ń sọ fún wọn. Ó yẹ kí wọ́n máa irú àwọn òfin yẹn tàbí kán ní ètò lórí rédíò nígbà gbogbo, lórí tẹlifíṣàn nígbà gbogbo tí ó máa mú wá sí ìrántí àwọn èèyàn láwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan tí wọ́n bá ń gbọ́. Òfin yẹn gan tí àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní ìgbèríko gangan ni wọ́n sì lè fi kọ́ àwọn èèyàn tí ó fi wà létí wọn. Ẹ wo irú àpẹẹrẹ tí mo mú wá ńgbà tá a lọ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn tailor, àwọn ránṣọ ọmọ kékeré tí wọ́n gbé lọ́wọ́ wọn ti kọlà abẹ́ fún. That was last year. So wọ́n kọlà abẹ́ fún ìjọba ò mú yín. Tẹ́ bá tún kọ ọmọbìnrin kan wá dìde gbà bó làwọn ti á ṣe màmá mo ní déètì òní fọkànbalẹ̀ àwọn ọkọ̀ rìpọ́ọ̀tù wa fúnjọba ṣùgbọ́n èyí tẹ́ bá tún ṣe lẹ́yìn rẹ̀.
One of the high points for me is the plea made by Baba Olola, Mr. Fasasi, where he apologized for the wrong of the past. I figured this might bring some closure to someone who wonders and questions in silence.
Tíjọba gbé wá láti rí pé láti má máa kọlà abẹ́ fún ọmọbìnrin mọ́ ó jẹ́ ètò tó dáa. Mo sì fẹ́ tọrọ àforíjì lọ́wọ́ ọmọ Nàìjíríà àti Ọ̀yọ́ state pé fún àwọn tí a ti kọ́ fún kí wọ́n dáríjì wá. A ṣiṣẹ́ fún àìmọ̀ láfi ṣe o, àìmọ̀ ni tó pé ó ti kó ìnira bá ọ̀pọ̀pọ̀ obìnrin, kò jẹ́ kí àwọn obìnrin kó lè ní ìbálòpọ̀ tó bó ti yẹ tó pẹ̀lú ọkọ wọn. Ìtàwọn àwọn tó sì kọlà ní confess nígbà tá à ń ṣe ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yìí pé tí àwọn ọkọ wọn bá meet àwọn tí ì bá jẹ́ pé ó di bí ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹta ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹrin làwọn ṣe mọ̀ pé ọkọ àwọn ọkùnrin meet àwọn. So kí àwọn tá a ti kọ́ fún kí wọ́n dáríjì wá.
By the way, have you ever checked your vagina? Do you consider the mirror a friend of your vagina? Do you have a clitoris? Or do you even know what a clitoris looks or should look like? On Friday, the 31st of January 2020, I checked my vagina again. What was I looking for? Well, I saw it. I needed to be sure, so I called my mother. She said, "We circumcised all of you," meaning it was widely practiced on babies when I was born. She quickly added, "But they said it is no good anymore." There my answers lied. I didn't know if I was to cry or not. I just said to her, "Mommy, I forgive you all. I already did even before I called. I just wanted to know. I just needed somebody to confirm to me." Nigeria has the highest absolute number of cases of female genital mutilation in the world. The practice is undignified to the women folks. It has brought shortened expectation of ecstasy, severe bleeding, pain and shock, infection, sometimes also leading to death, urination and menstrual obstruction, increased risk of urinary tract infections and HIV, mental health problems including post-traumatic stress disorder, sexual dysfunction, complications in pregnancy and childbirth, sometimes also leading to death.
So, when I came, I told my husband, it is not my own making. This is what I have been sensitized now. I have been opened up to series of problems that female genital mutilation brings into the woman's life. So, and he said that since you have realized, have been able to manage you since all these days, I have to continue managing you.
One thing is certain, whether you know when it was performed on you or not, the deed is done. Your consent didn't matter, but it should matter now. It should matter now to stop the practice from affecting the unborn generation.
It's an evil, most especially in Africa and some parts of the Middle East. Whether it's type 1, whether it's type 2, whether it's type 3, whether it's type 4, even as innocent as using ultrasound to dab on the clitoris and all that, is an evil that should stop, and it's an evil that must stop. United Nations, World Health Organization, Society of Family Physicians of Nigeria, SOFPON, and World Organization of Sexual Health, we're all lending our voice. We are saying female genital mutilation must stop now.
Together we can fight this war. Our girls are suffering. Even in this age, even in this time, even at this point in time, even as I speak, some girl out there is about to undergo the process of circumcision.
A lè sọ pé kó lè dópin. A lè sọ pé kó dópin. Ṣé mọ̀ pé nǹkan mi bẹ́lẹ̀ tó jẹ́ nǹkan gidi tó yẹ kí ìjọba gan bá wa ṣe. Ọ̀rọ̀ tàbí tí kinní tí wọ́n ń sọ ni àgbàfọ́ lọ́hùn ni. Ẹ sì tóbi lọ́wọ́ wa torí pé àwa la sọ pé kẹ́ ẹ kàwé. Àwa la sọ pé kẹ́ ẹ kàwé. Kò sí ohun tẹ́ ẹ lè gbé wá tí ò ní jẹ́ déédéé ara wa.
èyí tẹ́ gbé wáyà gbà pé ó jẹ́ déédéé ara wa a sì gbà fọ́lọ́.
ìgbèkùn yìí gbogbo wa la gbọ́dọ̀ fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ láti wí pé kí a mú kúrò nínú ìgbésí ayé àwọn ìran tí ń bọ̀, gbogbo àwọn wàhálà tí àwa ń kojú yìí, gbogbo àwọn ìjà tó yà ń dílẹ̀ láàrin ọkọ àtìyàwó yìí, àìríbáṣepọ̀ dáadáa náà ló ń dá sílẹ̀. So kí àwọn ìjọba wa kan túbọ̀ tiraka láti lo àwọn tí wọ́n ń lò ní gbèríko kó máa mú kóríyá fún wọn. Fífi ìdàn obìnrin sílẹ̀ láì gé ó jẹ́ ẹ̀tọ́ obìnrin, ẹ̀tọ́ ọmọnìyàn sì ni, tí ò sì yẹ kí a fi dùn wọ́n. Nígbà tí a bá gé a fi ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀ dùn ni, kò sì dáa.
Let's all come together. Let's have one voice. Let's return the shame to the society and fight against this act. For me, unapologetically, I stand strongly against female genital mutilation.
The storm is over. Is it? Is it ever over? Storms are part of life. They come and go. The plan is to build your wealth to withstand stormy days. And to do that, you need partners. Partners that understand what it means to build wealth that lasts.
Meristem. Let's grow wealth for you.
On Plus News Now tonight, suspected militia herdsmen attack the convoy of Governor Samuel Ortom. Tanzanians pay their last respects to late President Magufuli. And hundreds of women protest Turkey's withdrawal from violence treaty. Thanks for joining us on Plus News Now. I am Annetta Felix. Gunmen have attacked the convoy of Benue State Governor Samuel Ortom. The incident occurred on Saturday along Makurdi-Boko Road in Makurdi local government area of the state. Ortom described the gunmen as herdsmen and said about 15 of the attackers trailed him to the riverbank where he was on foot. The governor praised his security detail for responding quickly to the attack and repelling them.
I appreciate the security personnel attached to me. They were able to repel them, and they could not have access to me. And thank God for my fitness to have run for more than 1.5 kilometers without stopping. It means that God has given me strength, and I'm grateful to God. I don't have problems with any Fulani man or Fulani race, but I have problems with Fulani bandits who have vowed to take over Nigeria as their ancestral home. And I say no. Not when I'm here and when I am governor leading my state. If I can't go to the farm as governor with the entire security around me, then who else can go to farm? You can imagine the pains that we have here in Benue State. Thank God for Mr. President who responded to my letter that anyone with AK-47 should be shot at sight. I'm yet to see that. Let me see it happening in Benue State. I have reported this to the security agencies, and I hope that this will be done so that the land will be safe for our people to go back to farm and do their work and survive and live their life. I want to call on Mr. President. I want to call on the security agencies to fish these people out. They are in the forest between Makurdi and Abensi. They are living there, and they are coming out to commit atrocities, evil, rape women, kill our people, maim them, destroy our farmlands, and do all this. And anytime our livestock go after them, our security agencies go, they run back to the forest, across the river.
The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has reacted to that attack on the convoy of Benue State Governor Samuel Ortom. In a statement released on Saturday, they condemned the attack, describing it as reckless and an assassination attempt. Governor Ortom was attacked earlier on Saturday by suspected herdsmen while visiting a farm in Makurdi, but his security detail was able to repel them. The PDP statement, signed by Kola Ologbodiyan, called on President Muhammadu Buhari to order an immediate manhunt, arrest and prosecute the assailants, and beef up security around the governor. The PDP also urged Nigerians to hold the All Progressives Congress-led administration responsible over its failure to check insecurity. Still on security matters, the Zamfara State Police Command has arrested a suspected gun runner, Ibrahim Adamu, who was in possession of over 1 million naira meant for the purchase of AK-47 rifles. In a statement, the state's police commissioner, CP Abutuyaro, said credible information received on the 18th of March 2021 revealed that one Ibrahim Adamu and one Soho Dandela from Kagon Marfara village of Bungudu local government area planned to purchase AK-47 rifles from one Dogo. The named dealer is a notorious armed bandits residing in a bush under Zurumi local government area. Adamu said police operatives mounted a monitoring squad, which led to the successful arrest of one of the suspects. They also recovered the sum of 1,070,000 naira meant for the purchase of the arms. The Alake and paramount ruler of Egba land, Oba Adedotu Gbadebo, has appealed to those calling for the secession of Nigeria to shelve the idea, insisting that if Nigeria fails as a country, the entire black race has failed. This advice was given when he played host to the president of the National Road Transport Employers Association of Nigeria. This report is presented from our studio.
The revered monarch said those beating the drum of war in the country are not only calling for chaos in Nigeria, but in Africa at large. This comment may not be unconnected to a comment credited to Yoruba activist Sunday Ugboho, who declared that Yoruba is now a nation with the support of Southwest traditional rulers. Oba Gbadebo explains to his host, Muhammad Maiketobi, alongside chairman of RTEAN in Ogun State, Titilayo Akibu, and other members of the association in his palace in Ake, Abeokuta, the Nigerians, irrespective of their tribe, political or religious affiliations, must work together for the greater good of the country, insisting that Nigeria is better as one united nation than breaking up.
Nigeria must not fail. If Nigeria fails, the black race has failed, and may it never happen. Where would over 250 million people, where would they go to? If they enter the next country, left, right, nothing can come in the south because that's ocean. You will eat all their food. Within 2 days, there will be no food for anybody in that place to eat again. That's why we must remain where we are and make it work and work well.
While commending the national president of RTEAN for transforming the nation's road transport sector, the monarch urged the federal government to pay attention to road transportation just as it does for rail transportation. On his part, the group's president Musa Mai Takobi said the association has concluded plans to inject new buses into the nation's road transport sector to aid easy movement of passengers from one point to another. He said members of the association have been carrying out their activities in line with the rules and regulations of the country.
I can tell you today, between Lagos and Ibadan, there's a revolution in transportation. We have the trains. They said as from next week, they have about 6 going and 6 coming. And up to the last minute, very, very regular. And they said they are going to increase the speed further. I pray that for our roads, the same thing will happen. There will be a revolution in road transportation in Nigeria under the president.
Mai Takobi awarded the monarch as the grand patron of the association in recognition of his support for RTEAN.
The Ekiti State government has given farmers and herders another 2-week window to register with the state government or be ready to leave the state. The 2-week grace begins on Sunday, March 22nd. In February, the state conducted a 2-week registration of farmers and herders, but not all of those involved seized the opportunity. The Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, Olabode Adetoyi, said that the exercise was necessary to ensure that all farmers and herders would be accounted for. He added that the registration was also aimed at ensuring peace between the two groups and bringing incessant clashes between them to an end. And still in Ekiti, the State Assembly by-election has been suspended after gunmen attacked voters, election officials, and security personnel on Saturday. At least 2 persons were killed in the attack. The election was held to fill the vacancy for the Ekiti East 1 state constituency. INEC National Commissioner Festus Okoye confirmed the deaths and added that a policeman, some INEC regular and ad hoc staff sustained gunshot injuries during the attack. They are now receiving medical attention. He added that security agencies have commenced an investigation into the incident. Some leaders of the People's Democratic Party in Rivers State failed to attend the flag-off of the campaign for the local government council election. Most prominent among the absentee leaders are the national chairman of the PDP, Prince Uche Secondus, Senator Lee Meba, and Senator Baron Piggy. Speaking at the event, Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike vowed not to allow the PDP take Rivers State for granted. He said there will be grave consequences if the main opposition party attempts to shortchange Rivers State. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has expressed concern about the activities of supposed whistleblowers who mislead the agency through false information. The executive chairman of the commission, Abdurrashid Bawa, said, despite due diligence by the EFCC, scarce investigative resources have been wasted by the EFCC in following up false leads that frequently come up to a dead end. He said the activities of false whistleblowers detract from the noble intention of the policy of the federal government, which seeks to incentivize information leading to the recovery of stolen wealth. He noted that whistleblower policy was not designed as a tool for individuals to send law enforcement agencies on a wild goose chase or to set them against their perceived enemies. He vowed that the EFCC will not hesitate to prosecute any whistleblower who intentionally provides the agency with false information. He, however, repeated the Commission's preparedness to work with genuine whistleblowers and acknowledged the breakthroughs which the EFCC recorded in its asset recovery drive using information supplied by whistleblowers. President Muhammadu Buhari has approved the release of funds for the payment of workers under the Special Public Works Program. Minister of Labour and Employment Festus Keyamo announced this on Twitter on Saturday. Keyamo said he has directed the National Directorate of Employment, NDE, to process payments for the workers engaged in the 774 local government areas. In January, the federal government flagged off the 774,000 jobs, with each participant expected to receive 20,000 naira each in the next 3 months. Participants will be paid through their bank verification numbers, BVN, to eliminate fraud and double payment to participants. Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, in conjunction with Osun State Government, has doled out cash grants to 3,280 vulnerable people in Osun State. Plus TV Africa correspondent Olasukomi Ogumuko completes this report as presented from our studio.
Delegations from the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management in Abuja, including state cabinet members, traditional rulers, head of various market leaders, and other party loyalists, were all present at the flag-off ceremony of the federal government cash grant for rural women in Osogbo, the Osun State capital. The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social, Sadia Umar Farouk, who was represented by the Director of Account, Matthew Dada, highlighted that the Grant for Rural Women program was introduced in 2020 to sustain the social inclusion agenda of President Buhari's administration. He stressed that the program designed with vision of lifting 100 million Nigerians out of poverty, as well as to provide grant to some of the poorest and vulnerable women in rural areas of the country.
We encourage the state government to take a cue from this and other provisions in the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act 2019. The grant is expected to increase income and productive assets.
The state governor, Boyega Oyetola, represented by the secretary to the state government, highlighted on the activities of the government in the state towards ensuring better life for the citizenry.
I congratulate all the beneficiaries and urge them to make good use of this grant to improve their well-being. As a state, we remain committed to supporting all our vulnerable citizens. This is because we are assured that building a varied state demands that we constantly put the needs of our people first.
The wife of the state governor, Kafayat Oyetola, also used the medium to urge leaders of all progressive Congress to include women in all party functional activities.
We have a lot of women. The percentage of women that have registered for the party is more than that of men. I use that medium to inform you that we need more women in positions. We don't want to be clapping and dancing all the time. We are lovely people. We don't fight among ourselves when it comes to the issue of elections.
The Commissioner for Women Affairs lauded the state government for being proactive to encourage women on initiative programs, as well as providing solution to the issue of gender-based violence in the society.
We have the resuscitation of women development centers across all local governments in the state for the empowerment of our women. We have the Oshu Women Clinic, which gives psychosocial support, counseling, therapy to women who are in need.
Some of the beneficiaries lauded the federal government for kind of gesture to assist aged youth and people with disabilities.
We appreciate APC. We appreciate our amiable governor, Governor Boyega Oyetola. We really appreciate our minister, ably represented by Mr. Dr. Dada. We really and our mommy.
The grant is expected to increase income and product assets to target beneficiaries, with hope that the beneficiaries of the program will make good use of the grant generally to contribute towards improving their living standard.
Nigeria joins the rest of the world to mark the World Oral Health Day. It was conceptualized by the International Dental Federation, FDI, and has been observed annually on the 20th of March since 2013. It's estimated that about 3.5 billion people of the world population will have one or more oral health disease in their lifetime. This ranges from bad breath, dental caries, trauma, to tumors which may be cancerous or non-cancerous. The team for the next 3 years sends out a powerful, even though it's a simple message, be proud of your mouth. Joining us now to discuss this is Dr. John Wemembu, the Secretary General of the Nigerian Dental Association, Lagos. Good evening and thanks for joining us on the news.
Thank you.
It's World Oral Health Day, and the theme is be proud of your mouth. I believe this emphasizes value on, oral health. How can we show better value for our dental hygiene?
Okay, like you said, the World Oral Health Day, the whole concept is to push to the front burner the importance of oral health, not just as oral health, but to general health and to the general well-being. So for our oral hygiene practices, maintaining some very good oral hygiene practices will go a long way in not just making our oral health to be top-notch, but also, most importantly, the general health. Such practices as having to see, like we always advise, see a dentist at least twice a year, adequate toothbrushing, especially we advise you brush twice daily, in the morning and last thing at night. And then coming to dietary intake, we always advise that you know the diets, the kind of dietary intakes you take and when to take them, which is very important. Like for most of these sugary, what we call keratogenic diets, we always advise you take them very close to meal times or at meal time, so that you have the chewing action of eating. The chewing action of the meal would help to wipe away most of these food residues, and that helps to improve your oral hygiene.
So what are some toothbrushing techniques that we need to know?
Okay, toothbrushing techniques. There are various toothbrushing techniques, but what I would just say is that most of these techniques aim at a particular function, and that is to protect the gum. Depending on the type of toothbrush you use, the most important thing is that the techniques you use are aimed at protecting the gum so that you don't traumatize them and cause further harm to the teeth. Yes.
So are there some you could...
Yeah, some of the, for the most common ones, we have the circular technique. We have the circular technique, you just make a circular motion around your teeth. And then we have the bars technique where you brush top down and down up. For the upper jaw, top down, the lower jaw, down up. This is aimed at majorly preventing trauma, because even the toothbrush could act as a source of trauma to the gum in the mouth. And naturally, once there is trauma, the gum tends to recede.
So earlier you mentioned diets.
Yes.
So I wanted you to explain this further. What's the impact of our diet on our oral health?
Okay, yeah, our diet plays a very important role in on our oral health. And when we say a diet here, we're talking about mostly keratogenic diets, as in sugary, sticky foods, such as the chocolates that we take. Even some of these fruits and drinks we take are acidic in nature, like the apples and some of these drinks we take, some of these juices, they are acidic in nature, and so they cause trauma, they erode the tooth substance. So our diet is very, and then for some of us that like these local parlance, we call it dodo, plantain, ripe plantain. All these are kinds of diet that could cause caries and that could cause harm to the teeth if adequate care is not taken. So
is it that we're not supposed to eat these foods or in moderation? What's the dental advice?
Yeah, the dental advice is you eat them. We cannot ask you not to take these foods, but you eat them. But most important, we advise on the timing of eating them and what you do immediately after taking them. Like I said earlier, the timing of eating them, you eat these meals just before your regular meal time. So even when you have these residues depositing on the tooth surfaces, when the chewing action, the masticatory action of your regular meal will help to get these residues off the surfaces of the tooth. But even when you have to take them away from mealtime, we advise adequate rinse outs with water so that you don't have these residues there. So it's not you take, but it's the timing and what you do after.
Interesting. Interesting points you've mentioned. So it's important that when we take these foods, we put some water in our mouth, gargle, and spit it out.
Exactly.
What are some other oral health practices we need to imbibe in this era of coronavirus?
Now, this is a, I don't want to say catch-22 situation. Yeah, we know the coronavirus, and we know the virus majorly resides in the oropharyngeal area, that's around the throat region. And this is where most dental procedures take place, around the mouth and that. So on one hand, we advise that you take particular care of going to the dentist at this particular period. But on the other hand, we don't want you to stay away from the dentist, from your dentist too long, because that could also be injurious to your. So what we advise is most centers advise to taper down some of these procedures that we call aerosol generating procedures. These procedures that you drill and they generate aerosol. So most centers now don't carry out much of those procedures, but emergencies are seen at all times.
Dr. John Wimembu, thank you very much for coming on the news today. So shed more light on the importance of good dental health practices as we join the world to celebrate Oral Health Day.
Thank you very much, Anita.
All right. We'll take a break here and we'll be right back. And moving on with our COVID-19 coverage, Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan has tested positive for COVID-19 just 2 days after he was vaccinated against the disease. In a statement on Saturday, his office said 68-year-old Khan has self-isolated. He had received the shot of the Chinese-produced Sinopharm vaccine on Thursday, one of over 1 million doses donated to Pakistan by Beijing. Pakistan is grappling with a deadly third wave of the coronavirus. Nearly 13,800 people have died and over 620,000 people have been infected in the country. Scuffles emerged during an anti-lockdown protest in London on Saturday, March 20th. Police stopped thousands of protesters as they were marching down the streets of the British capital. They did not wear face masks and flouted social distancing rules in central London, and that's despite warnings by the police. More than 60 British lawmakers have written to Interior Minister Priti Patel calling for protests to be allowed in England during the lockdown after police were criticised for using heavy-handed tactics on March 13th to break up an outdoor vigil for 33-year-old Sarah Everett. Britain said on Saturday that 26.85 million people had received the first dose of the coronavirus vaccine. Now, that's more than half the country's adults who have had one shot. Official data showed that 96 people had died within 28 days of testing positive for coronavirus, compared with 101 deaths recorded the previous day. There were 5,587 new cases of the virus, and that's up from 4,802 new cases a day earlier. Still ahead, Burundi's Truth and Reconciliation Commission discovers 11 new mass graves. Details when we return. To other parts of Africa, a candidate in the April 11th Chad presidential election, Albert Padake, has kick-started his campaign. He promised on Friday that if he wins, he would continue to leave his country in peace. Mr. Padake was Prime Minister of Chad from 2016 until 2018. But political analysts and observers believe that outgoing President Idris Deby is assured of winning a sixth term in the Central African country. That has left Chad with an iron fist since a coup in 1990. 16 people had expressed their intention to run against him, but the most critical opponents of all the regime have dropped out. Tanzania's first female president, Samia Hassan, on Saturday led mourners to pay their last respects to her predecessor, John Magufuli. Magufuli died suddenly this week after a heart disease. Mourners lined the streets of Dar es Salaam to bid farewell to the late president, weeping and throwing flower petals. Hassan was sworn in on Friday to become the country's first female president and will serve the remainder of Magufuli's second five-year term until the year 2025. She's announced a 21-day mourning period for the ex-president. A rally was held earlier today to honor former Ivorian Prime Minister Ahmed Bakayoko at a stadium in the main city of Abidjan on Wednesday. Bakayoko died of cancer in Germany last week, and he's been buried in the west of the country next to his father's grave. The private ceremony took place at the family farm, about 6 kilometers from the western town of Seguela, after his family attended Friday prayers at the Grand Mosque. Bakayoko was appointed Prime Minister in July 2020 after his predecessor died of a heart attack. Patrick Achi has been appointed interim Prime Minister. And a pilot and co-pilot died in a plane crash in northern Kenya on Saturday. The light aircraft was carrying exam papers for the Kenya National Examination Council when it crashed in Marsabit County. The aircraft departed Nairobi Wilson Airport at 8:20 a.m. with 2 people on board and crashed into a hill at approximately 10 a.m. Kenyan police and other agencies have launched an investigation. The incident occurred just meters away from where a plane had crashed in 2006, killing all 14 people, including 3 ministers and 4 parliamentarians. United Nations officials have warned that Mozambicans uprooted by a jihadist insurgency have the potential to become radicalized themselves if they lack basic essentials and if the causes of the conflict are left unaddressed. Islamic State-linked militants have in the past year escalated attacks in Mozambique's northernmost province, Cabo Delgado, murdering villagers, fighting the army, and seizing towns. Beheadings have become a hallmark of attacks. The number of people fleeing their homes swelled from 70,000 to about 700,000 over the last year.
This is a true humanitarian tragedy, a disaster that brings all sorts of protection needs for these women, for the men, and for the children. They have fled a conflict of the worst imaginable kind, and they've come on dangerous journeys, some in boats, some by land, to find some kind of safety. I've been speaking to the women here who've agreed to speak to me, and they are caring for other people's children. I spoke to a grandmother whose daughter was killed during the conflict, and the father of the child was beheaded, and the grandmother is now caring for that child. Another woman I met is caring for a stranger's child who is now orphaned. So this is common in this community now, where the women are caring for each other's children, where the parents have been lost.
We as UNHCR are working with the government, with the other international organizations to provide support, to provide help, but resources are needed. A lot of resources are needed. We do not expect, looking at the situation, we do not expect the amount of people, the number of people being displaced to the flow to stop, unfortunately, for the time being, and therefore more assistance is needed.
Burundi's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, TRC, has presented the results of its activities in Burundi and Bururi in the south of the country. President of the TRC, Per Claver, said they exhumed 1,455 victims of the 1972 crisis in 11 mass graves. The images of the mass graves show the unheard of barbarity with which the victims were tortured and murdered. Claver also denied reports that the investigations lean towards one ethnic group. Burundi's Truth and Reconciliation Commission was born out of the Arusha Agreement of the year 2000 for peace and reconciliation in Burundi. More than 4,000 mass graves have been found in Burundi, and 142,505 victims have been identified. The presidential campaign in the Democratic Republic of Congo has ended. Voters will now have to choose this Sunday among the 7 candidates, the one who will lead the country for the next 5 years. The outgoing 74-year-old president, Denis Nguesso, is trying to run for a 4th term. Outside Africa, hundreds of women protested in Istanbul on Saturday after President Tayyip Erdogan pulled Turkey out of an international accord designed to protect women. Critics insist the law is necessary to combat rising domestic violence. The Council of Europe Accord, called the Istanbul Convention, pledged to prevent, prosecute, and eliminate domestic violence and promote equality. Turkey signed it in 2011, but femicide has surged in the country in recent years. Opponents of Myanmar's coup protested yet again on Saturday. Dozens of demonstrators gathered in the second city of Mandalay, and several were injured when a vehicle drove into them and when police fired rubber bullets, a city news portal reported. A young man was shot and killed in the protest, taking the death toll since the February 1st coup to 238. And that's according to a tally by the Assistance Association for Political Prisoners activist group. International pressure has also grown on the military junta to halt its repression of democracy supporters. Myanmar's Asian neighbors also joined Western countries in condemning the use of lethal force. Thai police used water cannon and charged towards protesters who had gathered near the King's Palace in Bangkok on Saturday. The demonstrators are calling for the release of protest leaders and demanding reform of the monarchy. Hundreds of police in riot gear and shields advanced on different fronts against protesters to push people away from the Grand Palace. Police deputy spokesman confirmed that they used shields, batons, rubber bullets, and tear gas, and detained 5 protesters. A mass trial for protest leaders began this week against activists who were accused of sedition and insulting the monarchy. A judge has ordered Bolivian former President Jenny Yanez to be transferred to a hospital for medical attention due to ill health. She was arrested last week over allegations she was part of a coup in 2019 against former President Evo Morales. She denies the charges and says she took over by constitutional succession and claims she's the victim of political persecution. The United States says it would like to elevate and strengthen security ties with India, especially in information gathering, sharing, and logistics. This was the submission of U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin when he addressed his Indian counterpart. Austin's making the first visit by a top member of the U.S. President Joe Biden's administration to India as part of efforts to forge an alliance of countries seeking to push back against China's assertiveness in the region. The leaders of the United States, India, Australia, and Japan countries, known together as the Quad, held a first summit last week, pledging to work together.
We discussed opportunities to elevate the U.S.-India major defense partnership, which is a priority of the Biden-Harris administration. And we'll do that through regional security cooperation and military-to-military interactions, and defense trade.
Illegal, underreported, or unregulated.
And at the top of my agenda, I wanted to convey the Biden-Harris administration's message of our strong commitment to our allies and partners. India, in particular, is an increasingly important partner among today's rapidly shifting international dynamics. And I reaffirmed our commitment to a comprehensive and forward-looking defense partnership with India as a central pillar of our approach to the region.
Our discussions today focused on our wide-ranging defense cooperation and expanding military-to-military engagement across services, information sharing, cooperation in emerging sectors of defense, and mutual logistics support. We reviewed the wide gamut of bilateral and multilateral exercises and agreed to pursue enhanced cooperation with the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, Central Command, and Africa Command.
Despite the challenges from COVID-19, I'm pleased to report that Minister Singh and I had a
Up next, CBN says Nigerians are free to use Bitcoin. That's in business after this short break.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we have borrowed.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely burned. This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. Amotepu Corps is a complementary corps.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m., Mondays to Fridays.
And now in business, the Lekki Deep Sea Port is expected to begin operations by the first quarter of 2023, as the construction firm China Harbour Engineering has made tremendous improvement with the project. This was announced by the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu when he visited the Lagos Free Zone on Friday. He said, in quote, given the report he got and what he has seen, he can say that the Lagos Free Zone has made tremendous improvement. We have seen the level of partnership Tolaram Group is bringing in terms of international investment and local brands on this corridor. The investors have given us the commitment on the first quarter of 2023 completion date. The International Energy Agency says in its new report that the plan to rehabilitate government-owned refineries in Nigeria is unlikely to materialize. The Paris-based organization noted that Nigeria and other African refiners had missed out in the past decade's oil demand growth. It said Africa, the world's second most populous continent, had become a major oil product import market, especially the sub-Saharan region. The IEA said the startup of the refinery in Lekki, Nigeria, expected in the next 3 years, will mark a turning point in the continent's refining fortunes. Nigeria, Africa's biggest oil producer, currently relies solely on imports to meet its petroleum products needs, as its refineries have remained in a state of disrepair for many years, despite several reported repairs. The plans have been shut down for more than a year for rehabilitation. The federal government, or rather the Federal Executive Council, had on Wednesday approved the plan by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources to rehabilitate the Port Harcourt refinery with $1.5 billion. Also in business, the Corporate Affairs Commission has said that it may be left with no choice but to destroy the certificates and documents which have been unclaimed by their owners. Certificates and documents were sent by the CAC through courier service in line with the federal government regulation on COVID-19. In a statement signed by the management, the Commission said the certificates have not been claimed from the courier services by their owners, despite repeated calls to them. The statement said, "Our esteemed customers and the general public may recall that the Commission had reviewed its operations in line with the federal government's regulations on COVID-19. Nigeria's naira fell slightly against the US dollar at the investors and exporters window of the foreign exchange market on Thursday. Data posted on the FMDQ's security exchange, where Forex is officially traded, showed. However, the currency remained unchanged on the parallel market. Naira closed at 410.00 naira at the trading session of the INE window on Friday. This represents 0.33 naira or 0.08% devaluation from 409.67 naira, the rate at which it closed at the previous session on Thursday. The depreciation occurred as the naira touched an intraday high of 394.00 naira and a low of 412 naira before closing at 410 naira on Friday. And the Central Bank of Nigeria has injected $5.62 billion into the foreign exchange market in the fourth quarter of 2020 as part of efforts to ensure the stability of the naira. This was an increase of 1.25 billion naira from $4.37 billion intervention in the economy by the banking regulator in the third quarter. The CBN announced this in its report on transactions in the foreign exchange market in the fourth quarter of 2020. The bank maintained its periodic interventions in the foreign exchange market to boost liquidity, enhance access to foreign exchange, curb unbridled demand, and ensure stable exchange rate. The total foreign exchange sales, however, saw a decrease of 46.1% below the level of the corresponding quarter of 2019. And also, the Central Bank of Nigeria says there was no time the bank banned the activities of cryptocurrencies in the country. The governor of the bank, Godwin Emefiele, clarified this at the 30th Seminar for Finance Correspondents and Business Editors organized by the bank. Emefiele, who was represented by Adamu Lamtek, Deputy Governor, Corporate Services, said what the bank did was to protect the banking sector from the activities of cryptocurrencies and not a ban on its activities. And that's all in business. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa.
A Nollywood filmmaker, Emmanuel Manulu, has served the National Film and Video Censors Board, NFVCB, a pre-action notice following the board's refusal to censor his films. According to legal documents acquired, Manulu claims the board denied his two films, Devious Faith and Don't Leave Me preview and censorship because he did not belong to an association. The document revealed that the filmmaker is demanding a justification for the board's demand for an additional 5,000 naira for censorship fee as opposed to the statutory 25,200 naira charge. Moving on, singer Waje has had a few things to say in regards to marriage. As her Twitter fans engaged her on when she was going to get married, Waje responded to say that she had no interest in prioritizing that, but rather prioritizes joy, happiness, wealth, and well-being. She also urged fans to thank God for life despite the state of marriage. Away from local scenes into the foreign, we have singer Taylor Swift, who took to her Instagram to show the gift and letter Beyoncé sent to her on Friday morning, March 19. Taylor got a bunch of flowers and handwritten notes that read, "Congratulations on her Grammys. It was also great to see you on Sunday." This is coming from Beyoncé to Taylor Swift. And she also thanked the star for her support and so much love to her and the family, with a sign-off with B. Taylor Swift also captioned her post on Instagram saying, "Woke up to flowers from the Queen of Grace and Greatness at Beyoncé, and suddenly it's the best Friday ever." We also have Pete Davidson, who has been granted an order of protection against Michelle Mottretti shortly after the woman who falsely claimed to be his wife got arrested at his house in Staten Island, New York City. Michelle is ordered to stay away from the other 3 people who lived in the house as well. The woman was then charged with 2 felony counts of burglary in the 2nd and 3rd degree. She was also booked with 2 misdemeanor counts of stalking and 2 misdemeanor counts of criminal trespass and harassment. Michelle happened to be the same individual who released a statement to the press on Tuesday, March 16, saying that she was Pete's childhood pal and they were already secretly wedded. Justin Bieber and the Duke of Cambridge were among famous faces who took part in this year's Red Nose Day on BBC One. The Canadian singer gave this year's Comic Relief charity fundraiser an exclusive performance of his latest song, Hold On. Prince William thanked the public for its compassion and generosity. Comic Relief raised a total of £45,938 on the night to help tackle hunger, homelessness, domestic abuse, and mental health stigma. Bieber, who released his album Justice earlier on Friday, asked viewers who could donate to help those in need who need it the most. Other stars to take part include Daniel Craig and Catherine Tate. And finally, in entertainment, American rapper Quavo has replied his former girlfriend Saweetie on Twitter following her tweets about their breakup. In a series of tweets shared via his Twitter page, the rapper and member of the group Migos called out his former girlfriend. He tweeted that he had loved her and was disappointed for making their issues public. He wished her nothing but the best, but she has become the woman he never knew she would be. And that is how we wrap up entertainment news. The best in sports is coming after this.
And in sports, Karim Benzema scored for his 6th consecutive game as his double helped Real Madrid to a 3-1 win over Celta Vigo in La Liga. The France striker's goals were both assisted by Germany midfielder Toni Kroos. Madrid moved above rivals Barcelona into second in the table, and Celta pulled one back on 40 minutes. After a sluggish second half, Marco Asensio added a third in stoppage time. Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich says he is shocked by the racist abuse some of his players receive. The Russian billionaire has vowed to do all he can to stamp out the evil of racism in football. Blues fullback Reece James was racially abused on Instagram this year. Abramovich has founded the club's No to Hate campaign, which provides education courses. It also deals with all aspects of racism and discrimination, including creating a positive social media environment. Organizers say no international fan will be permitted at the delayed 2020 Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics this summer because of concerns over the coronavirus pandemic. Japanese authorities told the Olympic and Paralympic committees it was highly unlikely that entry to the country could be guaranteed.
International spectators will not be allowed to enter Japan for this summer's Olympic Games amid public concerns over coronavirus, organisers said on Saturday. The ruling sets the stage for a drastically scaled-back event. Here's Tokyo 2020 president Seiko Hashimoto.
Based on the present situation, it's highly difficult to guarantee people from overseas will be able to enter Japan this summer. In order to give clarity to ticket holders living overseas and to enable them to adjust their travel plans at this stage, the Japanese side have come to the conclusion that they will not be able to enter into Japan at the time of the Games.
Organisers say some 600,000 Olympic tickets purchased by overseas residents will be refunded, as will another 300,000 Paralympic tickets. The Olympic Games were postponed last year due to the global health crisis. While the outbreak has chilled public opinion toward the event, both organisers and Japan's Prime Minister have vowed to press ahead. Organisers say the decision will, quote, ensure safe and secure games for all participants and the Japanese public. The Games are scheduled to begin on July 23rd. Media polls have shown a majority of the Japanese public were wary about letting in international spectators to watch the Games as the country grapples with the tail end of a third wave of the pandemic.
President of the International Olympic Committee, Thomas Bach, has reacted to the announcement by the organizers of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. He said that he shared the disappointment of fans after international spectators were barred from traveling to Tokyo for the Games. International fans will not be allowed to enter Japan for this summer's Olympic Games amid public concerns over COVID-19 fears.
We accept it as a necessary decision in the interest of the safety of all the participants. We also have noted with satisfaction that the tickets having been purchased by overseas residents will be, by the organizing committee, will be refunded. And it's just another expression of respecting the principles the IOC has established from the very beginning for the organization of these postponed games. And that means there is safety first. It's not a decision we have taken or accepted lightly, but again, it's a necessary move, unfortunately.
Before we go, here's a recap of our major stories. We told you that suspected militia herdsmen attacked the governor of Benue State, Samuel Ortom. We also told you that Tanzanians lined up to pay their last respects to late President Magufuli. And we brought you a report that hundreds of women protest Turkey's withdrawal from violence treaty. And that's PLUS News Now. For more, please follow us at PLUS TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And please do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PLUS TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories. I am Aneta Felix. Thanks for watching.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to PLUS Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PLUS TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then
can see it, no one can fail.